Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Happy whatever day it is. It's going to be a busy day today. I decided with all the stages I've been speaking on the last several weeks that I really needed to get out here and teach people how to get into creative finance and just cover the basics of creative finance. In fact, I was on this panel with like 1,200 people, 5 people on the panel, 1,200 people in the audience. And the other 4 guys that were on the stage just jumped into creative finance so deep, so quickly that I looked out in the audience and I saw everybody was just so confused. And so I decided I'm going to do a long live and I'm going to answer hundreds of questions. Those questions have actually already been pre-asked, which is super exciting. And so I've got a list. Questions are, I think it's like a total of 1,000 questions, something like that. Obviously, there's some duplicates, like people coming into the webinar and going, hey, hold on a second. Let's see here. Carly's telling me something. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Hold on a second, guys. I'm sorry. Hate to start this stuff off, but got to just make sure that I'm good. Hold on a second. We're new to the webinar world. We don't really do a lot of webinars, so hold on a second.
Hello, you're doing great. I'm watching.
Is there something I needed to be doing, like letting people in?
No, you're good. Everything's good. I just wanted, it was just a different setup, so I wanted to make sure you were good. But you're good. You're live. You look amazing.
Okay, cool. Thanks. You're amazing.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, that's Carly, guys. She runs our Facebook group and our community. So Carly's amazing. Say hi to her when you guys can. All right, so here I've been on so many stages, and again, as I'm on these stages, people ask questions that are like so basic. And so today I decided I want to get into Creative Finance 101, like the basics. And you get people that are going to be asking questions. Guys, I'm not really going to answer questions for the next couple of hours. I really want to just get right into the basics so you guys can start from ground zero. Okay, so here's the agenda of the day. I'm going to be on here for several hours. I don't know how long I'm going to be on here, basically as long as I feel like it. However, something might come up today that I go, hey, I want to leave. I want to do whatever. I don't know how long I'm going to be on here. An hour, 5 hours, 10 hours, 16 hours. I have no idea. I have several things I want to announce. We've got really cool things coming up. I want to make sure that at the top of every hour, I give you guys those announcements. And then I'm going to start off by telling you guys how I got started in creative finance, why I'm so passionate about it. And then I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about how you can get started, and we're going to break it down. And then I'm going to give you guys all the acquisition strategies, all the disposition strategies, and then I'm also going to start answering questions that were already pre-asked. Now, there's already a handful of people like Maj. Maj, I'm not going to answer your question. I see your question, but I promised everybody I was going to answer their questions that preemptively, when they came into the live, they asked a question. I'm going to go through that list. I'm going to answer those questions. Here's what's cool about this is that I'm going to give you guys that Google sheet of all the questions that were asked. And then you guys can use that kind of as a companion guide when you're going through and watching this very long video. So you can kind of go, oh yeah, he answered this, he answered this, he answered this. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. And then that way, when people DM me the same question 1,000 times, I can go, hey, go watch this video. Here's the companion guide to it. Here's the list. And we're going to have a lot of fun. All right. So first and foremost, if you guys don't know who I am and you're watching this in the future, my name is Pace Morby. And my journey started in a household of 12 children. My parents are still married to this day. Same mom, same dad, had 12 children. I'm number 3 in line, which means I have 9 siblings underneath me, 2 siblings above me. I grew up in a household where money was tight. My dad was blue collar, meaning my dad worked with his hands and traded his time for money. And in that process of having a very large family, my parents could not qualify for homes. Now, they could qualify for homes that were like 3-bed, 2-bath, on the lower end of the spectrum. But my dad had 12 children, 14 people in the household, and a couple of dogs at all times. So you can imagine you need a much larger house than 3 beds, 2 bath to house 14 people. And so in my journey growing up, every single house that I grew up in, my dad purchased through subject to seller finance. No, my dad did a lot of novations. My dad did a lot of lease options, rent to own type of situations. In order for my dad to bypass and not utilize his credit or his income as a verification process to get a home. As we all know, the traditional way that we've all been taught is we go down to the bank or we go to a loan company and we say, hey, I want to buy a house. And that loan company says, yeah, no problem. Give us your credit score, your pay stubs, your tax returns, your this. And then they go through a litany, literally a 30, 40, 50, 60, sometimes 100-point item checklist for you to provide things. And then even through that, they go, oh, well, this check stub is not dated properly, or this isn't this. And anybody that's gone and done a loan at Bank of America, Chase, Wells Fargo will understand the pain and agony you go through in order to just buy one house for your family. So if my dad is working in the construction business and he's making cash, and a lot of that money was not actually filed with the IRS, my dad was working a lot of time under the table in order to feed his family. So going down to a bank was not an option for my dad. And so I grew up in a household where my dad purchased homes subject to seller finance, 26 houses to be exact, before I was even 19 and I left the house. Okay, I didn't really understand that any of this was really going on other than I heard my dad talk about seller finance, down payments, interest rates. Let's go buy this house. I think I can get the seller to give me, really interesting terms, those types of things. I learned that from a very young age. The funny thing about my dad is that my dad never actually utilized anything that I'm going to teach you to build wealth. My dad was a blue collar guy, right? He was smarter than his dad, but he wasn't like the most genius real estate investor. My dad did this out of necessity. He bought houses for his family, and then my dad went right to work in order to afford those payments. He didn't go after extracurricular activities. My dad wasn't working weekends. My dad really enjoys his nights. My dad really enjoys his weekends. And he could have had a whole entire side hustle. Okay. He could have had a whole entire side hustle building a portfolio of houses, which is what I ended up doing. And here's where my journey started. I turned 19 years old. In my religion that I grew up in, I'm Mormon, or LDS for all the weirdo Mormons out there that really want me to call it LDS, Latter-day Saints. I grew up in that church. We grew up in a world where I was taught to work very, very hard. And that is part of most people's biggest problem. Most people's biggest problem is not the strategies that they need to learn, or creative finance, or wholesale, or fixing and flipping. Most people's biggest problem is literally that they don't know how to work hard. And they think that a 40-hour work week is a work week. For me, that's a warm-up. Okay. I learned how to work hard. And for those of you that think your 9-to-5 job is the reason that you're failing and you can't get into real estate, I'm going to tell you to write this down on your piece of paper. First note to take is say, I'm lazy if I only work a 9-to-5 job. Because when you become an entrepreneur and you want to be worth a lot more money and help a lot of people. In fact, today, I think we're donating $150,000 in cash to child sex trafficking. We're donating $150,000. So for you to tell yourself you don't need to make a lot of money, guys, you need to make a lot of money. There's a lot of people out there that rely on you to figure out your crap and your laziness in order for you to go out and make money and produce value to this world. God did not put you on this world to pay bills. That's not what he put you here for, right? So I learned how to work very hard at a young age. When I wanted $20, my dad told me to go paint the fascia. When I wanted a car, I would go down and bag groceries at Smith's grocery store. When I wanted cash to take a girl on a date, I went out and mowed a lawn or did something. Nobody ever gave me anything other than opportunity. My dad gave me all the opportunity. And then my dad gave me a wonderful, shining example of what hard work does for you. And again, I'm going to tell you, most of your guys' problems are that you're lazy pieces of whatever. You come home from your job at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and you think your kids are your problem. You think that this is a problem and you're tired from your job. And guys, I'm going to go several hours. I've done these lives where I've gone 26, 27 hours straight, no food, no water, no bathroom breaks. Today, I'll definitely have water. I'm not that crazy that I would do this every single time. but it's to show you guys that you are capable of so much more than what you're currently doing. So your number one problem is not your strategies. Your number one problem is your willingness to work hard. That's it. Well, grateful for me, that was never my problem. And so a lot of people are, why is Pace who he is? Well, guys, I'm taking the same things that are out there in the world and I'm applying them very quickly, and I'm working all the time. I've been up this morning since 2:30. 2:30, it's 6:15 right now in the morning. I've been up since 2:30. I researched, I watched videos, I read books, I planned this. I set up a whiteboard over here that you guys are going to see here in a little bit, that I can go over here, that whiteboard. So I can switch this up today and I can give you guys a little bit more interesting angles and stuff like that. I did all that this morning before I came here, and it's 6:15. There's people on the East Coast that it's 9:15. I was up before you guys. Okay. So I learned how to work hard. That's part of who I am. Okay. I learned how to work hard and I learned how to enjoy every minute of my work. So I go, when you turn 19 as a missionary, when you turn 19 as a Mormon, you become a missionary, or you have the choice to become a missionary. And I became a missionary. I put in my papers, is what it's called, which means submitting to the church and saying, hey, I want to go out and I want to serve God and I want to serve the church. And so I gave up 2 years of my personal life to go, and I was selected to go to Korea. So I went and lived in Korea from 19 to 21 years old, and 6.5 days every single week, I gave all my time to a cause. Okay. Now, whether you're religious or not, that doesn't matter. I gave up and sacrificed 2 years of college, 2 years of socializing, 2 years of making money to go out and serve something other than myself. And so for a long time, guys, from a very young age, I've just learned that life is not about all of those other things. It is about serving other people. It's who I am in my core. Now, waking up early, that's another thing people ask me about all the time. How do you wake up so early? Guys, my parents cared about me. They woke me up at 5 o'clock in the morning at the very latest every single morning that I lived in their household. And we read the Bible every single morning for 30 minutes as a family, which is another thing that I learned, is that community and connecting with other people is a part of my everyday life. It's not something I learned in my later years. My parents gave me an absolute advantage over anybody else. So yes, I have advantages. Some of you guys come from broken homes. Some of you guys don't have siblings. Some of you guys don't have religion in your household. Some of you guys don't have a loving mother that had 12 children and did all sorts of amazing things. I get that. I started on third base. Okay. And let me answer this question for you, because a lot of people say, why does Pace do what he does? Why does he travel around the country? Why does he do these things? Why is he always giving? Guys, it's who I am. My parents put me, when I was born, I was placed on third base. I didn't even have to swing at it. The opportunity was already there. I was born on third base. Some of you guys are still in the dugout. You haven't even warmed up. You haven't even been able to swing your bat. I was born on third base. And so I have two decisions. I could either be one of these spoon-fed idiots. You know, we grew up poor, but I still had opportunity, and my parents taught me to work hard. That's the greatest silver spoon you could ever imagine. It's a cheat code. Teach your kids how to work hard. It's the cheat code. They'll never worry about money the rest of their lives. So what happened is I was born on third base. So all I have to do is I could just go and cross home plate. I got a home run life. I've got a home run life. I'm going to always have amazingness because I work hard. I love working. I will never, ever worry about money. I've never had that challenge. Now, I've been in stressful situations where I didn't know how I was going to pay the bills and all those types of things. And I've been in stressful situations even as of yesterday. We're trying to raise $2 million for a deal. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know how we're going to do this. We're in those stressful situations all the time. Okay. So I have the choice. So should I just have a wonderful, perfect life, or should I help you guys get on first base, help you guys get to second base, help you guys get to third base, and ultimately help you guys get all the way to home? And that's my job. My job is here to help you guys and give you guys some guidance. Okay. So I go on my mission. I knock 10,000 doors on my mission, 10,000 doors on my mission. Seoul, Korea, lived in Bucheon, lived in Seoul, which is an amazing city. Lived there for 2 years, sleeping on a floor, slept on a yo is what they call, is like a little small yo. And I slept on a yo, rolled it up every single morning, stuffed it in my closet, because your bedroom is your office is your bedroom, your living room is your bedroom. Everything, it's like so small and condensed that was basically my life. I read every single morning. I went out and I worked, went out and I worked. I went out and I worked. I went out and I worked. I went out and I worked. That is your number one problem. Most people in here that are listening to this are going to ask all these questions about strategy. And I'm going to get into amazing stuff today. But your number one problem is you're lazy. And the second problem is the people you're around are lazy too. And you guys believe that your 9-to-5 job means you're working hard. Guys, again, a 9-to-5 job is a warm-up for people that are entrepreneurs. It is a warm-up. We look at your 40-hour work week and laugh at you. You are lazy. Your 9-to-5 job is if that's the only place you're making money, you're lazy. Okay? Yes, I'm chastising you. Yes, I'm judging you. Yes, I'm criticizing you. You need it. You need a big brother. You need a dad. You need somebody that tells you that you're lazy. You got way more opportunity out there. You have way more things out there than you can even imagine. And you're stuck because you're lazy. Okay? So I come home from my mission, and what do? Now, again, your environment dictates what you end up doing. So I come home from my mission, and what do? I get right into construction. Okay? I get right into construction. Because that's what I learned. My dad didn't teach me real estate. I was just around my dad, and I knew these terms of creative finance. I knew the terms, but I always thought of it as the way to buy houses for your family, not as a way to buy houses to build wealth and cash flow and passive income and get financial freedom. I didn't know of it that way. What I saw was, oh, my dad's making money in the trades. So I became a tradesman, and I spent my 20s becoming a contractor and doing all these things. And it wasn't until, this was a big breaking point in my life. And I'm skipping over 10 years of turmoil, which you guys don't need to hear. Big breaking point in my life. Okay. Somebody comes to me and says, Pace, I was doing tons of renovations for Open Door, OfferPad, Zillow, etc. And somebody comes to me and says, Pace, why don't you get into real estate? I go, I am in real estate. What are you talking about? I am in real estate. Okay. I love this so much. Red Full Circle says, Alex Hormozy says, don't work hard. It's about leverage. Good luck with that. I'm friends with Alex Hormozy, and you're taking advice from a man who worked incredibly hard for a long time. Go look at his history. Guy slept in his car and traveled around the country. Don't ever tell me it's not about working hard. Every single person that tells you to start working smart, they're giving advice to somebody that deserves to work smart. You have not deserved or earned the right to work smart. You have no resources to leverage because you haven't worked hard. You have to work hard before you have the right to work smart. Believe me, every single person you'll ever meet, Alex Hormozy or otherwise, every single one of them had to, as a requirement of law of life, you have to work hard before you have the right to work smart. Okay. And by the way, that man works very hard. Don't ever tell me these people are not working hard around the clock. Don't ever tell me that. Now, when you want to get into a conversation about leveraging, guess what? What they do is they go work hard. They then build resources. They delegate and they work smart on those tasks. And guess what they have to do again? They have to go work hard to get to the next level and build up more resources and relationships and employees and people in their company to then scale up and delegate those tasks. You have to work hard before you have resources to work smart. So do not ever come to me and tell me ever it's about working smart. You do not deserve to work smart because you have no resources. The people around you are pieces of crap. Your friends in your church, your friends in your neighborhood, your friends from high school, your friends from college, your friends from wherever it is. They are not people that you can even leverage because they have nothing to freaking leverage. You have to go work hard before you have the right to work smart. So do some research on the people you take advice from. Did they just right out of the gate go, I'm going to leverage people and I'm going to work really smart? No, dude. Alex Hormozy drove around in a broken down Prius with a shattered windshield around the country and slept in his car because he didn't have the money. Yep, that's working really smart. That's working. Guys, don't ever come to me with that. Ever. That's some broken mindset bullcrap. Okay. So how do we get someone to work hard? Maj, you start working hard yourself and limit yourself to asking 2 questions a day. Ask 2 questions, then go put the implementation in, Maj. Stop asking so many damn questions. The problem is some of you guys ask so many questions that you're not actually doing any freaking work. That's the problem. Go get to work. So here's the challenge. Again, the number one thing is that you guys don't know how to work hard. And you're going to get all these amazing strategies today. You're going to get all sorts of amazing stuff, but you're not going to be able to do anything with it because you're going to go to your 9-to-5 job and believe that you worked so hard that day and you deserve to relax. You deserve to relax. So that's your number one problem. Now, for me, when I came home from my mission, I get into construction. I start doing tons of renovations. I start utilizing social media about 12 years ago, maybe 13 years ago. And I land a massive company, a massive client. The client's name is Open Door. I then land another client, OfferPad, massive company. I then land another company, Zillow. I was the contractor for these businesses. So I had 250 employees. 250 employees. That's called working smart. I now have 250 employees doing the work for me. But guess what? I didn't just magically go and put 250 employees together. Oh, well, Pace, go raise money. Okay, but I didn't have credibility to do that. You have to work hard before you have the right to work smart. Every single time, 100% without a question. If anybody ever tells you work smart before, don't work hard, work smart. Okay. Meanwhile, the people that are telling me that have a 9-to-5 job. That's working real smart. So again, you have to work hard. So I'm in construction. I'm working for Open Door, OfferPad, Zillow. And along comes this person. They come into my life and they put their hands on my shoulder and they said, Pace, why aren't you in real estate? And I'm like, what are you talking about? What do you mean I'm not in real estate? I am in real estate. And they go, no, you're not in real estate. You're a contractor. And I'm like, yeah, I'm in real estate. I'm flipping these houses. And this person says, you are not in real estate. You are a service provider for people who are in real estate. And I'm like, I don't understand it. And this person says, you are as replaceable as a notary. You're as replaceable as a real estate agent. You're as replaceable as a title and escrow company. You're as replaceable as an attorney. None of those people are irreplaceable. They can all be interchanged and exchanged on a single real estate transaction. The person who owns the property is the real estate investor. You are not a real estate investor. The agent is not a real estate investor. The lender is not a real estate investor. The notary, the title company, none of these people are actually the real estate investor. You don't own the property. You're the service provider for somebody else who does. And I was like, wow, dang, man, are you freaking kidding me? And it hit me like a ton of bricks. And then I immediately said to myself, wow, okay, well, how am I going to get into real estate? I see all these people buying all these properties. Guys, I didn't know what hard money was. I didn't know where money came from. Meanwhile, I, at that point, had done 7,000 renovations in my life, literally 7,000 renovations for other people. And when I really stopped and thought about it, I go, I don't even know where these people are finding these houses. I don't know how they're funding these houses. I don't know where this money is coming from. How do they know whether something's a good deal or not? And I started asking a lot of questions. And this person called me an askhole. 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 You're an asshole. Stop asking questions and being an askhole. I was like, wow. This person says, you need to go implement something right now, today, go do it. And I was like, what? And they told me to go call a company, which doesn't even exist anymore. Go call a company. Somebody's going to ask me, what's the name of the company? Guys, it doesn't exist anymore. Don't ask me what the name of the company is. And they said, go spend money on sending out postcards to homeowners who have a lot of equity. And I was like, okay, what do I write on the postcard? He goes, stop being an asshole. Go call the company that does the postcards. And I go, okay. So I called the company that does the postcards. The company had all the answers. That's what they do for a living. They send out postcards for real estate investors. So they know what to say, what's working, open rate, the best zip codes, everything. I was like, oh my gosh. Like here I am stuck in just asking questions and I'm being an asshole and I'm not actually moving forward. Meanwhile, the next step has all the answers. I'm like, okay, cool. I can do this. So I spend $5,000, which you don't have to spend $5,000 to get into real estate, but I did spend $5,000 to get into real estate. And I send out postcards. Okay. 5,000 postcards at that time was about, let's see, 5,000 divided by 43 cents is what I ended up paying. So let's see how many postcards got sent out. 5,000 divided by 43. Okay, so 1,100 postcards went out. That's all I could afford was that $5,000 bucks. It's a lot. And some people on here are like, I don't have $5,000. Well, don't worry. I'm going to give you a lot of ways that you can get into real estate today without that $5,000. It doesn't mean that I wouldn't suggest to go spend money. If you want to go fast, spend money. You want to go cheap, then I'll give you guys strategies for that too, or even free. I'll give you guys free ways to get into real estate. So I spend the $5,000, 1,100 postcards go out in the mail, and I get a phone call. I get actually 3 phone calls right in like the first couple of days, really, really quickly. And the first phone call was like a scam bot. And I was like, oh, this is bull crap. Are you kidding me? I paid a whole bunch of money for this freaking phone call. Okay, so the next phone call, I missed that phone call because I was busy working hard, right? Now, this is where working smart comes into play. Now I have the right, because I have a construction business. I actually have employees. And so I handed my phone that the postcard calls were coming to. I handed that phone to one of my employees and I go, don't let me miss a phone call. That's called working smart. Okay. But I couldn't have the right to work smart and leverage an employee before I worked hard and deserved the right to earn money to hire that employee. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. So what ends up happening is I get the third phone call is from a lady named Janie Munson. Janie Munson. I get on the phone with her, set up an appointment. My employee sets up an appointment for me to call her on the phone. I call Janie on the phone. I go, hi, my name is Pace. Sounds like you want to sell your house. She goes, yes, I do. And I go, great. Do you mind me asking, why you haven't put it on the market? And she says, I don't want to go on the market. I don't want to sell through a real estate agent. I need a convenient sale that doesn't require people coming in my house. I've got grandchildren and all sorts of stuff. I go, okay, no problem. So she says, do you want to come up to the house? Like, I didn't know what I was doing. Nobody trained me on this stuff. No, I didn't even, like, YouTube wasn't a thing at this point, right? There was nobody out there on YouTube doing long hour live trainings. And so the person that told me I was not a real estate investor and I was just a service provider, I call that person. I go, dude, I got postcard, like, people are calling me now and I got an appointment. What do I do? Oh my gosh, what do I do? And this person says, dude, it's not that big of a deal. This is what happens. You're going to have about 1 million of these phone calls. Just get used to it. Now you're in the business. You got leads coming in. I'm like, cool. I got leads. This is amazing. And he says to me something very powerful. He says, if you don't have leads, you don't have a business. So consider yourself officially in business. And I was like, wow, amazing. And it was an epiphany for me. It was an epiphany. Thinking about getting into real estate is not having a business. Here's what is actually having a business. Having an LLC, having a bank account so that you can actually put money into that bank account and go out and generate leads. That is a real estate business, okay? You don't have an LLC, you don't have a bank account, you don't have a business. That's it. You don't have leads, you don't have a business. You can think about doing all this stuff all you want. You can sit on a hour-long live with me, but you're not in business unless you have leads. So if anybody on here doesn't have a lead, you need to write down on your notepad, I don't have a business. I need an LLC. And where do we tell people to go get an LLC? We always tell people to go to the same place, okay? Now, I went to a company and I set up with them and I didn't get screwed over. They just didn't know what they were doing. So I go to startwithprime.com. A lot of people in the side chat are blowing up and talking about this. Startwithprime.com is who we use now. Okay. So if you guys don't have an LLC, make sure you set up an LLC with them. They're the best. Startwithprime.com. Everybody's happy. You can see everybody in the side comments loves Prime. So get an LLC. That was step 1. Okay. Get a bank account, because when you go and make money, you got to have a place to put it. You don't want to run a business and put money in your personal bank account. Do not do that. It opens you up for lawsuits. It opens you up for larger tax burdens. It opens you up for a whole bunch of stuff. Get an LLC. They're a couple $100. Start with Prime is who we suggest. Startwithprime.com. All right. Now there's some people in the side comments talking about how they use Relay. You can use Relay Fi is the name of the company. So startwithrelay.com, I believe is the name of the website, startwithrelay.com. All right. So, there's Angelica. She says, I just started with Prime yesterday. Prime's awesome. So if you guys are not using Prime, make sure you go to startwithprime.com. So they go set up an LLC, make sure you have a bank account. And then when you go up to the appointment and you meet with Janie, this is Janie, the seller's name is Janie Munson. Just let me comp the property and I'll tell you what I would buy it for. And I go, okay, great. What would you buy the house for? And so he's sitting there comping. He comps the property, sends me a number. The number was $250,000. I go, okay, great. That's all I need to know. He goes, yep, that's all you need to know. Go buy the house for $250,000. I go, dude, I don't know how to do contracts. I don't know how to do. And he goes, stop being an asshole and go take action. Okay. Wow. All right. So I go to the appointment. I meet with Janie Munson. Janie then starts telling me this amazing story about how she was she's a retired school teacher, recently retired that summer, and she'd been doing it for 30 plus years. She now has a pension and she can afford to go live where she wants to live, which is now Oregon. The problem is, being a busy school teacher, she didn't make a lot of money, and so she couldn't renovate her house. And so for 30 years, she lived in this house, and the house basically fell into disrepair. And she goes, I don't want to fix it. I don't want to go through an agent. So I just need a quick cash sale. The house was worth about $400,000. And I was told to buy it for $250,000. And for those of you that don't understand that, you look at that and you go, oh man, that's $150,000 equity. No, it's not. It's not $150,000 in equity. The house is worth $400,000 after it's been renovated and after commissions are paid and closing costs and all that kind of stuff. So there's not a $400,000 value of a house. That's a potential value is the ARV, right? So after repair value is the potential the property could sell for if it was fully renovated, gutted, and updated. So I go to the house and I talked to Janie and I said, so Janie, I understand why you haven't gone through an agent, but you keep mentioning these other real estate investors you're talking to and that they haven't hit the number you're looking for. Why haven't you sold to one of them? And she says, well, I need 285. And the most I've been offered was 270 or 265. And I'm like, dang, I'm supposed to buy this house at $250,000. So amazing. I learned two of the most valuable lessons I'll ever learn in real estate. Okay. Number one, stop being an asshole and go get to work. Okay. Another one that I learned right here and now in this my first appointment I ever went on was with Janie Munson. And I go in this appointment and I learned something very, very powerful. I used the line that I've now coined and a lot of people use in the industry. I said, I'm probably not your buyer. That's what I told her. And she was taken back. I go, I'm probably not your buyer, Janie. And she's like, wait, what do you mean? She's like, we've had a great conversation. You've talked about like how much you love school teachers and how you love Miss Heredia and Mrs. Rose and Mrs. Greenwood and all these amazing teachers you had. And we built great rapport for 45 minutes. And, you went around the house and told me how cute my house was and all these things. And now you don't want, you're not my buyer. And I said, well, you're looking for a number that I can't afford. My team, right? I used the word my team. My team told me that we got to buy this house much lower than what you're looking for. So I don't even want to offend you with an offer. And she's like, no, it won't offend me. I go, look, Janie, I can't come up to the number you're looking for. So whoever you're working with, you should probably just sell the house to them. And she's like, wow. All right. Very different appointment than I've gone through. And I go, no problem. I totally understand it. And it's not going to work out. So what ends up happening is as I'm walking out the door, Janie, says, she's saying, have a great day, all that. I turn around and go, hey, Janie, I know I can't buy the house, but is there anything else that you need help with? And this was the most valuable lesson that I ever learned. And still to this day, the most valuable lesson you'll ever learn in real estate, besides stop being an asshole, is she said, I'm confused, Pace. You want to help me, but you don't want to buy my house. And I go, yeah, I mean, I own a construction company. I've got guys that work for me. These guys can come and load trucks for you. They can load your boxes, whatever you need. She's like, why would you do that? And I go, well, because I loved my school teachers. I don't know where they are anymore. I'd love to pay it forward and help out any way I can. And she's like, I think I'm okay. I think I have a lot of volunteers, but she's like, I do have a really weird request. And this is where the most important lesson of all time, and same thing for you guys. It told me what this business was all about. So she says, I've got this really weird request. I go, okay. She says, I want to show you something, and I don't know if you can help me. So she takes me in her backyard, and we open up the back sliding glass door, and there's these 3 massive freaking bunnies. 3. They're like the Cadbury egg bunnies, those massive bunnies that everybody knows about, sees, right? So I go, whoa, these things are like the size of freaking dinosaurs. She's like, yeah, the problem is they're my granddaughters, and I really need to rehome these. I can't take these to Oregon. We're downsizing, and I can't have these bunnies. And I go, okay, understandable. What do you need from me? She goes, I need somebody to rehome them. Do you know anybody? And this is where my little cheat code to life has come in, is that I have amazing parents. I called my mom right on speakerphone, and I put my mom on speakerphone, and I said, hey, Mom, I'm with Janie Munson. Say hi to Janie. Janie and my mom exchange. I go, Mom, Janie's she's retiring as a school teacher. She needs somebody to help her rehome some bunnies. And through a couple of minute conversation, we sit there and wait for my mom. And my mom shows up 45 minutes later with a truck, picks up these bunnies, and takes these bunnies down to my mom. My mom has a little farm. She has chickens and goats and whatever else. She has a little like 2-acre farm. So my mom takes the bunnies, and she says, Janie, either I'll take care of the bunnies, or I'll find somebody that also has a farm that will take care of these bunnies. You don't have to worry about it. We give each other hugs, pleasantries. It was all the great stuff. And I just knew I wasn't going to buy the house. Had zero intention of buying that house. So I leave, everybody leaves. 2 weeks later, I get a call from Janie, and Janie says to me, Pace, I want to sell my house to you. And I go, oh, wow, you still haven't sold your house? She goes, no, I haven't sold my house. I go, okay, well, I can't buy your house, Janie. You need more money than I'm able to pay. And she says, I don't care what your offer is. You're the only person out of everybody I met with that actually stopped and asked me questions about my situation. You cared about where I was moving to. You cared that I had the appropriate help to load up my truck. And you went out of your way to rehome my bunnies. And she's like, for a week, I was waiting for you to call me. For a week, I was waiting for you to text me and go, hey, I helped you out with your bunnies and this, that, and the other. She's like, I thought you had an ulterior motive in helping me. I did not trust you at all. And here we are 2 weeks later, I'm calling you and wondering why you haven't called me to offer and give me an offer on my house. And I said, because Janie, I'm a man of my word. You told me you needed $285. I told you I couldn't pay that much. And I walked away. And she says, I don't care what your number is. Bring up a contract. Let's sell. I want to sell my house to you today. And this is where I got my first contract. And I, again, called my buddy who now is telling me, keeps telling me the word asshole. Stop asking me questions. Go take action. So I go, I go, hey, Janie's willing to sell at $250. What do I do? And he goes, download this contract, go up there, fill in the blanks. It's not hard. Fill in the blanks. Once you get the contract, call me and I'll tell you all about wholesaling. And I'm like, what's wholesaling? Guys, I literally didn't even know what wholesaling was, and I was already wholesaling. And so I go up there, I meet with Janie, I write down $250,000. She was happy about the $250,000. And the very next day I had a wholesale contract. And then I had an assignment contract to my buddy for $275,000. And I made $25,000 on my first deal. $25,000. And the most important lesson out of all of this that I've been alluding to that will come up over and over and over and over again through the next 4 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, whatever amount of time I'm on here. The question that will repeatedly come up so many times is the same thing. Why would a seller sell to you? Why this? How this? It's always the same answer. It's because I found the seller's bunnies. I look for the seller's bunnies. I find the situation. I find the way to help that seller in their specific situation. So when people ask me, Pace, how do you structure this deal? I go, I don't know. Let's talk about it. What's going on with the seller? Where are they going? What are they doing? What are they trying to accomplish? And while everybody tries to throw numbers at me, numbers, it's a Pace, it's a 3-bed, 2-bath house, $400,000 in Lake Worth. I'm like, I don't care about any of that. What's going on with the seller? Where are their bunnies? And so I'm always, always, always looking for the bunnies in real estate. This is how we make money in real estate, is finding sellers who have bunnies. And a bunny could be a literal bunny like Janie Munson. A bunny could be a foreclosure. A bunny could be they want to sell quickly and go retire and cruise around the country in an RV. Whatever it may be, every seller has bunnies. And so it was the most valuable lesson still to this day. It's the most valuable lesson besides stop asking questions and start taking action was the most important thing for me. You only learn through taking action. It's the only way to learn, the only way to learn. And I then see all these people that are coming into the business and they're so fearful of failing, and nobody's stopped and looked them right in the eyes. Like, I'm going to look you right in your eyes right now. You are already failing. Nobody told me that. Nobody told them that. Nobody's told them, guess what? Your inaction has caused you to commit the largest failure in your life. You are already failing. Life is passing you by. People are doing things every single day, and you're not part of it because you are actively failing. The actions of sitting on the couch, the action of chilling, the action of I'm too busy and doing all this busy work is the action you are taking in order to fail. The lack of money in your bank account, the lack of friends that you have, the lack of ability to give back to charity is because you are already failing. Your life is diminishing every single day. That little sand dial, right? The sand that goes through the hourglass. Those grains of sand are going down fast and you're afraid of failure. You're already failing. You're already failing. And man, people just do not understand that. So for me, besides I was failing because I was working hard and I wasn't working on what I should have been doing, that was important for me. The other thing that was important for me was somebody to tell me, stop asking questions, go take action, go create mistakes. You have to create mistakes in order to learn. The third thing that I learned in all of this was to pull away and be honest and build rapport with people. It's very, very important to be able to say, I'm probably not your buyer, but let me truly understand your situation. That is what this business is about. And ultimately, the goal in every single deal that I've ever done has always been about my ability to find the bunnies. It's one of the reasons why I am the best closer. You can tell RJ Bates, you can tell anybody in the business that whoever thinks they're the best closer on the planet, you can tell them Pace Morby is the greatest closer on the planet in real estate because I care more than they ever have the capacity to do so. I understand how to find the bunnies. I can find those bunnies and solve that problem way faster, way quicker than anybody else. That's it. That's it. You guys are looking at the mechanics of everything. How do I check the box? How do I do this? How do I blah, 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 blah? What's the math? What's the it? Guys, none of that matters. Go find sellers who need your help. That's what this business is. Go find sellers who need your help. That is literally what this business is. So when I'm saying, oh, I closed another deal, that's the warrior saying, I killed another foe. But guys, the reality is that's not what this business is about. Every time you hear somebody say, I closed a seller, it's because they solved a problem that somebody else couldn't. That's it. Every deal I've ever done in real estate was a problem I solved. I'm not in the business of going to the MLS. I'm not in the business of going and paying full retail to somebody that wants to go through an agent. That's not my business. In that situation, you're not solving anybody's problems. There's no value that I provide to that person. I'm finding people that have challenges in their life, and I'm coming with tools to solve those challenges. That is, in a nutshell, in this story about Janie Munson, that is the most important part of real estate. If you can truly understand that, you will be on the path to win. I'll give you a really good example. After years of being in this business, I brought Anna Martinez, one of my lifelong, not lifelong, she's been a 10 years plus, she's been in my business. She was in my construction business. And then when I converted and got away from construction after I made my first $25,000 check, she comes over and she starts working in my real estate business. So I start having her do calls and follow up and talking to sellers and doing all this kind of stuff. And she says to me, pay attention to this because this is something that's going to break your belief if you are brand new in this world. She says, Pace, I don't understand what we're doing here. These people's houses are worth $400,000 and we're trying to offer $200,000. And I said, Anna, no, these houses, first and foremost, are not worth $400,000. They have the possibility of being worth $400,000 after a $100,000 renovation and closing costs and commissions and hard money payments and utilities, taxes, blah, 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 blah. So of course we have to pay 200 grand because these houses need a renovation. She's like, okay, I get that. But like, why couldn't we offer 250 or 260 or this, that, or the other? And I'm like, man, she doesn't understand this business. So I told her the Janie Munson story. I go, well, I think maybe what you're misunderstanding is that we're solving people's problems, right? Convenience or giving them more money because of creative finance or whatever it may be. And we'll get into a lot of creative finance today. And I went through, I looked at the sheet I had. I had about 400 deals completed before I brought Anna from my construction business into my real estate business. And I have a sheet of every deal that I've ever done, the date, where the lead came from, all of that kind of stuff, the story of the seller. And I go through and I tell the story of the seller on like 5 or 6 of these deals, and Anna breaks down in tears. And she was like, wow, this is literally every single house that you buy. You are solving somebody's problem. I go, yes, I am solving a problem in every situation. I've never bought a deal ever in my life that did not solve a problem that did not help that seller. Never once have I done that. No matter how hard I want to try, I've never been able to do that. Every house, every single house I've ever done, every apartment complex, every RV park, every piece of dirt, I have solved a problem for a seller and deserved a large check for doing so. So that's what this business is all about, is finding sellers that own homes that we can get under contract through solving a problem, whatever it is, giving them convenience, giving them moving expenses, doing this, rehoming bunnies. There's literally thousands of things that you will hear in this business. I learn something new every single day because there's new transactions we're in every single day. And I'll go, oh, that's new to me. Oh, that's new to me. Oh, that seller needs this. Or they'll say, Pace, how do we get this seller under contract? I'm like, what's the situation with the seller? And they go, I don't know, man. They won't give me a number. I'm like, where are the bunnies? And they go, what do you mean? Where are the bunnies? And then I tell them the Janie Munson story and they go, where are the bunnies? They go, oh, I don't know. And I'm like, you're trying to buy somebody's house at a deep discount without actually understanding what is going on in their world and how you can help them? Oh my gosh, you do not understand this business. So here's something that's interesting. Here's how I got into creative finance. Okay. I've been on here now 53 minutes. So thank you guys for being patient through that story. Hopefully that was helpful to give you guys some context of where I was and where I came from. Here's how I got into creative finance. I very quickly learned that my job was to solve problems for sellers that other people couldn't solve. Okay. And if you guys look at, here, I'll give you guys a little screen share. This will be a good one for you guys to see. Let's see here. All right, let's go down, give you guys a little breakdown. By the way, this is an interesting little thing here. Check this out. So like, look at this is my daughter, Corbin. And I always tell people, everybody thinks that they have time. You guys don't have any time, right? When I leave for a couple of days, like, look at this. See this little getup, this little shirt that she's wearing, this little suit. That's my clothes that I used to wear when I was little. Literally, you can see it's kind of faded. My little daughter, Corbin's wearing my clothes that I used to wear when I was a little boy. My mom saved those for me. Okay. There's my little Monday. This is my daughter. And look at my brother right here. Died in 2007. Wow. It's been 15 years. That's absolutely crazy. So what I do is I look at my kids and I see how fast they grow up, right? Look how small she is here. And then look how big she is here. What I see is I leave town for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, whatever it may be. And I come home and I see a noticeable physical difference in my daughter's appearance. I see she's grown up. I can see her hair's longer. The words she's choosing are bigger words. She's completing her sentences. And it is the biggest wake-up call I've ever had in my life, is that I don't have time. Time is going so rapidly, but you feel like you got all the time in the world until you see, just in a matter of 2 or 3 days of not seeing a little child, that noticeably they have changed within 2 days. It is the scariest freaking thing on the planet. Do you guys think you have time to screw around, mess around, hang out with people that are losers? Hang out even with your family. Guys, if you have family members, churchgoers that you hang out with, I don't care what religion you are, the people that are probably hanging around with you at church, the people you guys are going to like football games with and talking about the Super Bowl, guys, the Super Bowl ain't paying your bills. The Super Bowl is not going to build a legacy for you. The sports you guys are going and absorbing all this time and energy in is not going to help you. Your politics and your belief in your politics and your weird world that you came up with your parents, even my parents who grew up, our household was staunch Republican. None of that benefits me. None of that benefits me. I don't have time to waste on politics. I don't have time to waste on religion. I mean, worshiping's one thing, but going out and talking about religion and trying to do all this stuff with other people, guys, you need to go and make money. The only thing that solves your problem is money. That's it. Okay? The people that are around you, man, I don't spend a lot of time with my family. Sorry, I went and created my own family. It's called the Sub 2 community. I went and created my own family, my own friends. It's called the Sub 2 community. I went and created that because the people that I was hanging around were contractors that thought $100,000 a year was like the echelon that we wanted to reach. Y'all, we don't have time. You do not have time to waste. You absolutely do not have time. Every time I see my daughter, every time she wakes up and comes and kisses me, and I see how fast they grow, you realize you have absolutely zero freaking time. Okay. Now, let's go down to, I've got this really cool little kind of story here. Okay. And I can tell you guys, let's see, where is this? That's not the one. There we go. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. All right. So I started generating leads, and here's what was going on. Okay. My leads were really expensive. Okay. How I got into this business is I went and I bought one of these franchises. Do not do this. This is not a great suggestion for you. This is a horrible business model. WeBuyUglyHouses.com. I was one of the top performers at Homevestors. Okay. And this is a typical structure of somebody in that business, right? You guys have seen these companies all over the place. Happy birthday, Tanisha. Sounds like everybody's saying happy birthday, Tanisha. Happy birthday. Okay, so this was a typical lead flow for people in this business, is they would generate 20 leads by sending out postcards, and you would end up getting about $1,000 per lead. So every time you got a phone call, you spent about $1,000. Okay. And if you got out of 20 leads, a really top performer would buy one wholesale deal. They would buy one fix and flip, and they would buy another fix and flip. And so essentially, you are roughly around $6,000 plus per contracts in marketing. Does that make sense to everybody? You're spending $6,000 per contract. Okay. This is everybody that's sending out postcards. Everybody that's sending out billboards, TV, radio, their cost per contract, right? So they generate 20 leads. It's about $1,000 per lead. And then a really top performer at Homevestors, top performers, this is the model. That's basically it, $6,000 per contract. But this is actually more what I was doing. This is why I was number 3 in the whole country. Okay, I was generating the same amount of leads, but instead of doing this with my leads, I was doing this. $1,000 per lead, but my cost per contracts, they were like $4,000 per contract because I was using Sub 2 and seller finance. How did I start doing that? Here's how I got into creative finance. So I'm generating leads, right? Remember Janie Munson, postcards. I'm spending money. Leads are coming in. Then I realized, oh my gosh, every 20 leads that I'm getting, there's people that have too much, they want too much money for their house. You're going to run into that a lot. Creative finance can solve that, but I didn't know this at the time. People would have no equity. Creative finance can solve that, but I didn't know that at the time. So I would go bad lead, bad lead, bad lead, bad lead, bad lead, bad lead. Nobody can help you. Good luck. Let the house go to foreclosure, right? That was basically my space. And then I'm sitting there groveling and talking to my dad. And I'm like, yeah, man. He's like, how's that real estate stuff going, man? It looks like you're doing pretty good. I go, man, I just feel like there's a lot of people I can't help. He's like, what do you mean? And I go, well, they don't have equity or they want too much money. He's like, have you thought about like sub 2 or seller finance? And I'm like, what's that? And he goes, don't you remember you grew up in every single house you grew up in as a boy was a sub 2 house, a seller finance house, or a lease option? And I was like, what? And he goes, yeah, you don't remember? I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, that house. And I remember that house. And I remember that house. And I remember that house. And he goes, remember the house in American Fork where we were supposed to move in on a Friday, but we couldn't move in until the following Tuesday or Wednesday. And I go, yeah, I remember that. He goes, we went and stayed in a hotel while we were getting ready to move into this house. I go, yeah, I do remember this. What the heck? And he goes, it's because the seller, I worked at a deal. I bought the property for $1 million and I convinced the seller to let us move into the house with no down payment and let us move into the house with all of our kids. The seller, right at the last minute, decides I want $25,000 down as security, and I didn't have 25 grand. So I had to take the whole weekend to go and find people I knew in our ward, in our church, that could put $5 grand here, $5 grand here, $5 grand here. And I had to go and basically crowdsource our $25,000 down payment for that house, but I ended up getting in the house. I was like, whoa. Okay, so the seller financed that house to you. I now know that you didn't even have to use your own money. He goes, no, I borrowed money. I'm like, what? How did those people make money? And he then goes, well, I ended up paying them all back like a year later. I just worked weekend jobs and I paid them all back and I gave them a return on their money. I'm like, wow. Are you freaking joking me? And so when I got into like wanting to learn contracts and doing all these types of things, I was like, I would ask my dad and he goes, I don't know. I only did this as a way for our family to move into houses. I don't know how to do this. So I go, all right, I got to go find somebody. And again, this is before anybody was really doing well on YouTube and creating amazing content. And so I went and paid a guy in Phoenix $47,500 to learn creative finance. $47,500 to learn creative finance because I saw the value of, essentially, this is the way I looked at it. I looked at a golf bag, right? So if we look up a golf bag, this is great. I think of this analogy all the time. A golf bag with clubs. Let's see if I can find an image we can pull this up with. Oh, this is great. I love this. All right. So for those of you guys that don't know this, golf has a lot of different clubs, right? Check this out. So boom. Essentially, this was me. Right? I'm sitting here. Let's take this. Let me put this in my little drawing tool for a second. And I'm sitting over here, I'm basically like a little baby. Okay. I'm over here trying to play an entire game, like a professional round of golf with a putter. And I was wondering why I wasn't able to get all these other houses under contract. Right. And it's because I wasn't using the appropriate tools. And I was basically playing a putt-putt game. I was wholesaling and fixing and flipping. Child's play. And it's also, you're not going to make any money. Do you think Tiger Woods plays putt-putt? No, he doesn't, because you don't make money in putt-putt. It's a job. You make money in the big leagues. And I didn't realize this until later, but I needed all of these other clubs. I needed every other solution. So if anybody's ever played golf, okay, you go out and you play golf. You can obviously putt, right? You can putt here and you can solve one solution, right? Your ball's on the ground. You want to hit it 3 or 4 feet and you want to be really precise. This is what you use. This is the only tool I had. I had wholesale. It's the only tool I had. Meanwhile, if I want to tee the ball up high and I want to let it rip really far, or I need to pinch, I'm in the fairway, or I need to hit a high lofted shot or whatever else, or I'm really close to the green, or I'm in the sand, or whatever it is, every single time I need a different shot, I need a different club. I need a different freaking club. And unfortunately, the only club that I had was one, and I couldn't solve these sellers' problems. And I realized that I needed to go find out all these other solutions, and that was creative finance. And I realized that I could not solve sellers' problems without these other tools. I could amplify and make my life way easier. And I'm going to tell you right now, anybody, you guys want to go tell any of your wholesale mentors, creative finance is 100 times easier than wholesale. 100 times easier than wholesale. 100 times easier than wholesale. And I'll give you a couple of reasons why. Okay. Reason number one, while most wholesalers are having to pay 50% of somebody's home, I can buy that same home for 90%, 80%, 110%, depending on the terms. And I can actually walk into that appointment. Who's going to win this appointment? The person that's offering 50 cents on the dollar, or the person that's coming in and paying 90, 80, 110% of the value of that home? All day long, me. And when I started using creative finance, I started dominating my market. Nobody could compete with me. I started getting text messages from people going, I heard the seller says they're meeting with some guy named Pace tomorrow. Man, I wish I knew creative finance. Creative finance was the biggest solution for me. And this is what ended up happening. I went and paid some guy $47,500 to learn creative finance. And on day 3 of the mentorship, I found out this guy had not done a deal in 10 years. Not done a deal in 10 years. He just was teaching it. And I was like, oh my gosh, wow. I would ask him questions and it would bother him because he didn't have the answer to them, right? Laws change. Contracts change. Everything changes every 10 years in real estate. Everything changes. So I would ask him so many questions that it would bother him. So he goes, just go ask my title company. And I'm like, okay. And I went and I got all the value I ever needed out of that $47,500. I am so grateful that I overpaid for the mentorship, for sure. The mentorship itself and the information inside of there was not worth the $47,500, but that's typical. There's still people that charge 50 grand for creative finance, $60,000 for creative finance. There's these people that have been doing it for 20, 30 years that charge $60,000 to teach you creative finance. So I go and develop a relationship with the title company, and this is what ends up happening. Okay. This is now probably 6 months, 7 months into my journey in real estate. I'm like, it's not even that long. So I'm still learning a lot. And here's what ends up happening. I find this lady, her name is Eileen Brown. She's still operating and doing title and escrow today. She's, I think, well past her mid 70s. I think she's nearing 80 years old, and she's still working because she's a badass. So I go and sit down with Eileen Brown, introduce myself, and I start asking her questions. And she says, Pace, here's what I'm going to do. I've been living this world way too long. I will not work with ask holes. And I was like, wow, that word again. I'm being one of these guys that's just, I go, oh, totally get it. I totally get it. And I tell her the story of my previous mentor who told me, stop asking questions, start taking action. And so we bargained with each other, and she said, I will answer any question you have as long as you have an actual situation it pertains to. And I was like, oh, I like that. She goes, I want you to go and cause problems. I want you to go and cause chaos. I want you to go and wreak havoc and run into situations that you don't know the answer to. And I go, wow, okay. And she goes, in all my years of being on this earth, the number one thing is people that ask questions don't learn anything. The people that, what was her equation? Her equation was like, absorb information 10%, go apply it 90%. That was her thing. So she says, I'll give you answers, but I'm going to limit you to 2 hours a week, but you need to have contracts that our company can make money on. I'm not going to do this for free. You need to help me make money and bring in and drive traffic to our business. And you need to have contracts that have the actual problems. And so that's what I did. I spent every single day trying to think, how do I create problems that I can bring to Eileen Brown that Eileen could then solve for me. Now, Eileen was not a great salesperson. I had to learn how to do sales, and I had to learn how to do conversion, and I had to learn to do all these things on my own. She also doesn't know how to raise private capital. I had to learn that on my own. She doesn't understand corporate structure. I had to learn that on my own. She didn't know how to do so many things, fix and flip houses. But one thing she knew was the technical aspect and the legalities of creative finance. She then started introducing me to attorneys around town that have been doing creative finance for 50 plus years. She introduced me to attorneys across the country that were well known with Dodd-Frank and this and that and whatever else. And I started taking portions of the money that I was earning from all these deals I was doing. And I started investing in my education for getting in the right rooms and understanding who's the attorney I need to go to answer this question about due on sale clause or this or that or whatever else. So my first creative finance deal was the worst deal I'd ever done. Okay. My first creative finance deal was the worst deal I'd ever done. And that was in real estate. I look at a deal, and this is what my mentor, the guy that charged me $47,000 for, my mentor, told us to do. He told us to go find houses on the MLS, go get hard money. Okay. This is the worst strategy of all time. So he says, go find a house on the MLS. So I'd go find a house on the MLS, and here's the house. And my first deal, I don't remember the exact number I paid for. I think it was like $190,000, and I paid cash with a hard money lender at 12%. Okay. So this is not my money. I borrowed money from a hard money lender. Okay. And then he said, go sell that to somebody else for like $250,000 or $300,000, which I did. So I sold it for $300,000, and then charge them like 8% interest with, 10 to 15% as a down payment. Now, this is going to be confusing for a lot of people that don't understand creative finance. So I'll get into this later, but I go, okay, so I got to go get hard money, which is a big no-no. This is illegal. You cannot do this. I broke the law on my first creative finance deal because somebody taught me the wrong thing. I got hard money, which does not pay down. No matter how many payments I pay towards that 12% loan, that 12% loan will never pay down. Then I went and sold it to a family, Hispanic family, and they couldn't qualify for a loan. So I sold it. They gave me 10% down. So they gave me $30,000. And essentially their payment was paying down, right? So when they made a payment to me for the 8% at $300,000, they gave me 30 grand down. I financed them 270,000 at 8% interest. That payment on their books was actually paying down. And it was getting smaller and smaller and smaller every single month, right? Well, what's the problem? The problem is they're paying down their debt to me, but I'm not paying down the debt that I have. That's a problem. And so what this person taught is, well, you're only going to have this loan, this 12% loan for a couple months. Then what you're going to do is you're going to go get it refinanced at like 5% interest, and you're going to be good. Well, the problem is I couldn't get refinanced. Why? Because I'm a business owner. I could not get refinanced from a bank. I could not get financed from a bank. And so I got myself in a really, really bad pickle. And I could not get financed. And for a year, I was making payments on a 12% loan. And these people were making payments to me on their 8% loan that was paying down. Do you guys see the problem here? Give me a yes in the comments if you guys see the problem here. Major problem. That was the first creative finance deal I did, and I paid somebody $47,000 to teach me how to do that. And at no point did they tell me that I needed to get qualified. They kept telling me, oh, creative finance, you don't need a loan. You don't need a this. You don't need a that. And I was like, okay, cool. So at no point did I think. So, how did I solve the problem? Here's how I solved the problem. I ended up having to restructure the entire deal. I had to go get the Hispanic family that bought the house from me. They originally couldn't get qualified because they were not legal residents of the United States. I had to call them and go, here's the situation. I had to get Anna, my translator, and I had to get Anna to explain what I had done wrong. And I explained this to them, and I go, guys, you have a loan you're paying down to me, but the money that I have is not paying down a loan. And so no matter how long you pay me and you pay me down to zero, this payment will always be at $190,000, and I'm losing money every single month because your payment's lower than the payment I'm paying. And they go, oh my gosh, we're going to lose everything. I go, no. I think I have a solution. Do you have anybody in your family that could refinance, and I'll sell the house to you for like 220? I'll save you like $50,000 and I'll sell it to you for 220. You refinance with a real loan and you pay off the 190 underlying loan. And there's people that are brand new in here that don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. And I'll get to all this later. And so that's what I did. I had to go to a family member of theirs to go get a loan to refinance me out at the 190, pay off that lender. And then I walked away with a little bit of cash in my pocket. And I was like stressed out for a year about this deal. And I was so hell-bent on making sure that nobody goes down this road. And I look on other people's YouTubes, their creative finance YouTube. There's very few people that are actually teaching creative finance properly. Most people are teaching creative finance incorrectly. I learned not from a mentor. I ended up learning from a title and escrow business and attorneys. Those were my real mentors. Those were the people that really taught me creative finance. And now I can walk and talk circles around anybody that's been in the business for 20, 30 years because I don't listen to other investors. I listen to attorneys and title and escrow offices that have been doing the business for 30, 40, 50 years, real transactions. So I then went crazy. I then started learning everything there was to know about creative finance. And I figured out, all right, what are all the golf clubs in the bag? And so that's what I'm going to talk to you guys about here for a second. Okay. All right, cool. Look at this. We got a lot of people in here. Good morning, everybody. Look at this. Got a lot of questions we'll get to in a little bit. Let's see. How are we doing over on, how are we doing on YouTube? We got people. Oh, we got a lot of people over there. You guys know we are in a Zoom right now. Everybody on YouTube right now, we are in a Zoom. You guys missed out. Okay, cool. So, oh, we have a spammer on YouTube. Yeah, classic. There's always somebody. I'll pay you monthly pay. Let's see. Who's the spammer? Oh, sheet metal or something? No. There's always somebody. There's always somebody trying to do something. Who is it? Oh, maybe Carly already did. Did Carly ban him? All right, cool. Oh, are you guys talking about the adult dating site? Is that what we're talking about? Oh, okay. Yeah. Cool. All right. So here we are. We're an hour into this, guys. And now you guys understand, who I am, what I do, and you guys understand how I got into creative finance. And that's how I started doing a lot of deals. I started networking with a lot of creative finance people. I wanted to spend only the time. Every single day I started replacing my friends. Still to this day, I replace my friends. So before I start getting into techniques about creative finance, I need you guys to understand that the number one reason why you're failing is not because of techniques. It's not because of strategies. The number one reason you're failing is because you're lazy. You don't work. You think 40 hours a week is actually working. It's not. You've been convinced by whoever it is you've been convinced by, maybe yourself, that 40 hours a week is a lot. You probably are failing because, not probably, most likely you are failing because your friends around you, the people you spend time with, are not making money either. You want to make $5,000 a month, hang out with people that make $5,000 a month. You want to make $1 million a month, hang out with people that are making $1 million a month. Believe me, it's crazy to me. When I was 23, 24 years old, I remember telling myself, if I could just make $5,000 a month. And then magically I, made $5,000 a month and hung out with people that were making $5,000 a month. What you focus on expands. Remember that. What you focus on expands. And so for me, what I did is I focused on replacing my friends, which I learned this in my early 20s. I did not. I worked on replacing my friends. Now, I was so excited and fell in love with creative finance that I just couldn't stop telling everybody about it. And I ended up branding myself. It was something everybody started coming to me about. And I found, in fact, I have I got a call from an attorney yesterday. He's been in the business for 40 years. Got a call from an attorney. He says, I want to do a nationwide tour with you. He's like, nobody teaches creative finance better than you. I've been teaching creative finance for 40 years. You're the best at it. I was like, wow. And an attorney, a real estate attorney, wants to tour the country with me and do seminars. And I'm like, I don't do seminars. That's not my style. I appreciate it. I don't want to go down that road. And so I declined it. But that's the kind of stuff that's happened, is I replaced my friends, and here I am. Now this year we bought, nobody cares how many deals I bought. Nobody cares about that. You guys care about how you guys can get into real estate. Okay. So let's talk about that for a little bit. Let's see here. Great stuff. We got a lot of people showed up. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I got a lot of questions to answer. I've got a whole list of stuff. You guys want to see it? Carly actually did a great job of putting a list of stuff together for you. I'm going to take a couple of minutes and I'm going to make sure you guys have all of our announcements. So I've got a couple of announcements. Tomorrow, does everybody know about Gator training tomorrow? Tomorrow we are doing Gator training at 9 a.m. I'm opening it up to the public for one more day, and then we're going to close it down again for a year. Here's the link for everybody. I have not taught Gator lending for nearly like 8 or 9 months. I've kept it private with the Gator tribe. So tomorrow, make sure you're registered. I think it's already either booked out, almost booked out, or something along those lines. But there's the link in the side chat. I'll go put this on YouTube as well for the people who are in YouTube. We have a lot of people have been DMing me about Gator saying, hey, Pace, when are you going to open up Gator? And I said, well, we want to create workbooks. We want to do a whole bunch of things before we open it back up. So make sure you guys register for tomorrow's. It's a 1-hour training. It's very quick. So I totally understand your Saturdays are important for you. Couple of things. I do have a really great set of questions. You guys want to see the questions and what they look like? Let's see. It's like, I think there's well over 1,000 questions. A lot of them are duplicates. Yeah, it's crazy. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see this. Check this out. So here's all the questions. Look how many we have. We have 1,076 questions. 1,076 questions. A lot of them are duplicates, unfortunately, because people just kind of have the same questions. And we're going to get into all those, which will be really, really great. Okay. All right. So there's announcement one is Gator training. Make sure you guys get that link. When people ask, hey, where's the link for Gator training for tomorrow? Please let them know. The next thing that I want to make sure you guys have as an announcement is next week, if you guys are in Orlando and you are a sub-2 student, I am going to be with Jerry Norton. This last couple of months, I've spent, I think, close to $200,000 in paying for students to go to speaking engagements I've been speaking at. And I've been paying for those out of my pocket because I want my students to hang out with each other, spend time with each other, et cetera. And so right now in the side chat, I'll also put this in YouTube. If you are a sub-2 student that can actually go to this next week, make sure you put your name on the list. I'm going to pay, I think the tickets are like $697. I'm going to buy 100 tickets out of my pocket. So that'll be roughly $70,000. I'm going to be paying for you guys to not only go to Flip Hacking Live, which is an amazing 3-day seminar. I'll pay for your ticket, $697. I will pay for it if you are a sub-2 student and you are near Orlando. I don't want you paying flights. I don't want you, doing all that kind of stuff. I want you to be close enough in proximity that it's not going to take your whole life away and cost you a whole bunch of money. Okay. So please, there's the link. Lucy Allen says she's excited about Gator training tomorrow. It's going to be cool. So Jerry Norton and I are going to be doing a meetup next Thursday, right after Flip Hacking Live. So make sure you guys come out and hang out. We're going to hang out in the streets until you guys have no more questions. It'll be great. Yeah, Flipster. That's Jerry Norton. J.R. Fisher says it requests access. Interesting. I see other people on it. There's a bunch of people on it. Evan Can you put your email in the side? Actually, let me do this. I'll give you guys Evan's email so you guys can reach out to Evan about getting on the list. Hold on just a second. All right. Let's get Evan's email. You guys can just email directly. Evan, share the link, man. Make it available for everybody to click on, okay? Make it available for everybody to click on. Maj, I'm going to call on you for a second so I can answer your question because I know you really have something you want to talk about. How you doing, man?
Hey, Paris, what's going on?
So you've got a question about it's completely unrelated to what I'm talking about today, but that's fine. Maj, did the part about you hearing my mentor tell me to stop being an asshole, did that hit home at all with you?
Yeah, it did, but
nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to hear it. They don't think they're an asshole, but they are.
No, I'm definitely an asshole. I definitely am. I have been since I was a kid. And I just think it's the level and the quality of the questions, that could really determine, someone's intention and what they're looking to get out of a situation. But in particular, I was trying to figure out, how to I'm not sure what question there was because I was being so much of an asshole and I was asking a bunch of questions.
So the question you had was, I've got a deal in Fort Collins,
yes,
Colorado, and I sponsored and I'm a partner with a student on that deal. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That student has gone over budget. And instead of coming to me, his partner, for money, they've gone behind my back and they've gone to you to Gator loan 20 grand. And in return for you Gator loaning 20 grand, they're going to give you $7,000 in return, right? A chunk of whatever. But where does that $7,000 come from? It comes from my profits on the deal because of their mismanagement.
Right. Okay. See, that's
so do you see the line that has been crossed? They didn't come to me and say, "Hey, Pace, I need $20,000 more to finish the project," because they were embarrassed to bring it to me. So instead, what they did is they tried to raise money behind my back to bring money to the table to solve the problem, and then go, "Don't worry, I solved the problem with the money." Okay, well, the problem is not that you solved the problem with the money. The problem is you went and negotiated $7,000 of my profit away without coming to me and saying, "Hey, Pace, I need an extra $20,000.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's something that wasn't discussed with me. And that's why I wanted to also ask you guys a question, because I know this is a fellow sub-2 student, and I wanted to go about it in a way that was proper, as if they were strangers, so that we had the proper business etiquette. And
in their mind, they didn't do anything wrong. In their mind, they were like, I'm just trying to solve a problem where we've gone over budget because construction costs have gone through the roof and whatever else. Right. But they had to be educated on the process of that's not how that works. If you're a partner with somebody, you don't go borrow money from somebody else and tell the partner, "Hey, don't worry, I'll go borrow money from somebody else." That's a partnership decision, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I learned a lot from the situation, like as to how to do the deed of trust and things like that. So even just that little bit, I learned a lot. So I appreciate it.
There you go. Cool. How should this issue be resolved? Effie, a conversation, pretty simple. All right. Thanks. Thank you, Maj. I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So we've already answered that question. Cool. Very cool. We got a lot of questions to answer today. Part of me wants to just jump right in today and give you guys the answers and start going through the Q&A, but I feel like a lot of it will be out of focus. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to hand select the first couple of questions. Saibon says, "We just got an offer on our Novation." Amazing. Evan says, "Form almost filled up for the Orlando thing." So that'll be really cool. Justin says, "Entitlement is a disease. Gratitude is the cure." That is 100% correct. Guys, why don't we start off, before I get into the Q&A, why don't we start off by typing in YouTube and typing in Zoom what everybody is grateful for this morning. What is everybody grateful for this morning? Life. I love it. Waking up, progress. That one's good. Waking up and learning, food, health, family, friends, my girls being happy and healthy, and coffee. That's good. Sometimes the small stuff is really important. Cooler weather in Arizona. That's right. I was walking around my block last night on a long phone call, and the weather was amazing. Danny says, I'm grateful for the opportunity to learn these amazing tools. That I woke up next to my babies. I woke up next to my baby this morning too. It's great. My little 1-year-old, not 1-year-old, she's now 7 months. She breastfeeds on mom, and then she comes over and like makes her way and cuddles up against dad. And she's just learned how to say the word dad, which has been great. I like this one. Justin says, I'm grateful to have amazing business partners, Stephen Crawford and Malcolm Finlayson. I do love those boys. They're awesome. Stephen Crawford is actually one of my partners. I love him. Malcolm Finlayson is one of my private money lenders. He's involved in a 408 unit deal with me, and also just gave me money for another sub 2 deal here locally. So thank you so much, Malcolm. I appreciate you. My health, family, and ability to be on the Zoom, sub 100-degree weather, and the fact that Pace doesn't charge us $47,500 to be here. The number one thing I'm grateful for is the sub 2 community. It is, besides my wife and my children and personal stuff, outside of my personal gratitude, the number one thing I am grateful for is the sub 2 community. I am just blown away by what we've created, what we are creating, how lucky we are to serve people that are outside of that community. Our job is to become leaders and provide value to everybody else. And I'm grateful for that. Oh, I gotta mute Mosh. I gotta mute him. Forget about that. I've got a couple of people with their hands raised. I kind of feel like I want to answer their questions, but I also am leery of that. Let's see what happens. Sarah Maradi, how you doing?
Hello?
Hi, how you doing? I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, you can hear me. Okay, great. So I was just asking because I am basically doing this all remotely. Okay. So from your experience, I was just wondering what you think the best use of my time is, what my day should look like, what I should focus on the most right now, since I can't do anything in person.
Okay, great. This is a great conversation. I appreciate you asking this question. Where do you live? Sarah?
Yeah, I can't hear you. So I think you can just go to someone else. Yeah, I can't hear anything.
Sarah, where do you live?
Where do I live? I'm just reading your lips, but I live in Panama. I'm Canadian, so living in Panama, you pay 0% tax on any income that comes from outside of Panama.
Amazing. Okay. I wonder why she can't hear me. That's super interesting. I wonder why she can't hear me, but let's see, disable talking. Let's see if maybe that changes it. Sarah, make a comment in the side chat and see if that helped your ability to talk. Or can you hear that? Can you hear me right now, Sarah? Okay, that helped. Okay, cool. So her question was this. Her question is, hey, I'm working remotely. So I don't care if you're in Panama. I don't care if you're in Atlanta, working in Florida. Here's step one. You guys want to hear how to start? This is how we start. So we're going to get going right now, 7:30 in the morning. Here's how we start. Okay. Number one, first thing that you need to do, and I know I promote them all the time, but the first thing you need to do is have the proper LLC structure. It's like the foundation of everything that you do. You're going to go build a business, and what's going to happen, you're going to generate revenue from these other steps that I create. And you're going to go, where do I put my money? How do I manage my money? And I go, well, you should have handled that in the very beginning. So make sure that step one, you have an LLC, and make sure it's set up properly, and make sure you have a conversation with somebody that knows what the hell they're talking about. So I always tell people, go to Start with Prime and book a call. It's super easy. Watch, I'll show you guys how easy it is. So, and I'm going to you guys need to pull out your notepads. I'm going to give you guys like 10 steps on how to get started in this whole business. Okay. So let's go to startwithprime.com. First thing that you should be doing is you should be going here, and you should be booking a call. Where is that? Book a call right here. Okay. Super easy. We're October sometime, boom, October 14th, I would book a call. It's this easy, 2:00 p.m. And I would book a call and get my LLC set up. Okay. They're going to give you a 1-hour consultation. It costs absolutely nothing. That's where I would go. First step. If you don't have an LLC, Don't come to me in 2 months and say, Pace, I got my first deal from listening to what you said. And now where do I put my money? How do I manage my money? How do I avoid paying taxes? All that kind of stuff. Go to startwithprime.com. Okay. So start with Prime is step one. I don't care where you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care. Like even Effie, who is Canadian, she uses Start with Prime for all of that kind of stuff. And they've been super helpful with getting her all set up. So go to Start with Prime. That's step number one. Step number two, make sure you have a bank account. I know it's silly, but believe it or not, people go out and there's a psychological thing that happens here. The psychological thing is that you aren't committed to your business, right? And so I ask people like, are you married to your business? Or are you dating your business? If I'm committed to my business, I'm locking it down. I'm putting a ring on it. And for me, putting a ring on it is getting an LLC. I'm committed. I'm going to do this. An LLC is like a couple $100, I think, for depending on the state you're in. Some states are like $49 or whatever. Get an LLC set up, get a bank account. There's a magical energy that's created that when you guys go out and get your LLC, you get your bank account, you now can do business. Psychologically, you're committed to your business. And I had a buddy the other day talking about, he's been dating this girl for like 12 years. And I'm like, bro, when are you going to get married? He's like, oh, it's the same thing. I go, no, it's not. Dating and being married are not the same thing. People are like, oh, it's a piece of paper. I go, no, it's not. It's a mentality. Are you committed to this person or are you not committed to this person? Oh, what does it matter? They know. No, they don't. Our society has rules and has traditions that mean something to people. Marriage means something to people. Whether you want it to or not, marriage means something to people. So when you're dating a girl for 12 years and you don't marry her, you're telling her something every single day that you are not fully committed to that relationship. I'm telling you, the second you become committed to your relationships, things change. So are you committed to the relationship with your business? No. What is this, a hobby for you? Okay, great. Then you're going to ask me in 6 months, in a year, and you're going to say, I haven't been successful, Pace. I haven't been successful. I'll go, do you have an LLC? And they go, no. Okay, don't ask me another question. The foundation is step one, get an LLC. Step two, get a bank account. Okay, a lot of people, they're using virtual bank accounts. There's relayfi.com. I think they have a discount code of PACE, but I'm not sure. So try it. And there you go. That's step one. Okay, step two. Okay, you guys ready for this? Step two. What's step two of getting started? This is great, by the way. What a great question, Sarah. Step two of getting started. Number one is LLC. Number two is a bank account. Yes, before you get a deal. Before you get a deal. Okay. Third step is choose a market. Okay, choosing a market is a big conversation. This is a big conversation that before I get into creative finance, this will help you ask appropriate questions. So Maj says something earlier, says asking good questions, is really important. Of course, somebody who asks 1,000 questions a day is going to say that. They're going to justify all the questions they ask. But if you are asking questions and you don't know your market, your questions are not going to land with the same oomph, the same weight, the same gravity, the same intensity. You need to know your market and where you're investing. And here's a couple of reasons why. I'm going to try. We'll see if this works. Okay. I'm going to try to go over to my whiteboard over here for a second. Let's see if you guys can hear me on this thing real quick. In the comments, guys, tell me, can you hear me okay? Can everybody hear me okay on this microphone? Does it sound good, crispy, and clean? Amazing. Okay, cool. So you're not going to be able to see me, but let me show you at least what I look like. I'm standing over here. Okay. I am standing over here and I'm going to be on this whiteboard for a couple of minutes and I'm going to break a couple of things down for you guys. Okay. So, when you guys go and build your business, it's going to be really, really important for you that no matter where you build your business, you're going to have to go and build relationships to be successful. Okay. People always ask me, what do I do for a living? Here's what I do for a living. This is me, by the way. So here's what I do for a living. I crowd source my wealth. That's what I do for a living. What does that mean? That means my job is at some point, yes, I do. There are 3 ways to make money in real estate. We'll get to those in a minute. But my job is to ultimately own real estate, and a lot of it, as much as I possibly can, so that my tenants can take 30% of their income, right? They go out to their 9-to-5 job and they go take 30% of their income and they put it into my property. So I have enough of these tenants putting in 30% of their income and their efforts and their hard work. They're going to put it into my property that I own, and this builds all of my wealth. And so when people ask me, what do? I crowdsource my wealth. My job is to get as many of these people working for me and my family as I possibly can, right? So 30% of their income goes into these houses. That's cool. The problem is how, right? How do I get these houses? So people say, well, okay, I get it. You crowdsource your wealth, but how do you crowdsource your wealth? And my answer is this. I make friends. That's it. I make friends. Okay, so here's what I mean by that. As you're going and building your business, you're going to go out and you're going to develop relationships in order to be successful. So what are these relationships? Let's talk about it. Here's what the relationships are. Here's Pace right here in the middle. What does Pace have? Pace has hundreds and thousands of relationships around him that strengthen his business. So let's talk about them. Probate attorney, real estate attorney. I've got private money lenders. I've got hard money lenders. I've got contractors. Okay, I've got agents. I've got multifamily agents, right? Or multifamily brokers. I've got appraisers. I've got suppliers. People are supplying me with materials for my construction projects. I've got a title, an escrow business that is doing all my paperwork. I've got a transaction coordinator. Okay, I've got maybe an office or what have you. And this list goes on and on and on and on and on. Okay? Who else, guys? Who else do you have in this list of relationships you're building? List some out in the side comments. I'm looking at the side comments right now. Who else do we have? Okay. Now the other one are, like, let's say JV partners, right? JV partners, right? You've got people that are in your community, right? Like sub-2 community, for example. If you're a sub-2 student, you're going to have people in your sub-2 community that are in your local area. Right? Who else do we have, guys? What else? What other kind of relationships? You're going to have investors, battle buddies, wife, real estate community. Okay, your wife, I love it. Blue genies, yep. Cool. All right, so now let's ask this question. At the end of the day, choosing a market is so critically important, because what you're going to do is whatever market you choose, you're going to go and create these relationships out of necessity, absolute necessity. This is not, hey, this is a good idea. This is an absolute necessity. So people that are like, I'm just trying to get started in real estate. I go, great. What market are you in? And they go, I don't know yet. Okay. The market you're in is not just about where you're making money. It's where you're making lifelong required relationships. Do we all understand that? And does that kind of tweak your thought process just a little bit to understand that the market that you're in is critically important? And so when people go, oh, I'm going to virtually wholesale in California for a couple of years, and then I'm in California, so I'm going to wholesale in California because it's my backyard. I'm like, okay, but what you're doing is you're spending your 24 hours a day building relationships. You have 24 hours a day that you're taking away from your kids, your wife, your sleep, your personal stuff, your workouts, your whatever. And you're sitting there building relationships, which actually is the most important part of this business. I have never made a single dollar in my life by myself. I've never in my life made a dollar by myself. So these relationships that we're following and we're attacking, we can all agree that it's probably smart for me to choose a market because these relationships are going to come in handy. And I don't want to go, all right, right now I'm in Arizona, but you know what? I really at some point want to own property in Iowa. Okay, well, if your end goal is to be in Iowa owning property, which I'll get to, how do we figure that out? How do we know whether it's Iowa, Atlanta? This is what I'm going to teach you to do. Okay, before you even get into creative finance or wholesale or fix and flip or any of those types of things, you need to truly understand where the freak are you going to own your wealth? Because what do I do for a living? I crowdsource my wealth by obtaining tenants. My tenants pay for 30% of my wealth, or 30% of their income pays for my wealth and my family's security. So wouldn't it make sense for me to go find a market that I know I want to establish these relationships in from the get-go? And for those of you that ever feel like, I don't ever want to start from scratch, well, guess what you're doing? When you bounce around market to market to market to market to market, okay, the only people that you should have, okay, the only people you should be outside of your market that should be your friends are if you are doing JV deals across the country, okay? Some people, that is their model. That's the only time you should focus on relationships out of your market, or private money lenders, okay, because that doesn't matter. Gators, they can be all over. And what does it make sense for me to go build a relationship with a title and escrow business in Arizona if I'm trying to do deals in Iowa? Should I spend my time and energy doing that? Give me a yes or a no in the comments. Okay. So Sarah, who asked the question, she says no. So Sarah, do you see why I'm going down this path for you to truly understand where that you're choosing a market is a critical part of your business? Okay. Right here. Number 3, choosing a market. It's a big conversation, which is why I came over to this whiteboard over here. Okay. So you need to choose this market because transaction coordinators, choosing at some point, you're going to establish an office. I believe if you're going to be, anybody in here want to just stop it being worth $1 million? What do you guys feel like you want to, what do you guys, what's your future net worth, guys? What's your future net worth? Let's put that in the side comments. What's your future net worth? Ooh, Maj says 600 million. I like that. Effie, 50 million. I like it. 100 millionaire. Kirsten, you definitely valued. You're $1 billion woman to me for sure. 100 billion. I like that. Okay, cool. For me, my next plateau is going to be $1 billion. Okay. My next plateau is going to be $1 billion. I know I'll hit it. I know I'll hit it. There's no way I won't. All right. So here's something very interesting, everybody. Pay attention to this. If you choose the appropriate market, write this down. If you choose the appropriate market, your real estate will double every 10 years. Your real estate will double every 10 years. This is how you become worth way more money than some stupid 401k. Okay. Yes, because of appreciation for sure, and inflation and all these other things, right? And rent growth, right? So we're going to jump on that here in a minute. But you need to understand these things. You should not be jumping around. Your relationships will be critical for you. Okay? This right here is critical, where you spend your time. So do you think Pace jumps around and goes and does meetups in Iowa, or does meetups in North Dakota, or does meetups in these other places? No, I do not. I go to markets and I do a lot of meetups in places that I buy real estate because I'm trying to build relationships with these people. in those markets. I want to know these people in those markets, right? Boom, 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 boom. So I'm going and visiting these places. Also, this is why, you guys know why I started the golden ticket event at my office, right? Every month I'm now doing the golden ticket event. It's because I want students from all over the country to come and visit me for free, because I ain't going to Iowa. I'm not going to visit you in Iowa. I'm not going to visit you in places that I don't want to live and do deals. Definitely not going to Vancouver. I'm not going to these places. So I open up the golden ticket event so you guys can come and visit me. All right. All right. There ain't no way I'm going to Ohio. And there ain't no way I'm going to Wisconsin. If somebody asks me to speak there, I'll go there, but I am not going to Wisconsin. You can come and hang out with me. I'm not going. Alaska, I'll go there on vacation. Okay. Jersey is the greatest state in the nation. Maybe back in 1842, bro. Okay. Before your government ruined your guys' state. So you guys need to understand this. At the end of the day, whatever you choose to do. So Sarah, your question earlier was, how do I do this virtually? And I said, choose a market. This is a big deal. So step one in choosing, or let's say part of A is you need to be in a market that grows 0.8% yearly or more. 0.8% yearly or more. How do we find this? This is on the Census Bureau website, and I'll pull this up here in just a second. You guys can choose a market. You absolutely need to choose a market, because at some point, no matter what strategy you choose, whether you choose to do wholesale, whether you choose to do fix and flip, or you choose to do buy and hold. By the way, these are the only 3 ways to make money in real estate. The only 3 ways to make money in real estate. I'm going to say that again. These are the only 3 ways to make money in real estate as a real estate investor. Okay? It's the only 3 ways to make money in real estate as a real estate investor. If you want to be an agent, you want to be a lender, you want to be, one of those people, you can make money supplying resources to somebody else that's the real estate investor. Okay? Everybody, this is making sense to everybody? So no matter what you choose, wholesale, fix and flip, and buy and hold, at the end of the day, what should you all be doing in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years? What should you be doing? Wholesaling? You guys think you should be wholesaling in 10 years? Yes or no? No. Wholesale is a means to an end. Wholesale is a great business to own for 3, 4, maybe upwards of 5, 6 years. It's a great way to get into the business. But once you establish relationships with agents and brokers and private money lenders and all this stuff, you don't need to wholesale anymore. Wholesale is a great way to get in the business. Guys, I'm still wholesaling. I today am still wholesaling. Okay. Why? Because I'm so aggressively buying properties that I want to have control of my lead flow. So we still wholesale deals that we don't want. And we built a machine that brings in leads all the time that's automated. So why would I shut that down? Okay. See, Maj says, would you recommend the wholesale model to someone already making 6 figures? No, I would not. In fact, one of our students, I don't know if she's in here today, but one of our students asked me about a year and a half ago, Maj, it was one of the greatest Zooms I've ever done. One of the greatest students I've ever done, Yatung, actually, Justin, her husband's in here, Justin. Yatung comes in and says, Pace, I make multiple 6 figures a year in my day job. What should I be doing? I go, you're a buyer. You're not a wholesaler. You're a buyer. You should be acquiring properties. Okay. Leopoldo says, it's your foot in the door. Okay. Maj says, I've been wasting my time, I guess. Well, Maj, I don't know, man. Like, do you know how to raise capital? Because I'm going to jump into some other ways to get into real estate today that maybe you should be focusing your time and energy on. I don't think quitting your 9-to-5 job is the solution for most people. Most people think I should jump into wholesale so I can quit my job. Well, if you hate your job, then jump into wholesale. Okay. Does that make sense? All right, cool. So you need to, no matter what you're doing at the end of the day, if you want to have real passive income, the only way you're doing that is here. That's it. You will not have a passive income from a wholesale business. I don't know a single wholesaler that has a passive wholesale business. Okay. I don't know a single wholesaler that has a passive wholesale business. Okay. So now people will throw out some names, and let's not get into those names. Okay. Nobody has a passive income as wholesale. So I look at this and I go, look, there's a transition that's going to happen. You're going to get into wholesale, which makes sense. Okay. And you're going to wholesale cash deals, and you're going to wholesale creative deals all day long. We wholesale cash, we wholesale creative all day long. So creative finance still applies to wholesale. I love wholesaling creative finance deals. Okay. At some point, then you go, man, some of these deals actually make sense for me to buy, and you'll actually start fixing and flipping, because you'll go, I want to, this deal I wholesaled to a cash buyer, he went off and made $120,000 on that deal. Man, I want to do that. And you'll start fixing and flipping and building resources again. What do we talk about? You're going to go off and you're going to build resources down here. You're going to build resources. You're going to have transaction coordinators, an office, hard money lenders, private money lenders, real estate attorneys, probate attorneys, contractors, agents, multifamily brokers, appraisers, suppliers. You will pick up these relationships even in your wholesale business. So why are you going and building these relationships in markets that you don't ultimately want to own? Because that's the next phase. The next phase is owning. Now, if I'm a doctor, for example, and I'm making $500,000 a year, and that's my job, should I ever really go into the fix and flip, or should I ever become a wholesaler if I'm already making $500,000 a year? Yes or no? No. Okay. What you should be doing if you're that avatar, this is why knowing your avatar is so important, is your avatar, you should probably be a lender to other people. You should be you should jump into multifamily, and you should be owning out of the gate. Okay. You've done enough work. You did 16 years of school to become a doctor to make $500,000 a year. I think you can bypass this and bypass this. Do we not all agree with that? Okay. There you go. So you have to know yourself. This is truly the hardest part of real estate. Okay. The hardest part of real estate is knowing yourself and knowing who to take advice from and who not to take advice from. Okay, so hopefully that helps you guys. You guys understand that if you're going to go out and you're going to build relationships with people, freaking build relationships in markets that you want to own property. Even if you start out in wholesale, choose a market that you want to be an owner in that market at some point, because what have you done? What have you done in that market besides doing wholesale deals? What have we done through the business of wholesaling? What have we done? Build relationships. We've built relationships. Guys, every time I leave my door, I build a relationship with a guy at Home Depot, a guy here, this, that, and the other, all this kind of stuff. I build relationships. That's what I do for a living. Pace, what do you do for a living? I crowdsource my retirement, my wealth. I crowdsource my retirement. Pace, how do you do that? I make friends. So should I go make friends where I'm never going to own property, or should I make those friends in areas that I'm going to own properties? Give me the answer in the side chat. Mike Key says this really clarifies things for me. Does this clarify things for you guys a little bit? Now, here's the thing. One of the best lines Kanye West ever had, Kanye West says, I don't take advice from people less successful than me. I don't take advice from people less successful than me. So if you're going to take advice from a wholesaler that only wholesales, then that must be where your ultimate game plan is. I want to retire as a wholesaler. Great, then take advice from a wholesaler. Or do you want to have massive wealth with massive passive? In fact, I think that's what I'm going to call my next child. Massive passive Morby. Massive passive wealth. Okay. That's what I want. I want to wake up in the morning and not have that. I have this muscle in my back that gets stressed and tightened when I'm low on money, and I get stressed out and I act like an idiot and I do stupid things. And it's because I got to go chase that next deal. Now, let me clarify. Do I love wholesale? I absolutely love wholesale. I love wholesale. It makes so much sense to wholesale. I'm just saying, if you are going to wholesale and that's your avatar is to go into wholesale and you're going to do creative finance wholesale deals or cash wholesale deals, doesn't matter. Just choose a market that at some point you are going to own property in. Give me a yes that we can move on to the next part of this. Does everybody give me a yes? Got like hundreds and hundreds of people between here, and we got like 800 or 900 people. Okay. Now, how do I choose that market? How do I make sure that the market that I'm investing in is the right market for me? Okay. Told you it's a big conversation. It's going to take a little bit of time. So you got to choose that market. And I told you why it's important to choose a market you're ultimately going to buy in. Does that mean you need to go and buy into that market right now? Like if I'm brand new? Or is it just means that that's my path? Right? Let me ask you guys a question. Would you date a woman that you have zero intention on marrying? Sorry, I'm speaking from a male situation. I would not. And would that woman, would that woman appreciate you wasting her time? Because think about this too, is that everybody you build relationships with, they are also in their mind. Think about this, a title and escrow officer in your market, wherever you are, California, Washington, Oregon, New Jersey, New York, these horrible markets for holding properties. You guys go build relationships with these people. They're taking time away from their friends, their family, their whatever, their ability to build other relationships with people that intend on being there long-term. And then 2 years later, after you wholesale in there, you go, all right, I don't like this. These rental laws are horrible. I'm going to go and start investing in North Carolina. Now you got to go create a whole new set of relationships, a whole new set of reputation, a whole new set of everything. But guess what you just did? You stole 2 years from that freaking escrow officer building a relationship with her. You stole 2 years of that person's life and gave them no longevity. You dated them. I'm not in the business of dating. I'm in the business of getting married. If I go to business with you, we're doing business long term. Okay? Does this make sense? Okay. Travis Banks says, what do you recommend for looking at markets you want to live in? I don't understand the question, Travis. You got to be more clear on that. Okay, so how do we choose a market? Okay, choosing a market is very simple, but it's going to take a little bit of time. So, we already covered this for a minute, is you got to get into a market that has 0.8% yearly growth or more. Okay, where do I do that? I do that on the U.S. Census Bureau website. Let me pull that up. We can look at this for a couple of minutes. Okay, U.S. Census Bureau. And what you want to do is you guys want to look up migration data, okay? Migration data. Geographic mobility is what they call it. Let me pull it up. Willie is late, guys. Do you think Willie learned or missed some really, really important stuff? All right, here we go. Let me do a little screen share for you guys so you guys can see this. And I'll give you the link as well so you guys can go look at this yourself. This is public data, costs no money. The people that choose the wrong market must think they got all the time in the world. Let's see. Census flow map. Let's see. Okay, cool. I like that. Oh, that one's a good one. The U-Haul one's really good too. It gives you a list of all the like top growing states. But the thing is, it's not an interactive thing. All right. But let's go through this. Okay. So the number one states that are growing: Texas, Florida, Tennessee, South Carolina, Arizona, Indiana, Colorado, Maine. I would never invest in Maine. Idaho, New Mexico, South Dakota, Vermont. I would never invest in for Vermont. Wisconsin. I'd never invest in Wisconsin. This is me personally. This is not me judging this. Do we all understand that I'm just telling you what I'm into? You guys understand the difference? I'm just telling you what I'm into. Doesn't mean that you can't invest there. This is all your own decision. Now, the problem is you guys look up to me and you feel like I have all the answers. And so you go, well, Pace, just tell me where I should invest. And that's where I'll spend my time. Okay. Oh yeah, this one's my favorite one. Thank you for this one. The World Population Review. I love this map. This is a dope map. Thank you. I forgot where this was. Thank you. This is a great map. Okay, so what you're going to do, look at this. The population growth of all of these states. Okay, so Georgia's amazing. Florida's huge. Alabama, slowing down. But here's the thing is if you guys go into Alabama, okay, if you actually go down into Alabama, Birmingham is growing over that. Okay, this is why I like the Census Bureau one. The Census Bureau has like more in-depth stuff. Let's see. Is that the one? Where's the one that has like the in-depth stuff? You can get like there we go. This is the one. This is the one we want. So this one you can get into like the counties and stuff, okay? So you guys can zoom in and it breaks it up. So if you guys go into Alabama, Alabama as a state, as a total, is not growing. However, you look at Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, look at the growth of these cities. Okay, so when I see people go, I'm in Lubbock, Texas, and I just saw somebody in Lubbock, Texas, it's like, okay, it's growing, but here's my next layer. Okay, this is a growing city. You can see it is growing. People are moving there. But why put your time, energy, and resources? And I'm going to tell you guys something. You guys want to hear something really mean and really bad? This is mean. And you're not going to like this. There's a noticeable difference of intelligence when I go to small cities versus big cities. Think about that. I want to work with people that are on a path that I want to be on. Is there a billionaire in Lubbock, Texas? Is there somebody worth $100 million in Lubbock, Texas? Probably. One or two. But if I'm in Dallas and I want to network and I want to get to know people, do you think that I'm going to have a higher likelihood of finding a lot more rich friends, people that I can spend time with? Because what are we? We are the summation of the 5 closest people we spend time with, right? So if you're in Lubbock, Texas, you're going to end up with a Lubbock, Texas destiny. All right. You don't want to hear it, but it's true. You go to Miami, a lot of money down there because the weather, the nightlife, all the things attract very intelligent, high-driven people. It is true. All right. You don't want to hear it because some of the people that are in here in very small markets, and you don't want to hear it. So if your goal is to be worth $100 million, you got to find areas that have 100 millionaires. Lubbock, Texas ain't it. So if you're like, look, Pace, I just want to do a couple deals. I want to make 10 grand a month in passive income. Great. If that's your goal, then Lubbock, Texas is your spot. If you want to be worth $100 million, you think Lubbock, Texas is your spot? You're going to be limited. The growth that every single time I build a new relationship, my growth goes to another plateau. You got to move to other places. You have to get out of wherever you are. So why people move. Look at Grant Cardone, moves around all the time. He grew up in Louisiana. He did not stay in Louisiana. You don't want to hear this. It hurts your feelings. I totally get it. But at some point, you need to start thinking for your future. And you need to start building relationships in a market. Doesn't mean move out of Lubbock, Texas today. It means build your asset base in a market that you will plan on having the most relationships in. Does this make sense? Am I telling you to move your family right now? No, I am not. I'm telling you to build relationships and connections in a market that will have your success. Your destiny is sitting there waiting. Guess what? I moved to a city and I moved to a zip code that has the highest income per capita in all of Arizona is where I moved. All of my neighbors are making $10 million a year or more. Everybody in my neighborhood is making over 10 million bucks. Not spending time hanging around and smelling the air. There's something different. When I go hang out in El Paso, Texas, and I go spend time in Scottsdale, is the environment different? The cars that are driving down the road, the way people are dressing and taking care of themselves and their health, the way they treat their children, the education level, every single thing about that environment is different. So you have to think. Sarah asked the question, Pace, what should I do if I virtually? Number one, choose the appropriate market. And this is going to go against a lot of people that are wholesaling, that they are out there teaching, just do wholesale deals anywhere. You know who they're talking to? They're talking to people that are just starting and they're just trying to get people to take action. And I agree. Sometimes this information can be overwhelming and it'll cause people not to take action. And so what happens is, I'm not judging these people. They're actually doing the appropriate thing, is less information, more implementation, get people making money and doing deals, and then they can deviate. I understand the strategy. I understand that. Right now, the thing I'm passionate about is long-term, massive, passive cash. And so I'm going to tell you guys, if you're building relationships, guess what? I built a lot of relationships in Arizona for a long time. I became friends with all these people, and I'm really not buying a lot of deals in Arizona anymore. Holy crap. I should have been building more relationships in Atlanta, where I'm buying a lot of stuff, North Carolina, where I'm buying a lot of stuff. Now I'm going to out there and having to build new relationships with attorneys, taking people out to dinner and doing the things I did here in Arizona 7 years ago. Life and your time is a finite resource. The most valuable thing you have on the planet is your time. So choose a market so that you can build relationships for long-term, massive, passive growth. Do we all agree? Everybody. Give me a yes that you understand this, and I'll move on. Okay. Okay. All right, cool. Now, you choose a market that has 0.8% growth or more. And where do we find that? We find that on the Census Bureau website. It's right here. Okay, so you guys can see it. So if it's me, guys, I'm going to markets that I can see growth. People are moving to. Okay, now if I go into Montana, there are going to be some areas in Montana that are growing rapidly. Usually it should be like Glacier County. I think up here, Glacier County is growing pretty quickly. Right here, boom. Okay, there's little pockets that are growing quickly. This is where Jerry Norton's second home is, by the way. Okay, there's these little pockets where people are growing rapidly or close to rapidly. First and foremost for me, I want to go to total states. Okay, so for me, I'm looking at Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, Idaho, Oregon, Nevada, Utah, and New Mexico already disqualified for me. Already disqualified. The next thing for me, okay, the next step is, the next step on this is beyond the 8% yearly growth, or I'm sorry, 0.8% yearly growth. The next step is weather. People will continue to grow and learn. I'm sorry, not learn, but they'll continue to move to warmer climates. People are moving away from Wisconsin. People are moving away from Wyoming, where it's frozen half the year. Okay, so we call this the Sun Belt. Okay, this is where rents will grow. Okay, and if my job, again, what is my job? What does Pace do for a living? Pace crowdsources his retirement. So don't I want to go to an area that my tenants who are paying 30% of their income, don't I want to go to an area where their income is going up every year, and also the 30% that they're paying to me is also going up? That ain't happening in Wisconsin. This is not happening in Idaho. This is not happening unless you're in these little teeny tiny towns like Boise is a small town. Yes, it's growing. It blew up. Okay. Yes, I will. Guys, just so you know, This link has been posted multiple times. It's just the chat goes a little bit quick. There you go. So for me, I want to go to markets that have growth so that my tenants will make more money. Does this make sense? It sounds so barbaric and basic, but people sleep on this. Do I want to wholesale for the rest of my life? No. Do I want to fix and flip for the rest of my life? No. What I want to do is I want to hold properties and build massive passive income. Okay. The only thing that you're going to be able to do all over the country sustainably is Gator. Okay. The Gator method. That's the only thing you're going to be able to do all over the country for the rest of your life. Who's showing up to the Gator training tomorrow? Can somebody put the link in here? I think I have the link. Make sure you guys are showing up to this because this is the only thing you can do all over the country at no matter what point in your life. You can do Gator method all over the country, no matter what. Doesn't matter what the weather's doing. Doesn't matter what you're doing in your life. Does not freaking matter. Okay. So here is the link. Make sure you guys are registered for that. I'll drop that in YouTube too. I think we have like 400 or 500 people on YouTube. Yeah, we have 400 people on YouTube as well. So make sure you guys are coming to that. It's 2 hours, I believe, tomorrow that I'm doing a training on Gator. I'm not going to go like long like I am today, answering all these questions. Let's see. There you go. All right. So long term, you want to choose a market. It's going to make a lot of sense for you guys to go into a market where your tenants' paychecks are going to go up. And your tenant's paycheck goes up, their 30% that they pay towards your properties that you own will also go up. So what does that mean? That means I can raise my rents and my properties will double. So somebody says to me the other day, Pace, how can you become worth $1 billion? Well, in order for me to become $1 billion, I have to buy $500 million in real estate. That's a lot of real estate. And I have to wait 10 years. Right? Because that property, that $500 million of real estate will double in 10 years. It'll become double what it's worth. So how do I get $500,000 in real estate? Well, I buy $250 million in real estate and I wait 10 years. Okay. Well, how do you do that, Pace? Well, I buy $125 million in real estate and I wait 10 years. Okay. You could stop and it's just going to compound and compound and compound. Now for me, I'm not stopping. This year alone, we had one deal of $109 million. One deal. That was our 409 unit deal in Charlotte. I've got another deal we're closing. It's an $80 million deal. I've got another, probably another $100 million in real estate that we acquired between all of that. So this year alone, we acquired close to $300 million in real estate. Do you think I'm on track? So think about this. I'm not buying houses and I'm not buying multifamily and I'm not doing business in a market that I don't intend on holding property because this, at the end of the day, is the end game. Okay? There's two end games. Okay? You're going to have massive passive income or you're going to be the bank. Okay, that's like being the Gator, right? Or a private money lender. Do you know what Jerry Norton's strategy is when he's all retired? He told me the other day, he's like, I'm going to sell one of my software businesses. I'm just going to be a Gator. Okay. These are your two end goals. That's it. Massive passive income, or you're going to be the bank. So either you own a lot of property or you have a lot of cash that you lend out to people. That's it. That's the only way for you to become truly retired. You're not going to retire through wholesale. You're not going to retire through fix and flip. You will not. You will not. Fight me in the alley. I will prove you wrong. You will not retire from wholesale. You can do both, Alina. 100% you can do both. I mean, think about what I do, guys. I do a lot more than just these things, right? But unfortunately, people are lazy. We talked about this at the very beginning of the live. People are lazy. They want to do one thing and chill out. I don't. I own lots of stuff. I own title and escrow businesses. I own a lending business. I do fix and flips. I do wholesale. I do multifamily, right? I have software businesses. We have a virtual assistant company. So many things. Kirsten says, do you have a concern with being the bank with the concept of no new currencies? No, you could use new currencies to be the bank. Okay. How much cash should we have saved to be a lender? Well, guys, tomorrow, if you guys go to Gator, I'll show you how you don't have to have any cash to be a Gator lender. That's what that training is all about. So make sure you guys show up to that training tomorrow. I think it's happening tomorrow at 9. Okay. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. Okay, cool. So market that has 0.8% growth or more. Choose a market that has strong weather. Okay. See, Eric is a Gator. He says he uses 0 cash. There you go. You guys feel like you should probably show up to the Gator training tomorrow? Nancy says, you are young. What do you recommend for people who are older? Grant Cardone's 64 years old. Young is relative. Young is relative. There you go. Age doesn't matter. Okay. Your desire, your level of desire is what you should ask. Here's the question. Here's what you should ask. Well, Pace, what do you advise to people that really don't want to work that hard? That is the question that you're really asking. And I'm okay with that. You just need to ask the appropriate question. It's not about age. It's absolutely not about age. Time does matter, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Time does matter. But you think you're going to live to 60? You think Grant Cardone's living to 65, or you think Grant Cardone's got another 35 years on this planet? 100% that man's got another 35 years on this planet. Okay? Don't use your age as a crutch. Absolutely don't bring up your age. Bring up your level of desire. And I'm okay with that. If your question is, I don't desire to work as hard as you, Pace. I want to chill a little bit more. I'm okay with that. I will give you advice based on that, but I will not give you advice based on your age, because your age is a crutch that you're using. Okay. If you say my desire is lower than yours, Pace, what would you give to somebody that only wants to work 2 to 3 hours a day? Then I'll give you an answer. But if it's based on age, that doesn't make any sense. All right. So we've got 0.8%. We've got a warm market. Now here's the last part on how to choose your market. Okay. There you go. John Sump says, I'm 52, just getting started. You guys know, look at Grant Cardone. His net worth is $1.2 billion. He was broke at 52. He was broke at 52. Broke at 52. Broke at 52. Nancy says, desire is higher, just wondering about the method. So you are saying the same plan applies to all, no matter what age? Not necessarily. It depends. You have to know your avatar, and I'll get into that next. Okay, Nancy, I'll get into that next. So Nancy, raise your hand. I'd love to chat with you about avatar. So what we got to do is you guys got to make sure you got an LLC, you got a bank account, you choose your market, and we're going to then tell you how to choose the method. Okay, I'll tell you that. So Nancy, raise your hand. I'd love to chat with you. Okay, so 0.8%. Stop it. Stop building relationships in markets that are not growing. Do we all agree? Were we all checking the box? Stop building relationships, because what you're really doing when you're wholesaling and you're fixing and flipping, what are you really doing at the end of the day? You're building relationships with other professionals. Okay? You're building relationships with other professionals. So it's impossible for you to build long-term wealth in a market that has less than 0.8% growth. People aren't getting pay raises. People aren't moving there. Growth is not happening. It's impossible. But if you want to be somebody just like, look, I just want to make $5,000 a month. Great. That's easy. Buy 2 Airbnbs and rent them out. Make $2,000 a month on each one. Done. You don't need to be on a long live with me. If that's your level of desire to make $5,000, then go do that. Okay. So Dave says most people starting out want to start in their local market to feel more comfortable. Great. That's fine, as long as you don't live in an area that you don't want to hold property in. Your comfort, are you kidding me? Your comfort, guys, your comfort level is the reason why you haven't been successful in the first place. So now you're making decisions based on a lizard that's inside your brain. I'm going to build my entire foundation of wealth based on the lizard that's telling me what to do every single day. Don't do this, that'll happen. Don't do this, that'll happen. Don't do this, that'll happen. It's fear. So you're letting a lizard, everybody know about the lizard? Go YouTube this. You guys, we all have a prehistoric part of our brain that teaches us and keeps us safe. It teaches us to be afraid of everything. So that lizard is the one making decisions for your future wealth. Survival. I feel comfortable. I want to feel comfortable. I want to be safe. I want to be safe. I want to be safe. Okay? Your fear of failure is the reason you're a failure. Okay? Are you on the path to your goals right now? If your goal is to be worth $10 million, are you on that path? Or is the lizard controlling your path for you? Okay. So let's not talk about fears today. That's some baby stuff. That's stuff you guys could have accomplished overcoming at age 12. Okay. You guys did more challenging things at age 12 than you do as an adult. You jumped in rivers. You jumped off roofs into pools. You did all sorts of crazy stuff. Now you guys are worrying about, I'm worried about investing in another market to further my family's stuff because it's not in my backyard. That's really your toughest decision right now? Come on, guys. That's not even a conversation we should be having. That's some baby stuff. Okay. And here's the other thing about being comfortable. Do you guys know how many of the properties any multimillionaires actually visit and go see and like go and walk through? 0. So what are you doing buying in your own local market? So you can feel comfortable going to the properties that you'll never go to? All right. So final thing in choosing a market. Final thing is choosing a market. Okay. Dylan says, dang, I needed to hear that. Yeah, we all did. Okay. Tanisha says, seriously, I own 4 houses in a state I've never been to. Never seen the houses in person, cash flowing every single month. Good for you, Tanisha. Happy birthday, by the way. You freaking amazing human being. Okay. So Tanisha, we love you. Happy birthday. You amazing, amazing woman. Now, the fourth part of choosing a market. What is the fourth part of choosing a market? It's very important. It's also very controversial. Politics. It's based on politics. Everything's based on politics. Okay. Anybody in here a Democrat? Anybody in here a Republican? Anybody? Okay. Who in here is a Democrat? Type in the side chat. I promise I won't tease you. Nobody wants to say it. I'm neither. Cool. Love it. Okay, cool. So probably there's Ricky says I'm a Democrat. Cool. So Ricky, this is great. I'm going to tell you something about being a Democrat. You're wrong. 100% you are wrong. Guess what? I'm going to tell you the same thing about being a Republican. 100% you are wrong. If you're a Republican, you're wrong. If you're a Democrat, you're wrong. Because at the end of the day, all 1,000, we have about 1,000 people watching live between YouTube and Zoom. All of us go to the grocery store and we pay the same price, whether we're Republican or Democrat. So as our politicians screw around with prices and this and that and print money and do all these things, everybody's affected. The Republicans are as effective as the Democrats. I go to the gas station. Guess what? We're all paying the same prices. So I choose to be neither. You know what I am? Is I'm an entrepreneur. That's what I am. That's my political affiliation, is I'm an entrepreneur. My job is to build wealth by creating value to the workplace. And if I do that, I'm going to hire employees. And so I'm going to make decisions based on what benefits my employees, not what benefits my politicians. None of that. And the thing is, anybody that sits there and talks about all this stuff with like abortion and gay marriages and all this other stuff, it's like, dude, none of these guys actually do anything. They have all these conversations about, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and I'm going to adjust the budget. I'm going to do this. They all screw everything up. So what are we choosing sides for? There you go. It's political theater. If you're a Republican, you're wrong. You're a Trump lover, you're wrong. The guy's funny and he's entertaining. I'll give you that. But you're wrong. Every politician is there for their own job and their own advancement. That is it. It's all crap. We are here because we are entrepreneurs. Now, that being said, if I'm an entrepreneur, I need to make decisions for my business and my employees. Do we agree? Everybody agree in here? That's what we need to make decisions for. Because you guys have voted your Democrat politicians in place. They haven't helped you. You other people have voted your Republican politicians in place. They haven't helped you. It's changed your life zero, other than your stupid little comfort of like, oh, great, abortions are legal or not legal. Great. How has that actually helped you provide more money in your bank account to provide value to the people who rely on you every single day? I have 900 people that rely on me for a paycheck every 2 weeks. I have no time for politics. Nothing. Okay? So, do you think that the people that get a paycheck from me every 2 weeks are like, man, I really hope Pace is a politician, or I hope Pace is a Republican or a Democrat? No, they don't. They want to make sure that I'm making good, sound decisions when I leave my house every day. So think about this. This goes to Sarah's question. I know this is a long conversation, but you guys need to understand this. If the ultimate goal is to create massive passive income, I need to do it in a state that is entrepreneur friendly, right? Because I'm an entrepreneur. Okay. Would it make sense for me if I'm like obsessed with surfing and all I want to do is every morning wake up and surf every morning if I move to Montana? No, it makes zero sense. Okay. Birds of a feather flock together. Okay. So what ends up happening is you're an entrepreneur. So why would you move to a state that hates you? Why would you move and build your wealth and build your everything in a state that hates you, doesn't want you? In fact, they don't want you to be successful. So they suck up all your money. So here's the thing. Okay. Ivan says, how can I tell if a state is entrepreneur friendly? I'll get to that in just a second. Okay. Let's say that we go and start a sandwich shop together, right? We all pool our money together. We got a lot of money in here. I can tell you that right now. Some of my private money lenders are in here right now. Let's pool our money together. And we then go, hey, let's go buy a Subway franchise. Great, dude, let's go. So what's going to happen is I'm going to choose a market. We go buy a Subway franchise. We're going to go sell sandwiches, amazing oatmeal cookies. Those cookies are the best, by the way. Derek says, make it of course. When I drive by Firehouse Subs, I'm like, they made that sandwich shop for Derek Barton. That is such a Derek Barton sandwich shop. It's like the fireman, the masculine. When they tell you your name, they grunt. It's very, very manly. Okay. So of course it's a Derek Barton sandwich shop. So here's the thing. We go start a Subway franchise. We go find a very busy intersection in California. We know we're going to get a lot of business, right? We're going to sell 500 sandwiches a day. So we open up shop, 500 sandwiches a day. We're making money. Everybody's getting a distribution every month. We're all getting checks. We all invested and we're all making a bunch of money. This is great. The government of California comes in and they say, all right, we're going to give you two regulations. One, you can only sell 150 sandwiches a day. And we're going to give you another regulation that if somebody comes in here and they're under distress, doesn't matter who they are, they can come through here and they can order a sandwich, go through the line, use your raw materials, use your labor, use your everything, get all the way to the line. And when you tell them the total, they can grab the sandwich, walk away from the counter, go sit down at a table, stare at you in the eyes while they eat the sandwich, and they don't have to pay. Would we want to start a Subway sandwich shop in that location? Then why are you guys trying to do real estate in a state that regulates how much you can charge for rent, even though the rental rate goes up? And why are you investing in a state that tells you you can't kick people out of your store for stealing from you? Your state allows tenants to steal from you Your hard work, your energy, everything you're sitting here trying to learn to go and acquire real estate, you go and buy real estate. People steal from you by not paying rent. They're stealing from you because guess what you're doing on the back end? You're making payments to the bank to make sure that that thing is paid for. So you guys think California is a great spot and Washington's a great spot and Oregon's a great spot, New Jersey's a great spot, and New York is a great spot. Guys, if I wouldn't start a Subway franchise there, I wouldn't want to own real estate. Does your state regulate my rent? If it does, I don't want to be there. Does your state tell me I can't kick a tenant out for a year, 2 years, 3 years? No, I do not own in California. Only a few areas in California have rent control. Great. But your whole state has also foreclosure laws, don't they, Todd? And they have tenant laws. Okay. So why are we having a conversation? Your state sucks. They hate you. They don't want you to make money. Why are we even having a conversation about it? It's because some of you guys need to hear this stuff. And when you're sitting there trying to choose a market, you need to hear it. Doesn't matter if you live there, you don't live there. Doesn't matter if you love eating there and you love how amazing California is awesome. California has amazing things about it. But as an entrepreneur, all the time. James says, are people really advocating for California? All the time. All the time. People DM me about New Jersey and New York and all these guys. Your state hates you. They don't want you. You're not a Democrat. You're not a Republican. You're an entrepreneur and your state hates you. So why would you go build, again, why I went down this road. What do we do when we're in this business? What is our job? Our job is to build relationships. So why am I building relationships in California if I have no intention of building my wealth in California? Okay. So you can live in California. You can make babies in California. You can have a lot of amazing things in California. Stay in California. Just don't own real estate there. Okay. Find the states that have population growth. They have warm weather. People are moving there. Rent rates are going up. There's no regulation on what you can charge for rent. There's no regulation on what you can do when a tenant stops paying. In the state of California, yeah, you can flip in California. Yeah, you can flip in California. You can wholesale in California. But again, here we go. We're having the same conversation again. You got to start thinking long term. I brought this up when I brought up my daughter. Do you guys have time to go and build a wholesale business and a fix and flip business in a state that you have zero intention of holding property? Then why are we even having the conversation? You don't think it's a waste of time because all you care about is getting next week's check. You want next week's check. I totally get that. But what's going to happen is in 2 years, 6 months, 8 months, 3 years later, okay, you're going to ask me a question. Pace, man, I've got 3 properties in California. Believe me, I got students ask me these questions. Pace, what do I do? How do I evict people? Why are you asking me, man? I'm not your politicians that hate your guts. So if I'm going to go build relationships in wholesale, title, escrow, probate attorneys, private money lenders, all these people, JV relationships, don't you think I would want to do it anywhere but a state that I don't want to own real estate in? Make sense? So for me, here's the markets that I choose. I'm in Arizona. Obviously, I live in a state that is primarily Republican. I can evict people. I can raise my rents. There's no rent control here. Foreclosures happen very quickly here. It is very entrepreneur savvy and strong here. Florida, amazing. Okay. North Carolina, South Carolina. Okay. Justin says it took them 18 months to evict a squatter in California. Does that sound like a recipe for a long-term business model, guys? Cool. Oklahoma is great. So how do we choose the politically based states? We choose them by, you can do this on Google. It's pretty simple. Watch. You want to go to entrepreneur friendly. Oops, my bad. Wow. Not bad. Okay, so typically, there you go. Typically, you're going to have, let's see here, let's do this. Rental real estate friendly states. There you go, landlord friendly states. Top landlord friendly states are right here. Okay. Least landlord friendly states right here. California, Oregon. I've told you guys this multiple times. New Jersey and New York, they hate you. Why are you investing there? They do not want your money. These are the states you go to. Okay. These are the most friendly states. Here's the top 20. Let's pull this up. I'll give you guys this article. Top 20 best and worst states to buy real estate. Okay, you don't have to get this information from me, but it's important for you to get it from me so you can hear the strategy of having the information. Okay, again, less complicated eviction process, no rent control, low property taxes. Alabama, amazing. Cool. Florida, Georgia, Arizona, Indiana, Michigan, North Carolina. I love North Carolina. Ohio, Texas, Arkansas. Okay. Then these are the top 10. New York, California, Oregon, Washington, Maryland, Vermont, Nebraska, Rhode Island, Nevada, Delaware. Okay. You guys need to know this stuff. This is important information. All right. So here's what I want you guys to do. Take a couple of minutes. I'm going to set up my mic to do some more whiteboard stuff. What I want you guys to do in the side chat is I want you guys to tell me what your market would be. Okay. Ooh, final thing too. Okay. Here's the final thing. For me, this is the other thing that I want to do. I want to see whatever I choose. So let's say I delineate into one of these things. I then want to go to Privy. Okay. I'm going to go to Privy and I want to make sure that if I choose a market, a lot of people don't know what this is. You can get Privy, go to startwithprivy.com. It's one of the only tools you'll really ever need in real estate. But you want to go to a market that has a ton of activity. Okay. Now, California has a ton of activity. Love it. But I already crossed California off my list. I don't want to own real estate there. I don't want to build relationships there. I want to own and build relationships in other markets. So let's say I like Georgia. Well, I'm going to go to Georgia. Look at the whole state. What part of the state has the most activity? Right here with these blue bubbles. I'm going to go into Atlanta. Look at all this activity. Boom. Look at that activity. You need to go to Privy. So for those of you that don't have Privy, you can go to startwithprivy.com. We use we use Privy on the Elephant Challenge. So every month when we do the Elephant Challenge, we use Privy. So if anybody doesn't have Privy, you can use this. Who has Privy? Everybody, most people in here probably have Privy. Okay, cool. So for the people who don't have Privy, look at all the people who do and have them help you make a determination of what market you should be focusing on. Charlotte, do you guys think there's any secret why I bought a 400 unit deal in Charlotte? Why I'm buying a 300 unit in Atlanta? Why I just bought a bunch of property in Texas? Here, not Greensboro. I don't want to look at Greensboro. Dang it. Get out of here. Okay, I'm buying a lot in Texas. Okay, so I'm buying in Dallas. I'm buying in Austin. I'm buying in Houston. I bought 200 and something units in Lafayette. There's a lot of growth going on over in that part of the country. It's awesome. So do you think I should be buying a property down here and should be wholesaling in Hallettsville and building relationships in Hallettsville, guys? Is this an area that I should be focusing my efforts on? No, there's one deal in the whole entire city. That's it. So what are we doing wasting our time spending any time in markets that don't have activity? What about Florida area that got hit by Ian? That's great. I mean, think about all the opportunities that are going to be in that area that got hit by Ian. Think about that. Think about all the money that's going to pour in from insurance. Amazing, amazing, right? Tampa and all these areas. I think it's the main area. Where are the main areas that got hit, guys? Fort Myers. Tampa. Did Tampa get hit really hard? Naples. Naples is the one that got hit really hard, right? So if you guys are already in Naples, like consider yourself very lucky, because what's going to happen over the next 5, maybe 10 years in that market? Think about what will happen in that market. Think about the billions and billions of insurance dollars that are going to make their way into that market, right? So as a wholesaler, a developer, a fix and flipper, or somebody buying and holding properties, don't you guys think that that would be if you've never chosen a market? Florida is very investor friendly, lots of activity, warm market, tons of migration, rent growth, everything across the board. And they just got hit by a hurricane. There's amazing opportunity in there. People are just getting rid of their properties. They got the entire towns got demolished. Okay. There you go. Johnny says, I bought a property in Panama City, Florida for $5,000 right after Hurricane Michael hit in 2008. Yes, Sarah, I do invest in Florida. I just bought a deal in Lake Worth a couple weeks ago. I've got multiple Airbnbs up and down Florida. I have a 22 unit deal. I'm working with Munif and Noah in, where is that? Pensacola. I've got a cool deal working over there in Pensacola. So I probably have a good 50 properties in Florida, something like that. I don't currently own any multifamily in Florida. Okay. I don't own any multifamily in Florida, but I will at some point. All right. All right. So Sarah, she says, how do I successfully do this virtually? I've only answered the first part of that. The first part of that is you've got to choose a market. Now, everybody's like, get to creative finance. What does creative finance or teaching you how to do wholesale even mean to you if you don't have an LLC and you haven't chosen a market? You need to do those two things first. Choose a market, focus on it. Then what you learn, you can apply to that market instead of you going and floundering all over the place. The foundation needs to be built before you frame the house. Okay? Does that make sense? Does everybody understand why I spent so much time on that? And has that been helpful for you guys to get past that? Now you understand the first couple of steps of getting into real estate. Choose a market. Choose where you want to build your wealth. Choose where you ultimately can see all these properties you're going to own. Where are you going to crowdsource all your tenants? They're going to bring in all their income, right? I got Erin Moore sends me a text. She says, Lubbock, that's me. I'm the only smart girl there. Honestly, Erin, you're too smart for Lubbock. You need to get out of Lubbock. You're way too smart, too amazing. Oh, she lives in Salt Lake City. Perfect. I knew that. Also, people send me deals all the time, and I got it. Somebody sends me a deal. Pace, I have a value at 116 unit in Dallas, Texas, with assumable loan and a 6% reversion cap. No, I'm not. I'm not interested. I don't. All right. Sorry, I just got to clear out a couple of my text messages, guys. Everybody starts waking up 3 hours after I've already been awake, 5 hours after I've already been awake. Okay. I got a bunch of deals we can underwrite today, which will be great. Okay, everybody, we're all on the same page. We know how to choose a market. Now we got to figure out how to choose our strategy, right? Where do my leads come from? How do I get in the business? How do I start having conversations? We have checked the box. Give me a yes. I got 370 people on Zoom. I've got 500 people on YouTube. I want to see 800, 900 yeses in the comments. We have officially told you how to get an LLC. Go to startwithprime.com, how to choose a market. We've gone through the steps. Literally everybody has gotten that done. If you run into me at a meetup and I go up to you and you go, Pace, how do I get started? I will strangle you. I will strangle you if I have to hear that conversation again. And y'all are asking questions about how do I get started in creative finance? I go, what market are you in? And you go, I don't know. Then why are you asking me about creative finance if you don't even know the market you're in? Build relationships. You are going to need to build relationships along the way and collect people. Collect people, collect people, collect people. How much do you think my phone, the contacts in my phone are worth? Okay. But if I had a bunch of people in Ohio where I'm not buying deals, do you think that means anything? No value. Is that valuable to me? Or is it valuable to me for the markets that I'm actually working? Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Tisha says, I'm still waiting on Prime to call me. I believe the appointment is for the 11th. All right. So Nancy, I think hopefully you raise your hand because this now goes into your conversation. Nancy, where'd you go? Why haven't you raised your hand? Nancy, you there? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. There she is. Nancy.
Yes.
Are you the Nancy that was asking about your age and the strategy and stuff?
Yes, I am.
Amazing. By the way, Nancy, by the look of your photo, you look like life has barely even started for you.
I'm older than I look, but that's okay. I don't feel that. I just
Good.
wanted to know if there was a different strategy because you talk about 30 years and yeah, I probably have 30 years, but yeah, I just want to know if there's a different view.
Okay,
So.
cool. Let's talk about that. So, what market do you want to work in?
That's, you give me a lot of information and I'm going to look because I'm in San Diego, California, and I know California is horrid
Right.
for entrepreneurs. And I already knew that.
It's good for maybe running a restaurant. If you're in downtown Gaslamp district, it's good for maybe, surfboard rental business or whatever else. But if real estate and holding real estate is your goal, then San Diego is not a good avenue for you.
Right. And I'm brand new. So I'm, and I love
Okay.
all your stuff. I've learned so much already. But yeah, so I'm going to be doing some of this research that we've been going through. So I am from Indiana.
Oh, cool. I love Indiana.
So that was kind of in the back of my mind originally. So.
Okay, cool. San Diego is an amazing place to live. I was there basically, 5 days last week. It's amazing. I love it. But I wouldn't buy property there. I just personally, I wouldn't. Now, if it was an Airbnb, yes. If it's multifamily, which is where most wealth is going to be built, probably not a good idea. Maybe a hotel would maybe make sense for you to invest there in a hotel, but something that doesn't have to mess with your ability to run a business, you'd have to choose a different exit strategy. So for you, Nancy, there's so many ways to be successful in real estate. And this is now the most challenging part of choosing a strategy. So there's so many strategies. Okay. So how do I make money in real estate? I make money in real estate several different ways. Number one, I could wholesale, right? Is that something that you find appealing, Nancy, is getting into wholesale?
I would like to have, eventually I would like to have hold properties for rent, but wholesale maybe is where I will start. But absolutely, I want to build, a collection of rental properties.
Got it. Okay. So what keeps you from having a collection of rental properties right now?
and I know you're going to have an answer for this. Money.
Okay, money. Let's list them out. Let's talk about what are the things holding you back. Money is one. Maybe finding and valuing a deal and knowing whether it's a good deal or not is number two, right?
Mm-hmm.
Management team, probably number three. Like, I don't know how to manage these things and deal with tenants and all that kind of stuff. What would maybe, is there any fourth thing that pops into anybody's mind? Nobody? Nancy, what about you? And anything else pop in your mind besides money, valuing the deal, managing the deal? Anything else? Okay, paperwork and process, legal problems, okay, all that kind of stuff, okay? So there's all sorts of things, right? Now, I'm going to tell you some stuff that you have never heard of before, and it's going to deviate and it's going to create a shiny object syndrome for a lot of people, but there's so many ways to get into real estate without money. Creatively, yes, but not maybe in the creative ways that you might think of, okay? Do you follow any like multifamily investors?
You.
Nobody else, like Brandon Turner from Bigger Pockets or anything like that?
Like I said, I'm relatively new. So there's a couple of people that I've been looking at. But as far as rental properties, no, probably you're the biggest from that perspective.
Okay, cool. So let's jump into this for a second. So there's so many ways to make money in real estate, and that is the number one problem. You can wholesale, right? So you can go get contracts and go assign those to somebody else. And do you understand that process of wholesaling?
Mm-hmm, I do.
Okay, cool. And then you've got fix and flip, which is a very blanketed umbrella term, because I could buy a piece of land, build a building on it, and that to me is a fix and flip, because I'm buying a piece of dirt, I'm fixing it, and I'm flipping it to an end buyer, right? So all development related stuff, if I'm selling it to an end buyer, that would be called a fix and flip. And then the third way to do this is you can hold properties, and you can be the ultimate owner, right? Typically people that are later in life, or at least in their mind, it's funny that like most people in their 50s, their 60s think that they're like in their later years, but you look at other people that are 70, like look at Eileen Brown. I think she's 80, maybe 81, still cranking away, still investing, still doing a bunch of stuff, right? So most people in those later years, their real main focus is this. They're like, man, you know what? I'm not really, it's kind of like if I got a divorce, heaven forbid, but let's say that, well, here's a better example. Let's say that I get abducted by an alien, because there's no way my wife and I are getting a divorce. But let's say I get abducted by an alien and my wife doesn't know where I'm at. Is my wife going to go and date the rest of her life? Or is my wife going to go, you know what, I want a husband to help me raise my children and those types of things? She's going to want to look for a more committed relationship, especially at that later point in her life. It's the same thing in real estate. As people get later in their life, they're like, I'm not really looking to date and do a couple of onesie twosie wholesale deals and a couple of onesie twosie fix and flip businesses. I want to build something I can rely on, something I can be committed to, and something that can be committed to me. And so what they typically start leaning towards is, how do I hold property? Okay. So my question to you, I believe you already told me you want to hold. I'm not going to dig deeper into that. I'm not going to try and uncover and like pull back the layers of the onion. I'm just going to assume that what you're telling me is true, and I'm going to talk about holding properties. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if I want to hold properties, there's multiple ways to do this. Okay. I can do single family, and I can do the BRRRR strategy, right? The BRRRR strategy is kind of the Bigger Pockets go-to method, which is I can go to an agent and I can go to a bank and I can put 20 to 30% down. So if I'm going to buy, especially in San Diego, if my median household price in San Diego is probably 700,000, maybe more, I've got to put 30% down on that to own one property. That doesn't seem too appealing, right? I don't like that idea, but you could still do it. And that 20 or 30% down payment you give to a lender to lend to you on the BRRRR strategy, you could go borrow that or partner up with other people. So you could do that without money out of your pocket. You could do the same thing with subject to and seller finance. The advantage with subject to and seller finance is that instead of putting down 20% or 30% down on houses, your down payments typically in these situations are going to be lower. They're going to be 5 to maybe 7% down payment, which is awesome. And your interest rates are going to be pretty low as well. Okay. So there's an advantage here with sub 2 and seller finance. But what's the disadvantage with sub 2 and seller finance is this: you have to find these deals. Okay. With a BRRRR strategy deal, the agent's going to find them. They're typically going to be on the market. So you're not really getting a good deal, and you don't have the ability to negotiate. Okay. So this is probably not a good fit for most people. I don't like this. I don't do this really. We do the BRRRR strategy, but we do the BRRRR strategy through a strategy that you'll never use. Do you know what strategy that is, Nancy? How do I find these deals?
No, from other.
I cold call sellers. Is that something that you plan on doing at some point?
I'd rather not.
Okay. How did I know? Right. So I just know demographics pretty well. So I know that that's not going to be something you're going to go and try and spend your time on. So this is why it's very, very important for you guys to understand your avatar. Okay. Your avatar, Nancy, you're in your mind later in life. So you don't want to waste time, building relationships with wholesalers and fix and flippers. You want to start holding property. Great. I like that. You also don't really get excited about cold calling people. So you've got to go find the people that are doing the cold calling and buy the deals from them. So who are those people? Those are called wholesalers. So you still need to develop relationships with wholesalers in order to get these sub 2 and seller finance deals sent to you, right? Ironically, you said you're from Indiana, right?
Yes.
You want to see something that's kind of funny? I created a free Facebook group, and look what was just posted in my free Facebook group a couple of days ago. Katie Olek says, $0 down to seller, sub 2 deal in Butler, Indiana. Title is clear, ready to go. Text me or call me to go see it. And then she says at the bottom, she says, accepting offers for an entry or assignment fee. Okay. So that is a way you could go buy a deal in Indiana right now without having to call a seller, negotiate, do anything. You don't even have to know creative finance. One of my students locked that deal up and then is posting in the free group selling it. You could just go to them and go, whoa, I don't even have to put any money down to the seller. I could just take over existing debt. That's gangster. You might have to pay her 10 grand, maybe 15 grand because she found the deal. But now you've got a deal that you just bought for 300 grand with 15,000 bucks. That's less than, what is that? 3% down? Something like that? No, it's 5%. So you put 5% down on a deal and got a 3% loan. Now you've got a property you can turn into a sober living facility, an Airbnb, whatever else, right? So along the way, you've got these decisions you have to make. Decision number 1 is make sure you have an LLC, okay? And you've talked to Prime. Decision number 2 is you've had a conversation with yourself of what market do I want to invest in? Because you're going to go into my free Facebook group. You're going to go develop relationships with people in the side chat. You're going to meet people at real estate investment meetups. If I'm not looking to invest in San Diego, then why would I go to a real estate investment meetup in San Diego? Well, I might go there, but I'm only looking for one type of person. I'm looking for a lender, a private money lender. Somebody will partner with me. So if I find a deal in Butler, Indiana that I want to buy and I don't have the money to do that, even though it's a sub 2 deal, I still got to pay the person that found the deal, right? So I'm going to come up with that $15,000 by maybe linking in with somebody at my local RIA, but at least I know why I'm going to my local RIA. This is the biggest challenge with most people. Are like showing up to meetups, showing up to seminars, showing up to these places. And they're like, I'm supposed to be here. They told me to get out there and learn all this stuff. I'm like a laser focus. When I go into a meeting or a meetup, I know exactly what I'm looking for. I know who to talk to, what to talk to them about. I know exactly what I need. And I go in there like a ninja and just boom, 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 boom. And I walk out with what I need. What other people do is they waste all their time going to meetups, not knowing what market they're investing in and what they need at that meetup. If I'm investing in San Diego real estate, then going to a real estate meetup in San Diego would go, what deals do you have? How can I partner with you? What value can I provide to be able to be in the mix with you guys on these deals in San Diego? But if I'm not investing in San Diego, then the questions are going to be completely different because now I'm going to go in there and go, hey guys, I buy deals in Indiana or I buy deals over here and I'm looking for some financial partners, people that come in and I'll find the deal. You guys pay for the down payment. And we split the profits 50-50. So Nancy, what you just did is you just bought that deal in Butler, Indiana, without qualifying for a loan, without having to find it, without calling the seller, without having to even come up with any money on your own. That's a way today you could go get into a deal.
Love that.
Okay. Pretty simple. But it's only simple when you know your market and when you know your strategy that you're trying to focus on. Now, here's the downfall to this. There's always these ups and downs. The downfall is that now you bought one deal and you want to go fast. You got to find more of those deals, right? And you got to find more private money lenders. Okay, great. Well, you're gathering resources. Nancy, do you work for a living or do you have a business for a living?
I do neither at this point in time.
Okay, you're retired.
Yes.
Amazing. Do you mind if I get personal with you?
Sure.
Why did you retire?
I was forced out.
Okay, makes
executive leadership. I was making too much money, I guess. So they got rid of a few of us.
Got it. Okay, makes sense. Because I'm sitting here thinking, you know, a woman shows up to a live with me that's retired. That doesn't sound like the demographic of people I attract. So you're a go-getter. You're somebody who wants to do more, make more, be more, right?
Exactly.
Okay, cool. So that's one strategy you could do. You could get into single family and then make your decision of your exit strategy. The exit strategy is typically based on, so there's so many different exit strategies, right? Traditional rental, Section 8, Airbnb, sober living, assisted living, behavioral health, variety of things. Traveling nurse exit strategy, right? You could buy a deal subject to and then sell it on seller finance, and you could essentially play the bank, which I can get into later. So many different strategies on the exit side, but the exit is usually determined by the house, and it is also determined by the structure of the acquisition strategy. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so for example, let's say I find a deal in Butler, Indiana, and I acquire it sub 2. Amazing. I might want to hold on to this. Well, the problem is I got to pay the person that brought the deal to me 15 grand, hypothetically. Now I don't have the 15 grand, or I want to learn how to raise private capital. So I'm going to go borrow 15 grand from somebody else or partner with somebody that has 15 grand. But the way that private money lender is giving the money to me, because every private money lender is an individual human being with individual terms, right? There's no such thing as a private money lender that wants the same exact thing as the next private money lender. So sometimes you get a private money lender who goes, hey, Nancy, I'll give you the $15,000 loan, but I want it paid back to me in 6 months. You see how that could change your exit strategy?
Mm-hmm.
So now that's not going to be a subject to deal that I buy and hold forever. That might be a subject to deal that I buy, might clean it up a little bit, and I sell it on the retail market, and I pay off my 15 grand lender, I pay off the sub 2 loan, and whatever amount of money is left over is my profit on the deal, and I'm out. Right? But if that same private money lender goes, hey, Nancy, I'll give you $15,000 that you can keep indefinitely because I want to be your partner, and let's own this together, and you don't have a monthly payment on that 15 grand, all you and your partner do is have a monthly payment on the underlying sub 2 loan, you can own that deal forever. So your exit strategy is determined by the way that the acquisition was done and how the capital was raised. Does that make sense, everybody? Okay, now there's so many intricacies to all of that kind of stuff as the deals come to you, but people go, how would you structure this? And I got to ask questions. Okay. They go, how did you determine the exit strategy? I go, well, the exit strategy was determined by the house and the way I structured the payments. I had to make a decision based on what resources I had at the time. Now, what ends up also happening for me is I go, my job, what do I do for a living, everybody? I crowdsource my retirement, and I do that by making friends. So if I have a friend, a private money lender, a relationship that says, hey, Nancy, I'm going to give you 15 grand, but I'm only going to let you hold it for 6 months. Does that mean I have enough friends, or I should probably go out and find more friends for my next deal? That's a question for Nancy.
I would say more. I think the more people you have in your network, the better.
There you go. So that's how you know. When people are like, well, how do I do get this question a lot too? People say, how do I know I have enough private money lenders? I go, when you can structure any deal you need under any terms that you need in order to keep the deal for your exit strategy, right? So for me, Nancy, I know I'm working really hard, and this may sound daunting and just honest and transparent, but even I don't have enough private money lenders right now. I've got a deal that I just funded it. So shout out to the private money lenders that just helped me fund this deal. I have a $11 million multifamily deal I'm buying in Lafayette, Louisiana. I would normally, and I'm going to give you guys some other advice. I would normally have raised capital through a syndication. Do you know much about syndications, Nancy?
No.
Okay, I'll get into syndications in here in just a minute. Okay. So I would normally have syndicated that deal, which means I go to the SEC and I go, hey, Securities and Exchange Commission, which is a government regulation, regulatory agency, and they regulate how I'm allowed to raise money for big deals. And I go to the SEC and I go, hey, I want to buy this $11 million deal and I need $2 million as a down payment, but I want to go borrow it. Not borrow, but I want investors to be able to invest with me, and they could lose all their money. So I need you to tell me, SEC, how to give them the proper paperwork and documentation and disclosures and all that kind of stuff. And they make me write something called a PPM, a private placement memorandum, which is a document that you give to your investors that says, here's all the ways you're going to lose money. And if we don't, here's how you're going to make your money, right? So Ricky Hines, do you have a deal you want me to look at right now? Okay, Ricky, I'll pull you up here in just a second. Okay. Okay, I'll underwrite some deals with you guys here in just a little bit. Okay. So if you guys raise your hand, I'll underwrite some deals with you. So Nancy, so that deal is going to close faster than the SEC is going to allow me to go out and market this deal to the open public. The SEC takes months, right? For me to get that document, to be able to go out and tell people, hey, I'm raising money for blah, 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 blah. I can't legally do that. So what I have to do is I have to go borrow the $2 million down payment in order to close on the $11 million deal. And so I can borrow money. I just can't raise money from investors under regulations. Okay. So I go, crap, I got to go call my private money lenders. So I call my private money lenders. I got like $50 million right now in private money, which is pretty powerful. And I call and this is most of the people in my sphere. You know what they want? They're like, well, I want to be a partner with you. No, I can't. I legally can't have you be my partner. Legally, I can't. I have no offering. I don't have a PPM. I need you to give me the money for 3 to 6 months. And I had to call. And I had Molly call. And we found the $2 million within 3 days. Okay. And so what I took away from that is I go, dang it. I have a lot of people that want to be partners with me, because what do I attract typically, Nancy, is I attract a lot of people that want to be me, right? That's the people that are in my sphere. So again, the acquisition strategy is also determined by the people I have in my sphere. What are we doing for a living? I'm going to say this again. Okay. What do I do for a living? I crowdsource my retirement or crowdsource my wealth. How do I do that? I make friends. That's the simplest version of what I do. And so when I have friends, all my private money lenders that want to lend money to me, but they want to be partners, I got a problem. So I got to work harder to go outside my sphere and build new relationships. Okay. Now I am doing, is everybody who's not on the waiting list for Invest with Pace, by the way? Okay. I have how much money do you think I have on that waiting list? I have $90 million on that waiting list. $90 million. Sub 2 students. Powerful. A whole lot. It's $90 million bucks. Got a lot. So the guys, put in the link, please. Dave S says, could you explain Invest with Pace? So Invest with Pace, for those of you, I don't want my students to be my students. I want my students to be my partners. And so Invest with Pace is a way for them to invest in my deals. I've got a big deal coming up in Atlanta. It's a 300+ unit deal where you can invest $1,000 into a deal minimum, and you can become a partner with me on a multifamily deal for $1,000, which is pretty cool. Investwithpace.com is the name of the website. Okay. So Nancy, so you could go do like single family stuff, and that's the best way to do it. You find people that are finding deals. Who in here is finding deals? Who's a deal finder? Who's out cold calling, texting, doing billboards, all that kind of stuff? Who's out there finding deals? Now look in the side chat, Nancy. You think you got a lot of people out there actually finding deals?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So this is where building relationships becomes really important, is you want to find people in my community, the community I built, that are out there finding deals in an area that you want to hold. Okay. So you've chosen, here's what you've done so far today. I think we've done a pretty good job so far. I could literally end today and I think everybody would have their minds have been blown. Just the simplicity of how I've broken this down. Nobody taught me this stuff. And nobody on YouTube's doing 3-hour lives trying to get people to truly understand this, right? They try and do 12-minute videos because YouTube really likes 12-minute videos. Trying to get the views and the likes. Okay. So
this is better.
It's better for me too. How can we truly get people to understand where to spend their time, where to spend their energy? How does this apply to me? What are my next steps? Guys, has everybody taken the steps? Do we all have an LLC? Do we all know that our LLC has been set up properly so that we can go out and actually build a business? Okay. By the way, if your LLC is not set up properly and you start holding property and you have a tenant that comes and sues you and your LLC is not set up properly, you're in a tough situation. This is why it's so important to set it up the right way right out of the gate. So LLC, bank account, which obviously common sense, then choose your market. You choose your market based on population growth, weather patterns, migration, politics, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, it doesn't matter. You're an entrepreneur. So you need to go to an entrepreneur friendly market. You choose that market. Then the next thing you got to do is you go, what do I want to do? Do I want to wholesale? Do I want to fix and flip? Do I want to buy and hold? We already know Nancy wants to buy and hold. Okay. Why would somebody want to wholesale? I would wholesale because I have a lack of cash. I need to get into real estate right now. I hate my job, or I'm young and I'm like, I've never had a job. I'm going to jump into wholesaling right now and I can generate cash pretty quickly with wholesale. Within 30 to 60 days, you can get today money. Okay. So you'll get cash now. Okay. It's not, I wish it was instant capital. The only thing that's instant capital, what's the only thing that is instant capital? The only thing I know about that's instant capital is Gator method. Rod Sema says only, I'm going to start an OnlyFans account. Okay. The only thing that is instant capital that I know about is Gator method. That's it. You can do it anywhere. You can do it anytime. I think that's the only strategy that's like instant capital. Okay. Everything else, wholesaling, fixing and flipping, and buying and holding is not a today money type of situation. So Kevin, here's what I'm going to tell you. A lot of people will ask me questions about LLCs. Today's not an LLC day. I've answered so many questions about LLCs on my YouTube channel. The simplest answer is go to startwithprime.com. They will spend an hour with you answering questions about your specific situation and ask the people in the side chat. When you ask me a question like that, Kevin, that means you've told me you have not talked to Prime, because Prime would have answered that and squared you away. Everybody, do you feel like when you call Prime, they take care of you, they answer the questions for you, you're all good? Yes, no, yes, no. Okay. So there you go. Effie says fantastically. All right. So anybody has an LLC question, either go to my YouTube channel or go and book a call with Prime. Okay. Jordan says they were so good, they even take care of my taxes. Andrew says Prime rep was not very informed. They might have had a newer rep that was taking care of you. And that's what happens, right? As business owners, we need to understand business owners are going through those things, just like at one point you will as well, Andrew. So I would just ask for a different rep. Okay. Okay, cool. Denisha says they will resolve any issues you have. Jesse Aguilar says, talk to Ben at PCS. I actually don't know Ben at PCS, but I've heard great things about him. So we've all kind of chosen our market, but now you've got to choose your strategy. Nancy is looking at buying and holding. Other people, okay, are looking at wholesaling and fixing and flipping. Why would somebody look at fixing and flipping? Let's talk about that for a second. Why would we look at fixing and flipping? Okay, bigger cash and time. They watch too much HGTV. Construction background, bigger chunks of capital. I agree. you're okay with having headaches and problems, and you're honestly, most of the people that I see fixing and flipping are already wholesaling, right? They have a machine of finding deals, and they're like, I'm going to cherry pick and pick those off. And they like keeping crews busy, because why do I like, I'll tell you, you guys know why I like fix and flip? The number one reason I like fix and flip is because it keeps my crews busy so that they can also work on my rentals, because we're also doing the burst strategy and we're doing other things. So I have a construction crew staying busy, making me a couple $100,000 a year that I can simultaneously use for my rentals. Does that make sense? The logic behind that? So if I'm starting to spend a little bit more of my time on multifamily that doesn't need the same contractors, do you think that at some point I'm probably going to slow down my fix and flip business? Think about that. Will I slow down my fix and flip business if my rental portfolio starts converting a little bit more over to multifamily? Will I need to keep the same crews busy? The actual answer is no. The answer is no. At some point, I will stop fixing and flipping, probably in the next couple of years, because my portfolio, where my multifamily requires a different contractor than my single family. Okay. Ooh, I like that. Angel Shannon says, fix and flips are appealing to people who don't want to be a landlord. I love that answer. That is very true. Okay. Fix and flip is appealing to people who don't want to be a landlord, which is interesting to me. People not wanting to be a landlord. That's a whole nother conversation for another day, probably. So if you want to buy and hold, there's multiple ways to do it. Okay. I just gave you one strategy, Nancy. Go into the free Facebook group, look for my students' deals. Those students' deals are like that deal in Indiana. Zero down to the seller, call me and pay me a commission, or pay me an assignment fee, and the deal is yours. It's dozens of those deals. I can buy those deals all the time. Okay. Andrew and Amanda says, truth. I work with people that are making the switch from single family to multifamily, and it definitely takes a different crew. Yes, it does. It takes a different level of contractor. So that's one way to do it, single family, right? And then the way you acquire the deal is, and structure the deal, is what determines your exit strategy. Multifamily. If I want to get into multifamily, Nancy, how do I get into multifamily? There's so many ways to get into multifamily. You can't find a deal right now because you don't know where deals are coming from. You don't know how to underwrite a deal because you're brand new. You don't know how to manage a deal because you're brand new, right? So how do I penetrate and get into multifamily besides just reading books and doing all that kind of stuff? You don't have the answer, so I won't grill you too much on it. Does anybody know the way to get into multifamily without having to find a deal? No, not even be an LP. An LP is a limited partner. Passively invest. Yeah, you could do that. Here's what you do. This is what we call it. I just started teaching this. It's called the fund of funds. It's one of the most gangster strategies of all time. Fund of funds. Okay. So what does this mean? It means that, like, you look at a guy like Pace, for example. Okay. Pace is going to go buy this property. I've got this big, massive property. It's 300 plus units in Atlanta, Georgia. It's called Pace's Ridge. This is a real property that we currently have under contract. If you guys want to be an owner with me, then go to investwithpace.com and get on the waiting list. So, Nancy, I'm raising on this deal. I've got to raise $60 million from private investors. That's a pretty challenging strategy. It's a pretty challenging situation. Don't you agree?
Yep.
So I've got to go create a fund, is what it's called. Okay. So I go to the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission. I go, hey, SEC, I intend on raising $60 million and I am going to have a fund. Okay. And I'm going to spend, I don't know, $40,000 to $60,000 for the paperwork to get that done. I have to find the deal, obviously, and then I have to raise the money. I have to put the employees together. It's a massive thing. This is not something for a beginner, right? So what you can do is you can actually become a fund underneath my fund called a fund of funds. where you don't need to go to the SEC. You don't have to do the paperwork because I do it for you. You don't have to find the deal because I've already found it. You also don't have to manage the deal because I'm the manager, right? Boom, 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 boom. But typically in a fund-to-fund model, this is you, Nancy, coming along and going, I've got a great relationship with a lot of people I've built relationships with over my years. Guys, by the way, okay, what do we do? I've talked to you guys about what do we do? Every time we do a deal, what are we doing? We are building relationships. So at some point, all you wholesalers out there that are building relationships, at some point you're going to go, man, I really want to own multifamily. I got to start tapping into my relationships I've built over the years. And what you've done is you've built relationship in wholesale, and you've built relationship in fix and flip, and you've built relationship with people that are not going to help you achieve your goal. Is this making sense for you guys? Okay, so you're gonna, now what happens is, Nancy, you worked in a corporate job. People probably made a lot of money there, right?
Correct.
You have any friends that have $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 to invest in a multifamily syndication?
Probably. Didn't think of it.
The answer is yes. Knowing you, Nancy, if I spent an afternoon with you and you gave me your phone and I literally just called the people in your phone, I could probably raise 5, 10, 15 million bucks. Doing nothing but calling people in your phone. Okay. And I've done this before where people are like, here, and I go through and I'm like, all right, I'll literally call your friends. I'll call your family. I'll call people that are in your world and go, and I just, like the other day I sent somebody a text and I go, hey, I'm looking to raise $2 million. Do you or anybody you know have 500 grand? I need blah, 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 blah. Okay. So if you've built relationships your whole life, what kind of relationships can you now tap into? Do you guys now understand what I mean by what do I do for a living? I crowdsource my wealth. How do I do that? I do it by building relationships and making friends. Do we now understand what this means? So you guys are out there building. This is why I built a community. It's because I want people working and being with each other and collaborating with each other, using private money with each other, doing deals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's why it's critical. It's why YouTube is for information and entertainment. It's not for actual implementation. You have to implement. You have to be in part of a community. You have to be able to apply this stuff in an environment of other people that are applying, right? So, Nancy, you have relationships that you've tapped into and you've built over these years. You can go to a guy like me and go, hey, Pace, I want to be what is called, so I'm the GP, right? I'm the general partner of this deal. I'm the person that put the deal together. If you basically raise 5 million on a deal like that with me or more, you can be a co-GP on this deal and put $0 of your own money in the deal and become an owner of this property with me. You didn't find the deal. You don't have to manage the deal. You didn't have to talk to the SEC, understand the paperwork, worry about management, and you can basically own. Okay, I've got a deal right now that I'm buying 105 units. Actually, sorry, this is a different deal. My bad. I've got a deal right now. It's 138 units. Okay. Somebody brought the deal to me. They don't know what to do. They go, I don't know how to raise the money. And I go, okay, pay me $25,000, or I'll pay you $25,000. Just give me the deal. So they give me 25. I give them $25,000, which I didn't give them yet because we haven't closed escrow. And this deal is a $13 million deal. Seller finance. Seller is going to seller finance 90% of this deal to us at 4% interest. And they're giving us 30 years on this deal. Okay. So I got to come up with this person. The reason why this person was happy with $25,000 is because they were lacking one skill. What's funny is they found the deal, right? They found the deal, but they're lacking the skill. What is the skill that they are lacking, everybody? Making friends. They are lacking the skill of making friends. partly because of their lack of mindset. They believe they're not worthy of making friends. They believe that they're whatever. Okay. So I come along and all I have to do is I have to raise $1,300,000 for the down payment and basically another $100,000 for miscellaneous stuff, right? Like the $25,000 to them, the closing costs, maybe a little bit of CapEx when I first start, and boom, I can take down a $13 million deal because I didn't even have to find the deal, but I know where to find the down payment. My lenders, the people who brought the $1.3 million to me, they are getting 50% of the asset, and I am getting 50% of the asset for bringing the deal to the table and structuring it. So I just got $6.5 million of assets put in my portfolio for how much money out of my pocket? Okay. Zero. Because I understand what this business is about. This business is about crowdsourcing my wealth and doing it through building friends. So every time I make friends with people, single family, multifamily, does not matter. Every single person that I meet is a gateway of opportunity. Okay. Now, who's taken my Raising Private Capital course that I give away for free for the sub 2 students? Who's taken that? Wow, you sub 2 students are lazy today. Where's my comments? Sam Singh says, dude, that was life-changing. Sam, can you go into the sub 2 vault and get the link for that and post it in here? Cool. So Nancy, that's a conversation. So now here's what I've just done for you, Nancy. I've just been your life coach. I've taken Nancy as an individual and I've said, Nancy, how do I choose what market I go into, what strategy I go into, and ultimately, how do I attack that strategy? So if you want to go do multifamily, that's what you do. You go now. What you know to go do is research fund to funds. Okay, if you guys are a sub 2 student, I have a whole 3 Zooms all about fund to funds. I did a fund to fund earlier this year. I broke down the paperwork, how I did it, exactly how it was, and I gave it to you guys. So if you guys want to learn how to do fund to funds, boom, there you go. If you're a non-sub 2 student, then go on YouTube and type of fund to funds. You know what's funny is you won't find shiz. You'll find a bunch of like lacking information. Let's find it. Let's see what's on YouTube about fund to funds. You could go to Hunter Thompson. There's a guy named Hunter Thompson that charges 25 grand how to raise capital, but he doesn't teach fund to fund model. He teaches high level stuff. So let's go fund of funds. Okay, so this one's good. It gives you like a brief overview of what it is. Bridger's really good. He has a high level mastermind for raising capital. He's really good. I like Bridger Pennington. Fund to funds. Okay, so there's some good videos on here, but I don't think people are teaching you how to necessarily do it. Okay, so Nancy, you can go do that. You can go watch those videos, and that will help you understand fund to funds. A lot of people don't know about this. It's not commonly talked about. So you can go jump into my deals, right? I can go jump into big operators deals like Brandon Turner from Bigger Pockets. Okay. I can go do a deal with Brandon Turner at Bigger Pockets. He found the deal. He has the team. He has the payroll paid for, the overhead, all the things that I'm fearful of taking action on because I'm so brand new. And I can just go to Brandon Turner and go, hey, I've got $3 or $4 million of people that will invest in me if I can use your leverage, your credibility, because that's the cool thing about a fund of funds is that now I'm not raising money for my own deal. I'm going to people in my network or people I've made as friends at real estate meetups, side comments and Zooms, YouTube, whatever, wholesale hotline, Sunday service, my podcast, whatever. Maj says, I think Grant Cardone has done fund of funds. I had a sit down with Ryan Secco, his fund manager, and they want me to do a fund of funds with Grant Cardone. Okay. So happy to do a fund of funds. I'll do a fund of funds all day long because I don't have to find the deal, work with the overhead, deal with any of the legal stuff. I don't have to deal with any of that stuff. I literally just go to my friends and I go, hey guys, I'm doing a deal with this person that's done 15,000 transactions and I'm raising capital to do this deal. And that's it. and I become a part owner of that deal and I raise capital, and guess who closes my friends? Am I the one having to close and call my friends, or do I just bring those relationships to a Grant Cardone or a Brandon Turner and go, hey, here's people, they want to talk about the opportunity, and they call them and they close the deal? Does that make sense, guys? Nancy, does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. That answers a huge question.
Because you're not going to know anything, right? You don't know how to pitch, how to underwrite. You don't know if it's a good deal or not, but you want to find people who have a pedigree. And there's so many of them. Brad Sumrock, Vina Jetty, Brandon Turner, Pace Morby, Grant Cardone, and 1,000 other people that are doing multifamily. So if you want to leverage into somebody else's multifamily deal, you go to them and go, hey, I would like to do a fund to fund with you. And what projects do you have coming up? And Brandon Turner has a big project coming up. So he'll go, yeah, I'll do a Zoom with you. I'll do a Zoom with you all day long. Bring all your friends. Tell all your friends, hey guys, I'm doing a big multifamily deal. Anybody interested in showing up for a Zoom? We're going to break down the opportunity, show up, and I'm going to have you guys hear from Brandon Turner, my partner on the deal. Brandon Turner literally takes over the entire Zoom, breaks down the deal, and pitches the multifamily fund to them. And he then takes over that relationship, and you get credit for all of that, and you get part ownership in that deal. Kind of crazy how simple that is, right? I like how at that point, LeBroy Walton says, makes so much sense now. Was that an epiphany for some people? Kirsten says, you just change things for me. Kirsten, that's what I do. You know me. This is what I do. Okay. So Kirsten, I have like 4, I think, Zooms on the fund to funds model. And Molly and I, if you want, Molly and I can do a whole fund to fund structure Zoom this coming week for everybody and just talk about only that inside of Sub 2. So if you guys want to come into that, that'll be a lot of fun. Okay. All right, cool. So is this different than buying into Cardone Capital Funds? Yes, Jennifer Bonner, you are not a partner in that deal. You are an investor in that deal. A fund of funds is very different. Very different. Okay. All right. I'm going to do some whiteboard stuff. Do you have to be accredited? No, you don't. Dude, you could be a freaking homeless person and do a fund of funds. I already said that you're not the one bringing money to the table. You're bringing relationships to the table for them to close, and you get paid for doing that. Yes, yes, you're an owner, Jennifer. Guys, what language do I have to speak differently to get you guys to understand you are an owner of the property? You are an owner now. I should learn Spanish. I think that might help. I could not explain anything in Korean anymore. It's been 20 years since I spoke about it a lot. Right? You don't know. Laura Smith, you don't have to be accredited to raise capital. No, absolutely not. You're not. So Nancy, has this been helpful for you?
Extremely. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Was this helpful for anybody else to kind of understand Nancy's situation? Anybody else kind of more in Nancy's world? Okay. So the skill set that I would learn, Nancy, for you as an individual, the skill set that I would be learning, definitely learn creative finance. It's always going to be very powerful. But one of the most important skill sets that you can learn, Nancy, is how to raise capital for multifamily, because it will allow you to remember this rule. You know this. You have kids, Nancy?
I do.
Okay. Did you ever teach your kids the golden rule?
Yes.
Okay. The golden rule in our families is do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? But in business, the golden rule is he who controls the gold makes the rule. All I have to do is control the gold. Okay. So Gator method is controlling gold, and raising capital for deals is controlling gold. It doesn't even have to be my gold. It could be somebody else's gold. Is this making sense to everybody? Are you guys capturing this, gathering this information? Okay. For the people that are not, people that are new, have been kind of joined in the last couple of hours or so. Can you guys put in the Gator training link for everybody so they can come in here and come into the Gator training tomorrow? All right. I'm going to get another drink. I've gone through 2 Gatorades. I'll be right back in like 1 or 2 minutes. Please put in the link for everybody for the Gator training, everybody, so I don't have to keep putting it in myself. I'll put it in there because you guys won't, you silly knuckleheads. All right. I mean, technically I could just end the Zoom and be done, right? Like you guys essentially at the end of the day, just learned some really, really valuable stuff. Hey, so you should jump into a rural area and show it can be done. I talked to the landlord of 100 properties. Bro, I should not jump into a rural area because why would I jump into a rural area? We all know it can be done. All I have to do is put a straw hat on and chew some tobacco and I can get a deal done in a rural area. What do I need to go into a rural area for? I don't want to own anything there. All righty. Give me a 2 minute. I'm going to go on a 2-minute break, guys. Hold on just a second. I'm going to go grab a drink. All righty. Thank you so much. Okay, cool. So let's get into, we've got a couple people want me to look at and break down some deals. So let me do that. Ricky Hines, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right, Pace.
Cool. What do you got for me, man? How can I help you underwrite a deal?
I don't know if I want you to do it now. You say you don't like California, so
I'm not trying to buy the deal.
Huh?
I'm not trying to buy the deal. I'm just trying to help you out.
Oh.
What can I do for you?
Okay. In the message of chat, I dude had a deal in there, and I'll try to help him out with it. And you could underwrite it. I want to send it to you.
No, just tell me about the deal. Is it a cash deal? Is it a creative deal? What is it?
It's a creative deal.
Okay, so it's a creative deal. So when I'm looking at a creative deal, guys, by the way, I'm going to teach you guys something very valuable right now. How do I look at creative finance deals, right? So I've got a creative deal. How do I look at it? Listen to the questions I ask Ricky Hines right now, because I could give 2 craps about how many bedrooms and baths there are. I could give 2 craps about how many garages there are. I don't care about the renovation right now. I want to know first and foremost, number one, Ricky, every single time I want to know the spread. Okay. I want to know the spread. How do I come up with a spread and what is the spread? Okay. I want to know, what is my payment? Is this a sub-2 deal or a seller finance deal, Ricky?
It is owner financing available.
Okay, it's an owner finance deal. So do you know what the payment is going to be with the seller yet?
It is 10% down and $39.90 per month.
Okay, so $3,900 a month?
And $3,990 a month, sir.
Okay, great. So I've got a $3,990 a month payment. This is also why I hate California. One single property is a $3,990 payment.
Mm-hmm.
My gosh, bro. All right. No problem. So $3,990. What can now be, in order for me to figure out my spread, is what is my potential income? What can I bring in on this property, Ricky? What can I do with this property? Am I going to rent it? Am I going to Airbnb it? And if whatever you guys decide you're going to do with this, what can that bring in on a monthly basis?
I look like you gonna have the Airbnb. Kind of rent. I think he said was like $3,500 a month. So it ain't gonna cover the monthly payment.
So the $3,500, you're going to bring in $3,500 a month on an Airbnb, but my payment.
No, with the rent. Now,
okay, so
Airbnb,
the rent on the deal is $3,500 right now. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
Okay, so obviously, if it's an owner finance deal, Ricky,
mm-hmm.
and the rent's $3,500, do I have a spread right now as it stands?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, so we already now know. Remember, guys, the acquisition strategy changes for the acquisition strategy. What the seller wants is going to change what my exit strategy is. So obviously, rent is not the way to do it, right? So you're saying Airbnb, right?
Right.
Okay. Have you gone to AirDNA? Have you actually underwritten and found out what we can bring in on a monthly basis on the Airbnb?
No, sir.
Okay, so you want me to underwrite a deal, Ricky. I just want to be very clear here. You want me to underwrite a deal without any information.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so but this is good, Ricky. This is really, really good that you're asking these questions, because it's going to teach you that nobody can underwrite your deal for you if you don't have this information.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
so how do I know, Ricky, if you're going to sell me a deal? How do I know if it's going to be a good deal or not if you haven't done the research to tell me if it's a good deal or not, right? Would you sell a fix and flipper? Let's say a fix and flipper wants to buy a cash deal from you, Ricky, and he comes to you and he goes, hey, Ricky, I want to buy a cash deal. I'm looking to make $50,000 on every deal that I do. And you go, yeah, no problem. I'll go find you a deal. So you go find him a deal and you go, hey man, the ARV on this, or you go, hey, I got this thing under contract for $300,000. Do you want to buy it? And the fix and flipper goes, okay, well, what's the ARV? How do I know if I'm going to make $50,000 or not? How do you know that anybody's going to make money on this creative finance deal if you don't even know what the spread is?
Right.
You don't. You're brand new, so I'm glad we're asking these questions. This is amazing.
Yeah, I am brand new to creative finance, but I thought you had everything in the flyer like you told me, because I asked him, and but on the flyer you don't have much information but the purchase price and gift in 2022.
Okay, so Ricky, you're basically we're lacking information. There's 3 steps to underwriting a creative finance deal, and we don't even have the information from step 1.
Right.
Okay, so we're not able to underwrite a deal without this information, right? So what we have to do is we have to figure out what can we, like 100%, what can we bring in on a monthly basis on this deal?
I understand, sir.
Okay. We don't know that. So how do I know if this is a good deal or not? I don't. It's impossible for me to know that. So let's find out. Okay. Let's find out. Ricky, can you private message me or no?
Let me see. Can that hosts and panelists?
Yeah. Just go to panel. Yeah. Hosts and panelists. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. I got you. Now, what you want me to sing?
I want you. Well, you got to send me the address, bro. Come on, dog.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, sir. I apologize.
Don't apologize. The way I'm talking to you, Ricky, is not to get you to be jarred or stressed out or anything like that. It's just to really get the message not only across to you, but it's to get the message across to everybody else. Okay. That, that you cannot underwrite a creative finance deal without knowing what you can bring in on the property. Do we all understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see, hosts and panelists. Okay, great. So you've given me, let's see, participants. Where did you give me did you put something in here?
Not yet, sir. I'm finna do it.
Oh, you're working on it. Okay, got it.
Yes,
I'm sitting here looking for it, but it hasn't been done yet. See, Dana Invest says, yep, working on a deal myself right now, but I need the Air DNA information. Okay. You guys, right now I'm teaching you how to underwrite a creative finance deal. And what the equivalent of this is if you go, Pace, will you underwrite this cash deal for me? Whether it's a good wholesale deal or not. And I go, yeah, no problem. What's the address? And you go, oh, I don't have the address. I don't have the address. I don't have the address. Right? So you got to have the information in order to underwrite the deals. Okay. Data Rabu and AirDNA, guys, it's just two different. It's like, what's the difference between Bashes and Safeway? What's the difference between Walmart and Target? They do the same stuff. They got a little bit different tweaks. Don't overcomplicate the software. It's one of the most common asshole things to come up with in your mind of like, well, which software is better, PropStream or Batch Leads or this? Guys, just use anything. Shit. Who cares? Okay.
I hate this, man. I can't send you image. It's saying it's in Manif, California. I thought the address on it, but he don't even have the address on it.
Okay, so Ricky, I'm gonna send you a private message, okay?
Okay.
And let's see here. I think I'm going to. I want to give you my cell phone, but I don't want my cell phone given out because people then tell me about their divorce and their problems and their this, that, and the other in my email. So not really interested in putting that out anywhere. Here's a great solution. Ricky, put your cell phone number in the side chat, please.
All right. There you go, sir.
Okay, cool. So Ricky, I'm going to text you. Please don't ever text me a problem that you have. Come in and see me in Zoom. Okay. Do not rely on ever reaching out to me via text.
Okay.
I do not reply to text primarily. I'm usually in Zoom. Okay. So I just texted you. Text me the address so we can actually go through this. Okay.
Okay. I'm how to view the flyer. Now, this is why you don't believe what folks say, though. I feel you on that. He told me it was in the address, was in the flyer, but I'm going to test it for you, though.
So, guys, this is a valuable lesson. This happens to me all the time, and it kind of it kind of trains me to not want to look at people's deals, right? So, Ricky, you're brand new, so I'm not angry about this. It's a really amazing learning experience for everybody else. When I see wholesalers in Facebook groups going, nobody ever wants to help me, I'm like, okay, let's do a one-on-one because I'm going to have a conversation with you. What I'm going to find out is I'm going to find that you wasted a lot of people's time before people stopped wanting to help you. You show up to the table without any help. You know what's funny is this is great. I learned this as an Eagle Scout. Okay. So I'm an Eagle Scout, and I used to do all sorts of cool things as an Eagle Scout. We used to go do like service projects and whatever else. And I remember one time somebody in our church was like, we don't have the physical capability to move our belongings from one house to another. So our whole scout troop gets together. We go rent a truck. We spend our money. We go over to this person's house. to move their stuff. And we're thinking like these guys are going to be boxed up. The house is going to be organized and cleaned. And all they need is the physical arm lifting of putting stuff in the box, like taking the boxes and putting them in the trucks. What do you guys think we found when we showed up to the house? They literally didn't even have boxes. Literally had no boxes. So we then had to go down and get the boxes. We had to pack their stuff. Most of their laundry was dirty. We were packing their dirty laundry and their underwear. And guys, literally, this is what I see when wholesalers come to me for help or other people come to me for help, is that I'm here with all my tools and resources, that they don't have a box. They haven't done their laundry. They haven't gotten anything ready. They're sitting, and then here's the worst part about it. We were all like there. What's that, Ricky?
I said, I'll text you the flyer.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I'm sorry for any inconvenience that was caused too, sir.
Ricky, you're not inconveniencing me, bro. Just because I'm teaching a lesson doesn't mean I'm upset. Don't say sorry, Ricky.
I want to look at the deal and see
Ricky, never say you're sorry to me ever again. The only thing you should be sorry about is saying sorry to me, okay?
All right.
You've done nothing wrong. This is absolutely amazing that you're learning this lesson right now. And all I'm doing is I'm taking your current situation and I'm providing value to the audience. And you should be proud that your situation is providing value to the audience.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, sir.
We on the same page?
Yes, sir.
Just because my inflection changes and it sounds like I'm angry, I'm an educator. So I'm using the inflection of my voice not to attack you or anybody else, but to get a message to sink in. Okay?
Yeah. I just feel bad. I ain't had what I need for you to move forward. That's all.
Okay. So owner financing available, new construction built in 2022. Got it. Okay. So deem me if interested, if somebody is, will pay a generous referral fee. For sale, brand new home. Okay. Purchase price, $629, new construction built in 2022. Okay, great. I know the person that has the deal. Okay. Do you mind if I call them?
Go ahead. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, peace. What's up, brother?
Hey, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you, bro?
Good. I got a deal that came across my desk and it has your name on it. It's a California Airbnb deal.
Oh, shit. Airbnb?
Well, it's like a new home construction that has owner financing available.
The one that you talking about the one I put up on Sub2?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We have a Sub2 deal in Menifee, California. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, cool. So tell me what's the possible income on like Airbnb on this thing? Have you done that?
It's a HOA on the property, so I'm not sure if you want to do Airbnb there. And it's not going to cash flow on Airbnb. I already checked the numbers.
Got it. Okay, so it won't cash flow on Airbnb.
No, I think it's more for a wrap buyer, because Airbnb for an investor is not going to work for a short-term rental or mid-term rental.
Got it. Okay, and do you know what the terms are with the seller?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's the PI is I can get the numbers for you. Let's see. Yeah, the PI is around 3,000, and interest rate is 4.75. So that's why we were trying to find a right buyer at 7.5, but we could just assign it Sub2. That's totally fine.
So it's a Sub2 deal.
It's a Sub2 deal. Yeah, it is.
Okay, and what's my entry fee?
So we have under contract for $600K, and the mortgage balance is $570. So it's $30K to the seller, and we marked up the price for that buyer to $629. Mm-hmm. So it's 10% down. But
okay.
For you, bro, I'll do anything for you. So whatever you want, bro, it's all yours.
Okay, so 10% down. You guys were looking for what percentage rate? 7.5?
Yeah, 7.5, but that's negotiable as well.
Okay, got it. Perfect. Super helpful. And when's close of escrow?
It is November. November 7th.
Okay, November 7th. Got it. Okay, let me call you back. I'm going to do some research on this, okay?
All right, thank you, bro. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, dog. You're the best.
Yeah, bro, man, it was great to see you 2 times in 1 week, man.
I
It
know.
was amazing to see you. Yeah. I love you, bro, man. You're amazing, man.
Love you, man.
I'm so happy, man. Yo, I didn't get a chance to thank you, but I'm actually, Mitch and I are working with Scott Oots, one of your best friends. So he was looking for somebody to help with our creative finance department. So
I
Mitch and
freaking love this. Love that idea.
Yeah.
They got so many leads that they're not closing with creative finance. You guys will dominate.
Yeah, exactly. They have like 4,000 leads in the CRM that they're going through right now, sending to us. And actually, Mentorship, this property is one of their deals.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Woohoo!
And they said if everything goes well, they will promote us at their mastermind in January. And, we can be the creative finance department for the other mastermind investors in that mastermind.
So proud of you, bro. So proud of you.
Thanks to you, man. Thanks to you, bro. You changed my life, bro. You changed my life.
Dog, come on. You're freaking action taker and you're a leader. And I appreciate you for that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm trying to be like you when I grow up, bro.
All right, brother. I love you. I'll look at this deal. Okay.
All right. Thank you, bro.
Okay,
Appreciate
thanks.
you. Love you too.
Okay. So Ricky,
Yes, sir.
this is why getting on the phone and having conversation with people is super important. Again, not criticizing you, so don't say sorry. But do you see how I just asked a couple of questions and I got what I needed? I'm going to walk you guys through what I got. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Here's what I got. He says the payments are $3,000 a month, not $39.90.
Okay.
Okay. It's not an owner financing deal. It's a sub 2 deal. How is that different? How is owner financing different from sub 2?
Sub 2 is a mortgage on finance free and clear.
Right. So that means the seller, this is what he told me. If you guys go back and rewatch the tape, this is what I found out. The seller owes $570,000 on this property. The seller wants $600,000. So what does that tell you, Ricky? How much does the seller want in cash?
30
grand, right? So the seller's getting 30 grand. Okay. And then Richard says he's trying to sell it for 629. So what does Richard want out of it?
29,000.
29,000. Okay, great. What did he also say? He said there's an HOA that does not allow Airbnb.
Right.
Okay, so we already know that we can't cash flow with an Airbnb, right?
Right.
So Airbnb is not going to work. A rental's not going to work.
Right.
Okay, so what did I say earlier, everybody? The acquisition strategy determines the disposition strategy.
Right.
My acquisition is not, this thing's not going to cash flow. Okay, the payment that I've got is not going to cash flow. So who are the people that do not give a crap about cash flow?
Hedge funds.
What's that, Ricky?
Hedge funds.
No.
Oh, people like you?
People who live in their homes. Ricky, you're not a homeowner, I would assume. You're not a homeowner?
No, I'm a runner.
Okay, how do I know that?
Because I ain't know the answer to your question.
There you go. Right? Who you are and the questions you ask says a lot about you. We got to get you to be a homeowner because you'll learn a lot of things about being a homeowner. Because who owns their own home in here? Who owns their own home in here? Okay. Out of all the people that say me, what percentage of you guys are currently cash flowing on your current home? 0. Not me. Nobody. Zerp. Nope. I'm not. Nope. So here's the thing, Ricky. When a creative finance deal doesn't cash flow, the first person you got to think of is the person that's going to end up living in the property. Now, I am not the buyer on this deal because I care about cash flow. That's important to me. Okay?
Right.
So I then am going to look for somebody that wants to live in this property that can't qualify for a mortgage. So I'm going to go and either A, assign this deal to a homeowner by putting this on the MLS, or B, I can sell it on a wrap. And what is a wrap versus an assignment?
Larger down payment.
Oh yeah, Travis Banks, you can put a contract on the MLS. Of course you can. Why would you think you can't put a deal on the MLS? Who taught you that? What dumb wholesaler on YouTube taught you can't do that? Tell them to join my mentorship. They'll learn a thing or two. Okay. So here's the thing. This is where one deal, I can see this deal in 2 seconds, but I got to break this deal down. Okay.
Okay.
I can see this deal in 2 seconds. They're not, this is not a wrap, guys. Okay. A wrap typically, you could wrap it, but let's say the ARV on this deal is 600,000. The seller owes 570. So if the seller owes 570 and he wants to get out from underneath the house, why wouldn't the seller just go hire an agent to sell the house on the MLS and sell it for cash? Why would the seller go and sell their house sub 2? Okay, Eric's got it. No, there is no equity. Okay, I want to teach you guys something. How much equity does this deal have, Ricky?
None.
That's the right answer. Good job, bro. You have no equity. You actually have negative equity on this deal. What most people look at is they look at the difference between what is owed, right? So the seller owes this to a bank. They owe 570 on the house. The house is worth 600. And most people look at this and they go, oh, that's $30,000 of equity. That's not equity. That's called spread.
Right.
Okay. The equity is what you have in your pocket after all expenses are paid. That is what equity actually is. Okay.
Right.
If you sold this house with an agent right here, here's this agent who never learned how to comp a deal in their life. Here's this agent right here. They go put this on the MLS. How much is this going to cost the seller to sell the property? It's going to cost the seller $60,000. The average cost to sell a property in the United States is roughly 10%.
Oh man.
Okay. Because who pays the commissions? The seller pays both agents. Did you know that, Ricky?
Yeah, I knew that.
Okay, the seller pays both agents. That's 3% for one and 3% for the other. That's 6% just by itself. Then you've got another 3 to 5% of closing costs and mortgage buy downs and Binzer repairs and repair requests and all sorts of things, home warranties, etc., that nobody even takes into consideration. Closing costs get crazy.
Right.
Okay? So the cost to sell a property in the United States is 10%. So how much equity does this seller actually have, guys?
Negative.
How much though? Negative what?
20, probably about 60,000. What you said? 60,000 and 570, 30.
Yep, there you go. There's your right answer. You have negative $30,000. So does this make sense why a seller would sell this house on subject to, guys? Does everybody understand why they would sell the house on sub 2 now?
Right.
So if you're one of those knuckleheads that say, why would a seller sell to you on sub 2? It's because you're a knucklehead. And you don't understand this. You probably have a real estate license. That's probably why. I'm going to pretend that was Ricky laughing at my joke, not coughing.
Well, I started laughing. I started coughing too. So,
all right, good. I'm glad I got you laughing. Okay, cool. So Edgar says, I got confused with spread and equity. Edgar, can I bring you up here so we can teach you about spread and equity, or do you now understand it? Edgar.
Yes.
Do you not understand spread and equity?
I just got confused with the negative 30,000 because I know that the spread is 30,000, but obviously, like I don't know. I'm confused in that part.
Okay, cool. Let's go through this again, okay, until you understand it.
Okay.
It's very important for people to understand this. Everything your stupid real estate agent friends and your brokers taught you is wrong about real estate. The word equity is not what we think it is. Okay. So if the house is worth $600,000 and it's as is condition, okay, and it's going to cost me 10% to sell the house. Edgar, do you know why it's going to cost me 10% to sell the house?
Yeah, because of the seller and closing agent and everything.
Right. 3% to the agent, 3% to the agent, right?
Closing costs. Yeah.
Closing costs are another 2% usually. And then you've got other miscellaneous things of whatever, right? 2 to 3% of miscellaneous, like home warranties, all that kind of stuff. So we already know it's going to cost me 10% to sell this house, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So let's take that right off the gate. $60,000. That's 10% of 60 grand, right? Or 600,000.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So what does that leave us? $540,000.
Right.
How much does the seller owe? We already talked about this right here. This is where you sneezed.
Yeah. Figure. Okay.
Seller owes $570,000 on the mortgage.
Okay. That makes sense.
So what is my equity is actually negative $30,000, but a real estate agent would tell you that they have $30,000 in equity.
Okay.
Repeat after me. Most agents are dumb.
Most agents are dumb.
Most agents are dumb.
There you go. Sorry for the agents out there that are in this live training. You're obviously not dumb. You're here to learn. But most agents don't learn this. Nobody taught you that in real estate school, but they give you a real estate license. If you don't know that, how did they give you a real estate license? Right? So Edgar and Ricky, can the seller sell this property on the MLS without writing a check to get rid of the house?
No.
Nope.
I don't see him doing it.
Yes or no, Edgar?
No.
Okay. So it's obvious why this is a better deal sub 2. It's very obvious that this is a sub 2. Does everybody understand why this is a sub 2 deal?
Yes. Pace, can I ask you another question?
People in El Paso are only allowed to ask me one question per year. So unfortunately, you are out of questions.
Got it. Thank
you. Of course,
you.
yeah. What's your question?
So why would this not be a short sale?
Who wins in a short sale, dog?
Well, I know the bank loses because we're trying to negotiate them down from what they owe, right?
Yeah, but what do you get out of it? Edgar, you sound like an agent, dog. Are you an agent?
No, I'm not an agent at all.
That's an agent question. Why? The only person that benefit, you know what's challenging about a short sell is if I do a short sell on the property, guess what I don't have the legal ability to do? I don't have the legal ability to buy a deal that I'm doing the short sell negotiations on. It has to go to the market. So a short sell negotiator can make money,
okay,
but you cannot.
Makes total sense.
So how does the, and here's the other thing. How does a short sell benefit the seller? It craps all over their credit. So the seller doesn't get paid. The agent doesn't get paid. They don't deserve to get paid, but they don't get paid. And then there's no opportunity for you. So who wins? Nobody in a short sell.
Okay, and reason I asked that because I was part of another mentorship and they would push the short sale a lot. So I've been in your mentorship for like 2.5 months and that's what had me spinning, man.
Why would they push a short sale in this situation? the only way for you to legally get paid on a short sale. So let's say I'm Ricky and I come across this deal. Okay. I got to mute you, Edgar. You guys are on your phones. You little knuckleheads over there. So the only person that makes money in a short sale legally is the person who does the short sale negotiation. So there's people that do this for a living and they make some money. They make a little bit. It's like a percentage. They don't make a lot. Okay. Edward says they make 6%. Okay. So the only person that would make money on this deal is the short sale negotiator. And unfortunately, Edgar, that won't be you. So in your other mentorship, Edgar, I'm curious, where are they teaching you to make money on short sales?
Well, they were partnering up with
and they're getting paid a referral fee of a couple grand?
I think so, but they would pursue them for like years, and it was just crazy to me. I'm like, why would I want to hold on to like so long? And now that I know that it's very little, like it just doesn't make sense, you know?
How in the world did anybody convince you to buy a short sale mentorship?
Well, no, it's not that it was 100% short sale mentorship, but they did wholesaling. But if in case you run into situations where they were in negative equity, then you would push it to some other partner they had that focused on short sales.
Okay, cool. So got it. The only person that makes money in a short sale situation is the person who negotiates the short sale situation, right? So the short sale negotiator, and then you get paid a kickback or a referral fee or a consulting fee or whatever the legal term is for it. Okay. That's how you get paid. So you get paid a couple $1,000 on that deal.
Okay.
Right. So the only person that runs into a profitable situation on that is the short sale negotiator, which is not you. The seller loses, you lose, the bank loses. That's the other thing is the bank has to lose. The bank has to take it in the shorts. Ivan says, what's exactly a short sell? It means I go to the bank and I go, hey bank, I have no equity in this deal, right? We already showed you there's no equity in the deal. The house is worth 600. They owe 570. If I sold it on the market, I would only get 540. I couldn't even pay off my mortgage. So you go to the bank and you go, hey, I don't want you to foreclose on me. I can't pay the $30,000 difference. Will you guys negotiate at a shorter amount? A shorter amount. Therefore, it's called a short sale. So you're negotiating with the bank to allow you to sell the property for less than what is owed. That is a short sale. Does everybody now understand what a short sale is? Okay. Cool. Eric says, I was under the impression that 10% was the down payment, but then I got told 5 to 7%. Eric, I'll bring you up here. Isn't it amazing? Like one deal can teach you 1,000 things. Right. Is anybody learning anything about one deal? And we haven't barely even scratched the surface on this deal.
Yep. Love it.
Okay. So
true.
Nobody wins in a short sale situation. You legally can't buy it yourself. I have multiple friends that have been to prison for buying short sale. So what they do is they locked up the short sale. They pass it on to a short sale negotiator, and the short sale negotiator manipulated their ability to buy the deal on the market. And they took their offer over anybody else's. And those people are all in prison. In 2008, 9, 10, 11, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 people I know went to prison because that's what they were doing, manipulating short sales. So essentially what you're doing is you're going to the bank and you're saying, hey, we can't sell this house for this number. So we need to throw it on the market and see who comes in with the best bid. And instead of taking the best bid, they take your bid and then they work out a deal with you and you become the buyer and you make a bunch of money. Prison time. That's fraud. Okay. So those people went to prison. So you can't buy a short sale that you negotiated. Okay. John Sump says, I sold 87 short sales in 07. It's a great business to understand when the market's going crazy. Short sales do make people a lot of money. Okay. But this is not a short sale opportunity because how do you make money in a short sale situation? Does anybody know how we would make money in a short sale situation besides a referral fee and wait for the bank to negotiate with them? Here's what happens with short sales. The average short sale, John Sump knows. John, how long does the average short sale take to negotiate with a bank? Is it 3 weeks? Is it 3 months? Is it sometimes 2 years? What is the average time that you see on negotiating a short sale? Okay. So Nancy says minimum 6 months, 8 months, a year. So let's Edgar ask the question, why wouldn't this become a short sale? Do you want to wait 8 months potentially to maybe make $2,000 on a referral fee? Does that sound like a great situation for you guys?
No.
Nope.
Okay. So what is a better situation? I've said this a million times. Creative finance is the only strategy that makes everybody win. Okay. So the seller can then go, hey, I've got this amazing, what's the value? The value is actually not even in the property. Where's the value in a creative finance situation? Edgar?
The value, well, you obviously hold the property and you can rent it out.
Okay, but the value the seller has to demand a $30,000 down payment, and the value that Richard, who I was on the phone with, has the ability to demand a $29,000 assignment. What is the value that they provide? You guys need to buy some properties over there in El Paso, Edgar. This tells me you don't own real estate yourself.
I don't. Not at all. That's why
Isn't it amazing that owning real estate will change your entire brain?
Yep.
True.
Okay. Here's the value that they provide. The value that the seller provides to Richard is the loan, the debt that's already there, sitting there. It's been qualified. It's been approved, and it's got a low interest rate. So Ricky and Edgar, you two knuckleheads should own real estate through buying sub 2 or seller finance deals because you don't have to qualify.
Working on it.
I mean, you got a deal right here, dog. What are you talking about working on it? Go move into this house. And you're going to say, well, I don't have the 30 grand. Okay, but doesn't somebody in the side chat have $30,000? You can partner on the deal with them.
True.
There's nothing keeping you guys from buying properties. Nothing. Except you live in El Paso, and nobody wants to live in El Paso unless you live next to Chico's Tacos.
It's true.
Okay, so here's what value you provide to somebody. Okay, somebody looks at that house and they go, man, I can't qualify for that because I lost my job last year and I missed out on some credit card payments. My credit's hurt. Okay. Actually, let's do this. Ricky and Edgar, why don't you guys own property? Tell me a couple of reasons why. You can't qualify at a bank, probably, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe your job history is not really that amazing.
That's true.
Okay. Is your credit just like spotless?
That's not spotless.
Okay. All right. So you're not going to qualify for this bank or for this loan, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what if somebody came to you with this house and they go, hey, you don't have to qualify for this beautiful brand new built house. You just move in, you take over somebody else's loan at 4% interest. All you have to do is come up with $30,000. Now your biggest problem is $30,000, right?
Yep.
Okay. So you couldn't find a roommate or a partner or a cousin or an uncle or somebody to loan you the $30,000 so you could jump into that property?
I meant pace.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Okay. So now what's keeping you from buying the property?
Just jumping on the phone, I guess, and talking to people.
Or maybe just buying deals from other people who have found them?
That
Right.
won't do.
Okay. So the value, again, Edgar and Ricky, I'm trying to get you guys to understand this. The value of the homeowner that they provide is not the house. It's the fact that the buyer, whoever buys it from them, doesn't have to qualify for a loan.
Right.
That's the value.
True.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
100%.
Okay. So the value in the property is not the property. Who gives a crap about it? It's the fact that it's already financed by the bank. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
It's financed by the bank already. So nobody has to go and get qualified again. It's done. So I'm basically going to a homeowner. I go, hey, and by the way, Edgar and Ricky, you guys are in the camp of people that don't get qualified for mortgages. You guys, if you guys went down to Chase or Bank of America, you wouldn't get qualified to get a mortgage, right?
That's right.
Okay. So do you see value in buying a property with no need for any sort of application process?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the value of this property? Is it the house itself, or is it the fact that the buyer doesn't have to qualify for it?
The buyer doesn't have to qualify for it.
There we go. So now you see why somebody would charge 30 grand down to take over somebody's debt. The debt is the value.
Right.
Does that make sense, Edgar and Ricky?
Yes.
Have we learned something today?
Yes.
Okay. So that is why this can be a deal. It doesn't cash flow. So an investor definitely doesn't want to do this deal. Okay. I can't sell it on the market because if I sell it on the market to a cash buyer, the seller is the only thing in that situation that the seller's providing a value is the house at $600,000. That's all the value they're giving them. So when you convert it to creative finance, you're converting the value proposition. It's no longer giving them the house. It's giving them the debt that's attached to the house that's already been approved and has an interest rate locked in for 30 years.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There's the value in creative finance. You convert the value proposition. Cash, the value is giving me a good deal on a cash deal. That's the value I give. Convert it to creative finance, I'm giving them a different value proposition, which is, hey, I've got a house and it's already financed for you. The financing has already been taken care of. You don't have to fill out a loan application. Nobody has to check your job history. Nobody has to look at your bank history, your tax returns, your anything. We're not even going to pull your credit. You see the value in that.
Yes.
So can you see how I could find a homeowner in California that would go, oh my gosh, I'm like Ricky and I'm like Edgar. I can't qualify for a mortgage. I would pay a $30,000 down payment to take over that house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
The biggest challenge you guys are going to have, Ricky and Edgar, the biggest challenge you're going to have is that and I'm going to be I'm going to attack you just a little bit, but this is not an attack of like, I'm not trying to demean you. I'm trying to get you to understand something.
Right.
The thing that you guys have to do is you guys have to upgrade your mind space because you're not thinking like property owners. Therefore, you don't see the value in this deal. So how can you find the value in this deal and underwrite it if you don't know what it's like to own property? You don't know how challenging it is to get qualified. The only thing you know is that you guys couldn't get qualified, but you're like, oh, I'm fine, I'm renting. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So true.
Okay.
Okay.
So is this helpful for everybody in the side chat? Are you guys learning a thing or two? Does this help you guys understand and value this kind of stuff differently? Okay. So, Ricky, I know this is a lot, right? This is why I do these long lives, is because these things are needed. Debt is a good thing. Debt is an amazing thing. Dave Ramsey can kiss my ass. Okay?
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so Rick, Edgar, you're out of here. Any other question? You want a third question?
What ways would you go on getting that money other than like family members and all that? And like
say that
friends?
again.
What other ways would you go in getting, let's say, the $30,000 without talking to family or friends?
Yeah, because here's another thing. The problem with you and Edgar, I'm going to be a little bit harsh on you, and you're okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Most of the people in El Paso are broke.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so here you are trying to become a millionaire, and you want to go raise capital to do deals, but you live in El Paso.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing in El Paso, my friend? Family's there,
Good
right?
question. Yeah, family. Yeah.
Amazing. How many bills of yours did your family pay last month?
None.
What are you doing in El Paso? Okay. If the reason you are stuck in an area is your family better be paying some freaking bills, my friend. Because your question of who do I go to get private money is, how do I go get private money without having anybody I know? Yet the reason you live in the area you do is because of the people you know. Do you see how messed up this mindset is?
Yeah, I agree.
Holy moly, guys. Your friends, and I know I'm getting amplified because I'm trying to talk to an earlier version of myself. Your friends suck. Your network sucks. Your family sucks as far as business goes.
True.
They are never going to help you, and you're spending your time with them and then also simultaneously asking, why don't I have money? Is it creative finance that's holding you back, or is it maybe the people you're hanging around are holding you back?
People you hang around.
Definitely the people around me.
Okay. Edgar, how do you generate and make money?
I'm a salesman. I sell solar.
Okay. And you can't sell solar anywhere else?
Yes.
You can't go to Houston. You can't go to Dallas. You can't go somewhere else where people are making money and there's nice restaurants.
Yeah, the wife and I have actually been talking about moving to Fort Worth.
Your wife deserves for her husband to pull her out of El Paso and treat her like the queen she is.
Yeah, I agree. And my
You
little daughter as
deserve
well.
better, my friend. Okay. Now, that's another conversation for another day. But you are your environment. You are 100% your environment. Do you guys all see this? Does anybody start thinking about your own personal decisions you make on a daily basis? All have contingency. They're contingent upon your friends and your family. And that's the people you hang out with. And you think the reason you're not successful in life is because you're missing some strategies? Edgar, it's not because you're missing strategies. It's because every conversation you're having when you're not in a Zoom or a live with me is a waste of your time.
Yep.
You go hang out with your friends and family. What are you guys talking about?
Just gossip, man.
Gossip, MMA. Oh man, MMA is so cool. This guy, that they've got a boxing match. Let's all get together and pay for the pay-per-view. Let's all chip in for the wings and the pizza.
Yeah.
That's the conversation you're having. Sorry, Edgar, I'm using you as an example to get people to understand. The biggest reason you guys are failing is because your friends and family suck. Make new friends, make new family members. And the funny thing is, Edgar, you're Hispanic, right?
Yes, sir.
Hispanic culture is so downgrading on each other where they go, oh, you think you're better than us, huh? You think you're better than us, huh? Oh, you think you're little miss, blah, blah, blah. You ever run into that with Hispanics?
Oh, all the time.
That's the people you're hanging with, my guy.
Yeah, and then they judge you for thinking different. They think you're, yeah, I agree with you.
Yet you want to hang out with them and you justify living in El Paso. Yeah, there you go. Miriam says, how dare you leave us? Bro, none of those people change the world. Are you destined to change the world? Are you destined to change other people's lives?
Yes.
Then
yes,
every minute you spend with those people is a direct blockage of your destiny. I hang out with my family. I go to family parties. I'm there for 45 minutes or an hour. I give everybody kisses. But you know what I mostly do is I let them come over to my house and swim in my pool and do things at my house so I don't have to leave and go down to their house. And I'll order food and then we'll clean up after them. And I spend time with them. But it's like once every quarter. The rest of the time I'm trying to be around people who are talking about making money, dude. Every single minute of every single day, every meal that I have, every single conversation I have, money, 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 money. Because you know what money is? It's a measurement of how much value I provide to the workplace. So your lack of money shows your lack of value. Your lack of value shows lack of network. You don't have the right people in your world. You're not hanging out with the right people. Therefore, you don't produce value. Therefore, you don't get paid. That's it. Simple. Sounds like hocus pocus when you hear it that way, but it's true. So Edgar and Ricky, who are the richest people you hang out with? And how much money do they make on a yearly basis?
I don't hang out with rich people now.
You're not hanging out with rich people, and you should be. And how do you get there? Because you ain't gonna go hang out with some guy making $10 million, $20 million a year right now. That's not gonna happen. You have to deserve to open that door. But right now, if you're hanging out with people making 30 grand a year, you just got to go hang out with people making 70 grand a year. When you get in that world and you make 70 grand, you got to go find people making 120 grand a year, and so on and so forth. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Because your guys' questions and your ability to structure a deal is a lot to do with your mindset and where you came from. You guys don't even understand the value of a creative finance deal because you guys don't own property, and you guys don't own property because your environment tells you it's okay to rent. Does this make sense?
Yes.
Okay. This is not a criticism, because here's the thing, bro. You are going to be a magical human being. And there's going to be people that you change their lives. They're going to say, Edgar, because of you, I made 20 grand. Edgar, because of you, I made 50 grand. Edgar, because of you, I made $1 million. Edgar. Ricky, because of you, man, because you fought through and you persevered and you learned and you got lumps and pace barked at you. You fought through all that 2 years later. Bro, there's going to be people who got their first deal from you, Ricky. Do you believe that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Step 1, get around better people.
True.
That's it. It was the first thing I brought up in the very beginning of this. I've been on here 4.5 hours. Is the first thing that I brought up. Okay. Anybody disagree with me? They think their friends and their family are bringing so much benefit to them and paying their bills, and it's the lack of mindset is not the thing keeping you back. Okay. Your friends suck and your family sucks. You can tell them I said that. Financially. Okay. Your mom loves you. Your dad loves you. I'm sure you love them too, but keep those things separate. You got to keep your brain space separate, your personal stuff and your financial stuff. Okay.
Right.
All right.
Yes,
so let's get back to this deal. Do we understand why this is valuable, that I can now go to a homeowner that got rejected for a loan? Okay. So here's another thing. Ricky and Edgar, neither one of you guys own property, so you don't know this, but do you know what percentage of people fail to get let's do this. 100 people walk into a bank right now, Ricky, 100 people.
Right.
How many of those 100 people walk out with an approved loan right now in this environment?
About 40%.
40%. So what happens to the other 60%?
Rejected, don't have the income, or don't have the down payment, or have the down payment, don't have the income, or
Well, what do they do? What do they do now that they've been turned down? What do they go do?
Back to their old life, renting like me, I guess.
There you go. They go back and rent. They might even move to El Paso if they're feeling really bad for themselves.
Right.
Okay.
Why?
Bro, I'm the sword is unsheathed, dog. You have no business being in El Paso. You want to be a multimillionaire? It ain't happening in El Paso. Ain't nothing going on there. Crime, drugs, all sorts of stuff. All the things that are going on at that border, oh my word, that is the most dangerous place on earth, is right south of where you guys live. But that's where you're putting your roots down, my guy. Go get in a new environment that's going to change it's going to not change who you are. It's going to show you who you really are. El Paso's got a really dim light. Really dim light. So if I'm trying to show myself who I am, I need a bright light. I need a city, and I need activity, and I need people around me, a bright light, bright energy, so I can see everything about myself. El Paso is for people that don't believe in themselves, bro. And so are all these small little cities with crime and all sorts of stuff. Get out of there. You do not need to be there. Go find somewhere with a bright light so we can see all of Edgar. You're a powerful man, dude. You're a powerful man. You're a smart guy. You ask great questions. You believe in yourself. You're investing in yourself. That's powerful. That's not an El Paso thing. You need to get out of that city.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Now, we understand the value of this deal and how creative finance is the only thing that's going to solve this problem for the seller. The seller has a couple options. Either A, check $30,000 out of their property and out of their pocket and sell it on the MLS, or B, go and do sub 2. And in a sub 2 transaction, the seller is going to get 30 grand. Now, here's what I think the people who negotiated this deal, I think they screwed up on this. Because I believe that if your options as a seller are, I got to either A, cut a check for 30 grand to sell the house, or B, I'm going to receive some money I would have negotiated to the seller to take $5,000. $5,000 all day long. I would have gone to that seller and said, look, dude, you're going to write a check for $30,000 to get rid of this, or I'm going to give you $5,000 to walk away. That's what I would have done because I understand their alternative. This is why understanding the seller's situation. Remember at the very beginning, Ricky, were you here when I talked about bunnies?
Yes.
Okay. I understand the bunnies. I haven't even talked to the seller and I understand the bunnies better than anybody else. The bunny in this situation is the seller would have to write a check to get rid of the property. That's their bunnies. So if I can solve their bunnies by saying, hey, you don't have to pay the $30,000, just let me take over the existing debt and I'll give you $5,000 for the house, that should solve their bunny problem, shouldn't it not?
All right.
Okay. The problem is, Gregory Davis says, never heard of bunnies, guys. It's because, Greg, you showed up late, my guy. Okay. So, oh, yeah, I got it. No problem. So was the bunnies story very important for us? And now do you understand how it shows up in these deals? Do you understand why I started with the bunny story? Is because now I understand the bunny situation with the seller, but Ricky's asking, how do I underwrite? He's looking at it mathematically while I'm looking at the problem.
Right.
Okay. I spend less time on spreadsheets. I spend way more time trying to figure out what's the situation with the seller, where their bunnies. Their bunnies are, they're going to have to write a $30,000 check to get rid of the deal. Okay. And if I talk to the seller, this is why I'm a better negotiator, I would have extracted more and more bunnies. And then I would remind the seller of their bunnies. I'm like, man, $30,000, cutting a check for $30,000. That doesn't sound too fun for me. Okay. Now, so we got the seller and now we got to go find a buyer. Do you see the value for a buyer to come along and go, dude, I need a home for my family, but I can't get qualified because 60% of people that go out and try and get a loan are not getting qualified for loans. Do you understand that?
Right.
You understand their bunnies. Do you understand their problem? The issue that they're going through is they can't get qualified. So this is the craziest thing, Ricky. Do you see the power that you have with creative finance? You can solve the seller's problem of not being able to sell the house, and you can solve the buyer's problem of not being able to qualify for a mortgage.
Right.
Because you have the value of the already existing, pre-existing mortgage that this guy never has to apply for. And you get paid by putting them together.
Love it.
That's it. Creative finance for the win all day long. So I look at this deal and I go, great. I think I love Richard. He's a great leader, but I think Richard he's marketing this incorrectly. That deal should be on the MLS. That's an MLS deal. The buyer that's buying that deal is going to move into the house, not buy it as an investment. Why is that, Ricky?
Because they better fit to live in the property and try to make cash flow off the property.
There you go. The property does not cash flow, so it's not a good fit for an investor. However, who does not care about cash flow? Who's the only person that doesn't care about cash flow?
The person who's staying in the property.
The people who are making love and making babies and living in the house.
Right.
They're raising their family in the house. They don't care about what it cash flows. They're providing an environment to their family. The value for them is the environment for their family. Yeah, Maj says, would it be a good investment as a house hack though? Yeah, probably. If you want to live in California. So I don't know he sent me the address or you sent me the details of it. Let me see this. Okay, there's no address on this, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed that. I didn't want to send it to you. I tried to guess it. He told me it was. I like no address on
Okay,
this.
so Ricky.
Yes, sir.
You don't even know the address, and you're asking me to underwrite a creative finance deal for you.
Now,
you know
sir,
what? but you still learned a lot. Did we not? Did everybody still learn a lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
I certainly did. So I ain't gonna lie to you. I did for real.
Okay. Did everybody learn a lot? Okay. Does anybody have a deal that I can actually have some information on? Because I could go on and on and on about how you have lack of information in your mindset and how El Paso sucks, but I don't think you guys want to keep hearing that.
Yeah.
Okay, Ricky. Here's a couple of things I learned from this moment with you. Okay.
Okay.
Number one, you're not actively reaching out to homeowners.
Right.
How did I know that?
Transaction I just gave.
Because you brought me somebody else's deal.
Right.
To underwrite.
Right.
Okay. I'm okay with that. I'm perfectly okay with that. But it told me that you're not actively looking for opportunities. That is going to be your number one problem. Ricky, how did you learn more in this last 45 minutes than you've learned any other time?
Yes, I really did learn a lot the last 45 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, great. So the only way for us to learn anything, guys, is to actually have something to learn about. So Ricky, everybody give Ricky some love in the comments that he went out, he at least took some action. He looked at somebody else's deal. Great job, Ricky. I think a lot of people learned a lot from this last 45 minutes. And what you're doing is 100% what you should be doing, but you just so you know, okay, you got to spend a lot more time finding a lot more of these opportunities before you get a deal. Okay.
Okay.
Great job, by the way. And Ricky, who's your best friend in sub 2? Because I don't feel like you've been making enough friends yet.
I haven't.
Ricky, don't look at another deal until you have 5 friends in your area.
I put it to you like this, sir. I reached to Mumbo. I say Mumbo, he cool, you know, he collect. I'll consider him a friend now. JJ, cool. I consider him a friend now.
Okay.
I reach out to multiple people, not connected with them, but
then Ricky, you need to get on the phone. You need to get on the phone with people and become friends with them. Just like you and I have just built a relationship and had a good conversation. You spend 45 minutes with people. Okay. Go to lunch with people. Go buy lunch and deliver it to
you went out, Pace. I can't hear you no more.
I didn't go out. You're on your phone.
You heard me, Pace?
Can everybody hear me? Okay. So Ricky, everybody, can you hear me?
There you go.
Okay.
I hear you.
Ricky, friends are people they call you by your first name. Friends are people that you can go to lunch with. Friends are people that you go do things with. And friends are people that you can talk about real estate all the time. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Go make more friends. You're doing a freaking great job, man. You've made progress. The biggest challenge when you're first starting is you don't see all the progress. But like, think about just in the last 45 minutes what you've learned. Bro, you got to do that 1,000 times. Okay?
Okay.
Great job, bro. Great job. Proud of you.
I'm gonna ask you a simple question, like
there is no such thing as a simple question with me.
Not simple question. I said that wrong. I'm sorry. I want to ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Wholesalers send me their leads, right? And they want cash for them. Okay. I want to do it like you converted them to creative finance.
You don't always, guys, here's the thing is just because I talk about creative finance doesn't mean I think cash deals are trash. I do cash deals. It's okay to do cash deals. Stop thinking I don't do cash deals. I do a lot of cash deals. I just am the guy that loves creative finance.
The numbers don't make sense on them. That's why I say, I ain't trying to knock cash like it is bad, but the numbers don't make sense. It just don't make sense on them.
Did you buy? Okay, then you don't buy the deal. Can I tell you something, Ricky? If you're going to continue to look at other people's deals rather than go out and find your own, do you know how many deals you're going to have to turn down before you get a deal? Our number for our team is 48. We have to look at 48 deals from other wholesalers before one of those it becomes a deal. 48.
That's good to know. So
there you go.
A metric of how many deals I got to get.
Right. So you can't come to me and say, well, what do I do if it's not a deal? Well, you got to turn down 47 of them before you get a deal.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, sir. I do want to get that understanding on that point. That makes.
Ricky, good job, bro. I'm going to jump onto some other people. Okay, so Mona asked a question. She says, so where did you get the 30,000 from? So that question, Mona, tells me that you don't truly understand what we're talking about here. So let's have a conversation. Mona, what's up? Mona. It says you're unmuted, so you gotta just make sure your microphone's turned on.
Can you hear me now?
I sure can.
Awesome. So I just found you 2 days ago, and okay. I can honestly say I have retained and learned more than any other real estate program. I bought into one 2 months ago, and hands down, I know that I want to be in this community. Mm-hmm. So I followed this whole process that you just explained. So the question, I guess, that's hanging out there is, so I get you could have offered $5,000 to get in once you knew the whole.
Mona, is there any way we can get your camera to turn? Can you turn your camera on? The people want to know. Don't be one of those girls that's like all embarrassed because you haven't done your makeup.
Okay, where do I?
The people want to see you.
Okay, where do I do this? No, I'm on my computer.
You can go in the lower left-hand corner. If you hover over the screen with your mouse, it'll show you like where you can mute yourself, and then you'll have a video and stuff like that. Maybe you can't.
Well, I'm on the web, so.
Oh, I got it. Okay, no problem. I got it. No problem. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so Mona, here's the thing. A couple of things. You said, where does the $30,000 come from? So what that tells me is you think that that's a deal that you should buy. That's not a deal that you, Mona, should buy. Why? Is because it doesn't cash flow. We figured that out kind of earlier. So Mona doesn't want that deal, right?
Okay, let me use this example and why I'm so tuned into this, because my son's trying to buy a home right now in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He didn't qualify for a loan. He's got approximately $20,000 for a down payment, and he's beside himself because he's worked his ass off on building his sports medicine business. He's 30 years old and can't get into a house. He's like freaking out. So I'm trying to help him figure out how to buy a house to live in.
Okay, got it. Okay, so
I can't hear you.
So it's good. You're breaking up. You're on Wi-Fi or something because you're like breaking. You're breaking up.
You're on Wi-Fi or something because you're like breaking.
Okay, so Mona, here's the answer to this. So your son wants to buy a deal, right? Your son is what I call a penalty box buyer. Okay, everybody write that down. Her son is a penalty box buyer. He's somebody that's currently in the penalty box. He can't play the game. Okay, all the banks are telling him he's not qualified. He doesn't have enough money down, whatever. A penalty box buyer could buy the deal we were just talking about in California. Could they not? They don't need to get qualified for that because the debt's already in place. Does that make sense, Mona?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you understand sub 2, okay?
Yes.
And now I could get into like the paperwork and all that kind of stuff and how does that technically happen and blah, 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 but that's not the important part. The important part is finding the deal. So for you in Albuquerque, you know how freaking easy it is to find a deal in Albuquerque?
Really?
Yes. Here's the thing that people don't understand. We have created a community of people that is out there finding deals. Okay. So Mona, you've known me 2 days. Other people have known me 2 years, 3 years, whatever. Okay. If I go to somebody in my community and I say, hey, I've got a buyer. My son's a buyer. I need somebody to help me find a deal for my son. Here's what they're going to do. Okay, it's very simple, guys. Write this down. You want to find a sub 2 deal today? I'll tell you how to find a sub 2 deal today. Okay. Now, Mona, I don't think you're going to do this because I don't think you have the skills yet. You're newer to this real estate world. So you have to find somebody who has the skills. Okay.
Okay.
But the people who have the skills, who are my people in the side chat that have skills for Mona? Who have skills? Claudio Diaz definitely does. Who are my guys that have the skills to find the deals? Okay. So that's an avatar, Mona. That's not your avatar. There's multiple avatars. There's 19 different avatars. One of the avatars is a deal finder, somebody who's actively out there, literally knocking doors, literally cold calling, literally texting. And I don't think, Mona, that's something you and your son really want to build up in order to buy one house, right?
Right.
So you'd rather go find one of the deal finders that are in here, and you see in the side comments who are my deal finders, right?
Yes.
Hey, one
Awesome.
of my great deal finders, Dan Quijano, also lives in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Okay.
So I would go to a Dan
I'll
Quijano.
be calling Dan.
What's that?
I'll be calling Dan.
Yeah, there you go. So here's the thing is, I don't know if Dan Quijano is investing in Albuquerque, but I'm just saying he lives in Albuquerque.
Okay.
Nothing against Albuquerque, but there's a lot of things that are not
I don't
great
live
about
there.
Albuquerque.
I live in, yeah, that's just where my son lives. I live near Colorado border.
Okay, cool. So you can live wherever you want. I'm just saying that as an investment strategy, you should not be investing in towns like Albuquerque. But your son's not investing, is he? Your son is living
Correct.
there, which is a different conversation.
Right.
Okay, so Wizza says, what are the 19 avatars? Somebody put the avatar Zoom up on my up in here so people can go watch the 19 avatars, okay? You should know your avatar, by the way. Is Sarah still in here? The girl that asked about how do I virtually do this, is Sarah still in here? There she is. So Sarah, I promise you, you're in the back of my mind. You still, right there, Sarah, that YouTube video, I teach all my students to make sure you understand your avatar. You need to know your avatar. So we chose a market, right? We chose, are you going to wholesale, blah, 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 blah. You got to, the next step is you got to understand your avatar. How am I going to get in front of deals? Just like I knew Mona. Mona, how did I know that you didn't want to go out and find deals directly? How did I know that? I know very little about you, if anything. I didn't even know where you lived. I didn't know what you do for a living. I nothing. I don't even know what you look like. How did I know?
I'm not sure. And I'm really not dumb. I'm just like not,
It's not that you're dumb. It's that you're not dumb at all. You're not dumb at all. I'm just saying one of the biggest challenges that people have of getting into real estate is they don't know their avatar. They hear somebody going, well, you got to cold call and call sellers and door knock and blah, 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 blah. And they're like, oh, is that how you do it? No, that's how that person, the avatar that personality matches up with. There are people I know that I can hear in their voice in 2 seconds. I can tell if they're a door knocker. I've been doing this long enough that I can go, yep, you're somebody who would go door knock. I was standing in a circle the other day in San Diego, like 30 or 40 people around me after my speech at Bigger Pockets. And I was like, you're a door knocker. You're this, you're that. I can tell by the way people's feet are positioned, the shoes they wear, the clothes they're wearing, their personality. I can choose every little thing. I know people's avatar by just breaking it all down. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I know in just your tone that you're not that person. I could tell you you'd be a really great Gator to lend. You go watch the avatar, you'd know what I mean.
I'm scheduled I just registered for it, so I'm excited.
Okay, that's great. You'd be a great Gator lender. You'd be a phenomenal transaction coordinator. You'd be an amazing helper. These are different avatar names. Okay. And when you go watch the avatar thing on my YouTube channel, you'll go, oh my gosh, he like nailed me 100%. Boom, 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 boom. Can you guys pick up on that? And we've barely talked to Mona. Do you guys all agree that this is correct? See, my students have watched the Avatar series on YouTube. I used to keep the Avatar series so private. It was only for my students. But then I was like, you know what? The people who are working with my students outside of the community should know what avatar they are. So when they match up with my students and they work together, my students don't have to go, what do you want to do? Who are you? Where are you finding deal? Like I wanted the world to make it easier for my students. Okay. So your avatar right now is one, you're a concerned mother that wants her son to buy a house. Okay.
Right.
Your other avatar is you're like, I want to get away from whatever life I currently live. And I want to make more money in order for me to live a life that I want. And I don't really know exactly how to do that. And so you have to go and pick one of those channels, those avatars, because those are the only ways that anybody can make money in real estate is one of those avatars. So you got to go watch that. Okay.
Okay. Definitely.
And I'll break it all down and you'll hear it and you'll go, oh yeah, I don't want to do that. Oh yeah, I definitely don't want to do that. And then I'll hit a point. You go, oh my gosh, I could do that.
Yeah. And that has been a dilemma for me for the last couple of days, is like, God, which one do I pick? Do I do wholesaling? Do I do develop? Do I do buy and hold? How do you know which one?
Your personality, your personality. What does Shakespeare say? He says, know thyself.
Okay.
Don't try and be Pace Morby. I can't try and be Mona, right? I can't be anybody else. I got to be me. So I got to figure out what avatar. I can't be a transaction coordinator. I can't be some of those things as the avatars, but I watch other people making money on them. And I'm like, you guys go do that. Like one of the avatars is direct to seller integrator. I don't want to be an integrator. I don't want to sit at a desk. I don't want to do the computer work. I don't want to do that. Yet I have an integrator partner that makes $2 million, $3 million a year. So I had to go find an integrator to bring into my world. It'll make way more sense when you watch the avatar Zoom. Okay.
Okay. Thanks for bringing that up.
Of course. Yeah. Know thyself, be thyself, love thyself. That's good, Wiz. I like that. Okay. So know thyself. You have to know what you want. Now with your son, you got to find somebody that's finding deals. Okay. Again, who are my people in the Zoom that are out there finding deals? Who are my people? Okay. Because I'm going to give you guys an answer. You guys want to get a sub-2 deal right now today? Okay, this is what you do. You go to, there's Alexis Morgan. I'm partnered with her on a deal. You know what Alexis Morgan is doing? Her avatar is direct to seller door knocking. She literally has gotten all her first deals all through knocking on doors. People are in foreclosure. She goes and knocks on their door. You got to have a certain stomach to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not something you train, right? Now people get educated on how to do it better, but I don't have to train Alexis how to be somewhat fearful, right? That's something that you're born with. So instead of people going, how do I learn how to be a door knocker? I'm like, go back into your mother's womb and change your biological makeup. Right? Like there's just certain things about everybody that you have skills and you have failures, and that's okay. Just focus on your skills. So, Mona, you want to go find somebody that is a deal finder, and you go to somebody like a Alexis Morgan or somebody and go, can you guys help me find a deal? If you're a deal finder and you want to find a sub-2 deal today, this is what you do. You go to PropStream, or you go to the MLS if you're an agent. And what you do is you pull listings. Okay. So active houses that have been on the market. Privy's a really great go to Privy. Privy's really great too. Startwithprivy.com. Okay. And you want to find deals or houses that have been listed on the market for over 90 days.
Okay.
And you call the agents and you go, hey, it looks like the house, Dave S says, question pace. I don't want to miss anything today, but I need to leave at 4:30 p.m. Central. Is this being recorded? Guys, have I ever done anything in my life that's not recorded? That Dave S, that must be new to my world. Okay. So listings over 90 days. Why is that, Mona? Why is it a good opportunity for me to go look at listings over 90 days?
Because they're probably distressed.
Right. The agent's stressed out about their commission.
To get rid of the house.
There you go. So what we do at the Golden Ticket event, who was in the Golden Ticket event last month and who's going to the Golden Ticket event in a couple of weeks? Effie was there. It was great to see you, Effie. Rob, it was great to see you there, bro. Okay. John Sump, that was great to see you. Okay. So it's for students only. It's completely free. They come in, spend it. They fly in from out of state, and they spend a whole day with me. And what we do is we spend less time on information, way more time on implementation, Mona, because that's at some point the rubber has to hit the pavement, right?
That's good to know, because I've just talked with Adam yesterday on the mentorship and trying to figure out whether I want to do that or how I'm going to do it. So
what I would do is make sure you're making friends with my students. We have a community that's like unbelievably insane. Make friends with my students. So Stephen Drake is asking me, PropStream or batch leads? Guys, Mona, do you grocery shop?
Yes.
Okay. What's the only grocery store that you go to?
Mostly Smith's.
I love that answer, because you don't just go to Smith's, do you?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
So when you knuckleheads ask me about PropStream, batch leads, or Privy, You're asking me which grocery store do I shop at? Guys, some of these softwares have benefits. Like if I want reduced fat Jif, I go to Walmart. Okay. If I want Fresca, I go to Target. You go to the one that has the features that you currently need. Okay. PropStream has things that Batch Leads doesn't have. There's some overlap. Okay. So as you get into the business, you're going to end up having multiple softwares. Okay. Use the one that you need. We spend a lot more time on Privy than we do anything else. Okay. So find a listing that's over 90 days. Okay. Juan Padilla. Holy moly, Juan. Have you not been in the Elephant Challenge? I'm going to karate chop you. Okay. So you find a listing over 90 days and you call the agent and you say, hey, would your seller be open to us taking over payments if we could get your commission paid?
Okay.
Okay. So here's how easy this is. So last month in the Elephant Challenge, last month in the Golden Ticket event, the Golden Ticket event's for sub 2 students only. They come into my office and spend a whole day. And what we do is we pull a list. So pulling a list means I'm literally pulling every house in a specific area that's on market over 90 days. And I get the agent's phone number. I call the agent and I go, hey, my name is Pace. I'm looking at your listing. Looks like it's been sitting there for a bit. Is your seller open to any sort of creative solution like me taking over the payments, anything like that? We did this. We had a competition, Mona. 45 minutes is all anybody had. We broke it up into 10 different groups. We had 100 students there. And every single group was required to make everybody in the group make 3 phone calls each to an agent. So implementing, right? And you're then having people sit next to you, helping you just in case you say something stupid. I love it when people say stuff stupid because then you realize, oh my gosh, like nothing bad happens when you say something stupid, right? Brian was like, that was awesome. So what we did is we had a big whiteboard and every team, you got a point every time you did a follow-up appointment. So I'm like, all right, guys, no pressure. All we're trying to do is call agents, have a brief conversation and say, hey, would your seller be open to me taking over payments if I could get your commission paid? And if you could set up an appointment to have a follow-up call with the agent and the seller, you would score a point. So we're not trying to get contracts. We're literally leaning into, and everybody's trying to just get more appointments set than they are trying to get contracts. Okay. Because that's what I'm scoring them on. So you have these 10 groups and this whiteboard at the front of the room, and you see all these people running up and down the aisles to go up to the whiteboard to give themselves a check on their team's name of like, we set an appointment. And this just goes on and on and on for like 45 minutes. People are locking up appointments, whatever. And then what we did is at the end, we had a student, Edgar, first phone call he'd ever made, locks up a contract. Sub 2 locks up a contract in less than 45 minutes. And we had 6 offers sent out where agents are like, yeah, send over the paperwork. We'd be happy to do a sub 2 deal.
That is
45
awesome.
minutes. 45 minutes. This is very common. And then what ended up happening is we streamed that. Blake says, I'm pretty sure our team won. How cool is that, by the way, guys? It was like the highlight of everybody's whole year. And so we're doing that again and again and again every single month. The students who get selected to go to the Golden Ticket event, Mona, you're not a student, but I'll tell you, just in case you become a student, we select the students who are the most active in the Facebook group and are helping the most. The Facebook will show us who's commenting and posting and interacting the most. And we pull the top 100 and we give them a ticket and go, come hang out. We want to hang out with the active, amazing students that have cheerful attitudes, not based on experience, not based on anything else. And then you're disqualified for coming to the Golden Ticket event for a year because you just came. So now we go to the next 100 students that are the most active, and then the next month, and then the next month. So my goal is to get every student out and spend time with me. It's just the ones that are the most active are going to be the ones that get invited first, if that makes sense. Zach Pate is saying, I'm so excited to come this month. This month is going to be sick, dude, because what we're doing is we've got Brent Daniels, Jamil Damji. I'm going to let them bring 20 of their students each in, and we're doing a Halloween special where everybody has to wear a costume, and we're calling it Nightmare on Deal Street instead of calling it the Golden Ticket event, and just going to have a bunch of fun with it. Who's coming this month, by the way? Who's coming to the Golden Ticket? Abel's coming. Shannon's coming. All right, cool. So Mona, you have a deal finder, pull a list. Okay. And that's a sub 2. If you want to go pull a list, you want to go get a deal right now, sub 2, pull a list that's 90 days or older, and you'll get sub 2 or seller finance deals. Okay. Your son's in Albuquerque, right?
Right.
Okay. The other thing that your son can do is he can call an agent. Are there any agents in Albuquerque here? Anybody here that's an agent in Albuquerque? Okay. Now, Mona, you could also go on you can go on Privy. Does cost money to have Privy. It's like $79 a month or something.
Okay.
And Privy, this is where you live. You live down in what, Cortez area?
I live in Farmington, right by Durango. In the Four Corners area.
What?
Farmington, Aztec, right there.
You're down here?
Farmington. New Mexico, northern. See where Durango, Colorado is? We're about 35, 40 minutes from there.
Okay, that's a really beautiful area.
Oh, love it. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's awesome. Okay, so your son's in Albuquerque. So let's pull this up. Let's go to Albuquerque, okay?
Okay.
So if I look on Albuquerque, you can see that there's like a couple hundred listed properties on Privy right now. These are listed for sale.
Okay.
You can go in here and look at these deals. What's his price point?
Well, after listening to you, I'm trying to convince him that he doesn't need to worry so much about the price. I mean, to a certain degree, but more of what monthly payment he can afford. So he's thinking 250 at the max.
Okay, got it. So he probably could go like 350 or maybe even 400. Like here's a house right now that got listed 7 days ago. Oh no, sorry, listed 21 days ago. So this one's probably not the one I want to look at, right? I want to find the ones that are listed on Privy for over 90 days. This one's listed 12 days ago, too fresh.
Okay.
Right? It doesn't mean I can't call them. It just means that my likelihood of working out a deal with them is going to be lower because they're freshly listed. Does that make sense?
It does.
28 days ago. Ooh, that's dope. I could see your son living in this.
Nice.
Boom.
Do you know what that would do for him? You have no idea.
I do. I do know what it would do for me. I'm telling you, Mona, creative finance has changed my life. It has absolutely changed my life. As a business owner, a contractor, I couldn't buy a house. When I in 2015, I took home $1 million and I still couldn't qualify for a mortgage.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane.
Right. And so it changed my life. Creative finance absolutely changed my life. I was like, I'll just buy sub 2. Done. Boom. Moved on. Right. So there you go. Claudio says, I'm buying 2 new houses, 2021 build, sub 2, currently with no cash, no credit of my own. So it changes like our student base. Oh my gosh. It's crazy what we're doing. So that's what I would do. I would have him go look at those deals. I would have him go work with deal finders in Albuquerque. And I would definitely get to know Dan Quijano. Okay.
Okay. Got it.
I'll give
Thank you a million times. I can't even tell you how grateful I am for this information.
No problem. Let me get Quijano's email address real quick. Who has Quijano's email? Oh, I got it. Okay. Daniel@propvine.com. Okay. Now, Dan Quijano is amazing. He is one of my leaders in my group. He runs what we call the nightly dial, Mona. So every night, tonight included, Monday through Friday, Quijano and all my leaders run something called the nightly dial for 4 hours, Monday through Friday, where we call sellers live inside of our community and we work out deals live. That's every day, Monday through Friday, for the rest of your life. Alice Chodkowski says, can you buy new construction in a new development using sub 2? Yeah. I mean, you just saw the deal. Well, you haven't seen the deal, but the deal that Rick and I were talking about is a 2021 build. It's brand new, like very, very brand new. Yeah. We buy new stuff all the time. So, Mona, reach out to Quijano and say, Quijano, how do we work with you to help us find a deal? Or is there somebody else working the Albuquerque market that you can connect us with so we can have somebody help us find a deal?
Got it.
Sound good?
I'm on it.
Okay. Thank you. All right. My bad. I asked that you'd unmute, but I was taking you down. All right. Disabled. All right. Yeah. Nightly dial is for sub 2 students only, guys. Sorry. We do 26 support calls a week for sub 2 students only. Okay. Eric has a deal he wants me to underwrite. What's the likelihood Eric does not have all his information? Eric, how's it going, bro?
It's going great. How are you?
What do you got for me?
Got a deal I've been talking to. It's actually on the market, but I got it through a VA. It's in California. I know you're not going to probably like that, but. Well,
I'm not, Eric, I don't care where you buy. I'm just telling you why I don't buy there.
I hear you. I've kind of gotten that feedback from some people already. But okay. So the asking price is $750.
Okay. So we don't, guys, first and foremost on creative finance, is it a creative deal, Eric, or is it a cash deal?
Creative.
Okay. So I don't care about the purchase price quite yet. Okay.
Okay.
What I care about first and foremost is I got to know the spread, right? We already talked about this with Ricky. So let's start this game off right. Okay. So what is my spread? Which means what's the payment that I'm going to be making to either A, the sub 2 deal, or B, the seller who's seller financing? What is my payment?
So the down payment is going to be $50,000.
Okay. I didn't ask about the down payment, my brother.
The monthly payment?
Yep. The monthly payment.
Okay.
How do I know if it's a good deal if I don't even know the monthly payment? Okay. 2,000. Cool. Is it a sub 2 or seller finance deal?
Seller finance.
Okay. So seller finance at $2,000 a month. Great. It's a great start. So I now know my payment. I'm at 2,000. Step 1, know my payment. Step 2, what is my highest rent that I can bring in? What's my income that I can bring in?
Highest rent for short-term rental would be $5,000.
Okay. So we're off to a great start here, my guy. Okay. $5,000. So what is my spread on a $5,000 Airbnb? $3,000. So we have successfully accomplished step 1 of underwriting a creative finance deal, which is know my spread. So I know my spread's $3,000. Cool. So we're going to keep that up here. We're going to reference this $3,000 multiple times. Okay. Now the next thing that we need to do is now I need to know what is my entry fee. Okay. Entry fee is 7 parts. You've given me one of them. Okay. You said the seller wants $70,000 or $50,000 down. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's kind of what I negotiated down to him. Yes. Okay.
So $50,000 down that's the seller's cash. Okay. Number 2 is, does the seller have any arrears? The answer has got to be no.
No.
Okay. He has no, because obviously it's a seller finance, which means he doesn't have a bank to owe any money to. So he's not behind on anything. That's a 0. 3, if you assigned, are you going to assign this deal or keep the deal?
Yeah, most likely going to assign it.
Okay. So what are you going to charge on your assignment?
20.
Okay, cool. I like how you just threw a number out. That's how you do it. You just throw a number out sometimes. That's fine. Okay. Now your buyer's going to have closing costs, right? In order to buy this deal from you. It's in California. So I'm going to assume this closing costs are probably about $7,000. Does the property need a renovation?
No, but to compete with the other rentals out there, I think it needs to get an in-ground pool put in. And I already talked with the guy about if they can put one in, and how big and stuff like that. And I'm thinking that's going to cost like probably $30,000.
Okay, so I'm going to throw
it doesn't need it though, is what I'm saying. My apologies.
I'm going to say $50,000 for renovations, because you're probably, if it's going to be an Airbnb, what you're going to do is you're going to end up wanting to paint it, put some you're going to clean it up, right? Basically just going to clean it up. Okay.
Okay.
So then what you're going to do is you're going to have what I call runway money. Okay. So while this property is getting an in-ground pool, while this property is getting renovated, you're going to have some payments, right? Your buyer, whoever that is, even though you're not the buyer, your buyer is going to have a $2,000 monthly payment to that seller that does not include. Okay, this is a seller finance deal. So what does this $2,000 not include? Do you know? Taxes and insurance.
Yeah, tax insurance. Yeah.
Okay. So you're in California. So you're going to have a runway of $2,000 plus probably $600 a month. And you're going to have that for about 4 months. So your buyer has to take into consideration that they have to have payments for 4 months while this property is vacant, right? That's a cost. That's a cost just as much as a renovation is. I still got to come up with that money or have it come out of my pocket. Does that make sense to everybody in the side? The runway. Do you guys understand the runway? The property is vacant. Your buyer just closed on it, right? He paid you a $20,000 assignment. He paid your seller $50,000. His closing costs were $7,000. Now he's got to renovate the property. And while he's renovating the property, guess what he's got? He's got power payments, utilities, taxes, insurance, and a payment to the seller. And I would say for a $50,000 renovation, because contractors are slow, manipulative, they steal from you, it's going to take way longer than you would even think. So what's going to happen is that property is going to be vacant for 4 months. And you're going to make these payments right here for 4 months. Okay. Now, if it's an Airbnb, guess what's going to happen? You're going to have to furnish this thing, and I'm going to throw in $30,000 to get it Airbnb ready. It's a pretty hefty entry fee. Okay. So we got 50 grand, 20 grand. So I'm at 77, 100, 77, 127, 157. I'm basically at $170,000 is what it's going to cost me in cash to do this deal as an Airbnb. Okay. Now what you're looking at is your buyer, right? You got to look at what is your buyer trying to accomplish. Your buyer is typically looking for a 12% minimum cash on cash return. I personally will not even look at something if it doesn't have 30% cash on cash return. Okay. So if I go invest $170,000 into a deal, that's a lot of money. Miriam says, can you scroll up a little bit? By the way, is this helping anybody? Is anybody getting help? Number 2 is arrears. The seller has no arrears because he has no mortgage. He's not behind on his payments. There's no arrears, so it's 0. Okay. Now, if a buyer, this is your customer, right? Your customer is the buyer. You want to make sure your customer is going to get exactly what they're looking for. In order for them to get a 12% cash on cash return, we got to double check and compare my spread. Okay. I got a $3,000 spread and see if there's a cash on cash return with this thing. Okay. I won't look at this deal as an individual buyer because I'm in the business. Okay. Mario says, how do you get to the 12%? Mario said, Mario, is your question, why is it 12%? Where does that come up from? Wow. Y'all are, this is some basic stuff, huh? Great question. I'm curious if I should deviate because this is like, I'm giving you such rudimentary answer to a rudimentary basic question that it could take 20 minutes. It's like, I'm not answering the question for you. I'm teaching you basics of real estate, right? So the reason why it's 12% is because real estate investors know that I could either take my $170,000 and lend that to somebody else, and I'm hands off, right? I just lend the money for 12% because that's kind of the going rate for lending money, right? I can lend my money out for 12%. That's the going rate, right? Somebody that's doing fix and flip could come to me and go, hey, Pace, I'm looking for a loan. can I borrow 170 grand for a fix and flip I'm doing? And I'll go, yeah, here you go. Here's 170 grand. That's the going rate on that is 12%. I didn't dictate that. The marketplace has, because that's what supply and demand dictates. Does that make sense? So if I'm going to take my money away from my lending business, all right, I'm going to go, sorry, I'm going to go do a real estate deal over here. Don't you think my minimum cash on cash return should be at least 12%? Does that make sense? Why would I only look at 12%? Because as a real estate investor, I got plenty of opportunities, right? I could take my cash and I could go deploy it and say, oh, I'm hands off, man. I don't have to find the deal, manage the deal, deal with anything. I could just lend you money at 12%. And that's the going rate. So if I'm not going to lend that money and make 12%, well then damn, I better be getting 12% on my own deal at least. Okay. All right, cool. So 12% is bare minimum for me. I won't even look at a deal. Me personally, why? Okay, Frank Olivier. You guys, maybe it's because Zoom's really hard to ask questions, but sometimes you guys, just so you know, your questions are really horrible. Not a criticism, but I think it's just you're typing it out. I got to like ask you why you're asking that. And then I find out what you're really asking 90% of the time. Frank? What's the question, Frank? Olivier? It's not Oliver. It's got to be Olivier, right? Frank, you are unmuted. You can talk. Yes, no? Okay. Frank, my guy. One thing I can tell you guys is that most people really just don't know how to handle Zoom. No, it's not Zoom. It's not Zoom. People just can't figure out how to use Zoom. And I understand why. It's not like I do this a lot. People don't do this a lot. So I understand why. Frank, you want me to bring you back up here? Cause I'd love to chat with you about this. Frank, you there? Say something, Frank. I can hear your feedback.
Oh my God.
I can hear you saying, oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Hey, Pace, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, Frank, I can hear you.
Sure. Okay.
What's your question, Frank?
So I was basically asking, since you said you're looking for 30% at least cash on cash return, is it for like short-term rental only, or that's also for long-term?
It's for everything. And
okay.
why is my cash on cash return so much higher is because, again, the less amount of cash you put into the deal, the higher your cash on cash return is going to be. So creative finance is the only thing on the planet that allows me to put low amounts of money down. Therefore, my cash on cash return is always going to be higher than somebody that's investing through the BRRRR strategy. Always. And so I won't look at anything with less than 30%, but that doesn't, people are not me. The other reason why I only look at deals with 30% or higher is because I have way more opportunities than the average bear. Does everybody understand that? So I'm not telling you to avoid things under 30%. Okay. I'm telling you that I won't do anything under 30% because I have a team of people finding deals and I do deals with my students. I don't need my amount of resources I have to spend on it. I don't have to do any of that. Right. Okay. Brian Leon, man. Oh my gosh, bro. Your question about you guys get one-itis, man. You guys know that? Y'all get one-itis. You get sucked on one deal, one thing, and you're trying to build a big business and you get sucked on one-itis. Because Brian, you must have some sort of thing going on right now in your life. It's one deal that you're focused on. Brian, what do you got, dude?
No, hello, Pace. How are you doing?
Good. What's the one deal you're looking at right now that's pre-construction?
No, so what's going on? I have a lead on Texas where she needs to sell her home to buy a pre-construction.
Okay.
So I heard you say that you could do creative financing with pre-construction. So I was wondering, how can you do that?
Okay, hold on. So you're doing it the opposite way, actually, and we're deviating separately, by the way. So we're now going on to a different conversation than I was having with Eric. So I got to come back to Eric here in just a second. So Brian, you don't do creative finance on the purchase of the new home because that's a new home construction, and the new home construction is going to need a cash purchase. Okay.
Yes.
You need to do a creative finance exit on the deal she's selling. And what your mind right now is like, well, she has to sell that house to get qualified for that house, right?
Yes.
That is incorrect. That is what a broker told you. That is what a loan officer told you. Both people are uneducated.
Yeah, I've talked to the loan originator, and I told him, hey, so what do you need? You need HUD statements, or do you need like a you know how you do a lease so it shows that someone else is paying
there
for
you go.
it?
You got it. Yeah.
And he's like, no, she needs to sell this house for some reason. I was like, how come? I don't understand. If we could give you a HUD statement or a dummy lease, because I talked to Marlon about it.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know. I think it could be happen, but the seller, the owner, she's so confused on how it will be structured that she thinks that we're gonna get a loan out to pay off her loan. But I'm telling her, no, what we're gonna do is we're gonna service your loan, and it's gonna be under your name, and that should be able to qualify you for your new house.
Is she having a hard time selling the house that she currently owns?
Yes, she does. She put it in the market, and it's already dropped down $7,000, and she's even giving what's it called, for closing costs.
Mm-hmm.
So I told her, hey, look, with this route, you don't have to lose any more money. We could help you get this done. It's just, I guess she's having a hard time understanding what we're trying to do.
Is she a white lady?
She's a Mexican lady.
Okay, so I was going to say maybe it's maybe an accent thing, but it's definitely not an accent thing.
No, it's not.
Okay. What's the hard thing she's having to understand?
So I feel like she thinks this is kind of she's going through the lender, like whatever we tell her she wants. Like, I guess she's trying to get the lenders to be like, oh yeah, you can do this, but at the end of the day, we're not getting a lender, so they will say no. Do you see what I'm trying to tell you? Yeah,
the problem is not a strategy. The problem is your ability your ability to explain this to her. That's it.
Body, yeah.
Not probably. It's 100%.
It is.
So you've got a seller. She's under contract on pre-construction, buying a new home, right?
Yes.
The underwriter for that new home, you've already had a conversation with, and they said they're okay with the dummy lease.
Yes. Well, I didn't say a dummy lease. I just said, hey, because she has another rental home that she also wants to sell. But
I understand. I'm just looking for a yes or no. Did you talk to the underwriter?
Yes, but I didn't tell them.
And they're okay with you doing a deal where you show basically that payments are being made to remove it from DTI, correct?
No, Pace, not for the original house. The original house, I told him maybe all he needs is a HUD statement. He said yes. Not for
I see, a HUD statement showing that it's been closed.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so they don't even care. They don't care about a lease or anything like that. They just care that the deed's been transferred.
Exactly, and that there's no mortgage supposedly.
Okay, so the problem is, here's the problem. The problem is that you're explaining this incorrectly to the loan officer, and then you're explaining it incorrectly to the seller as well. Your explanations to both parties are screwing this up. Okay. So you're not trying to, you don't go to the loan officer and say, hey, can I show you a HUD statement that the other house is sold in order for you to qualify her for this new house? Because that's not what you're doing. What you're doing is you're showing them, hey, I'm actually buying this house and taking over the payments. You're telling them what you're doing. And you're telling them, I want to show you that I'm making the payments on this house. The problem is, most of the time, Brian, is that the wholesaler, or you're probably not in a position to buy her house. You want to wholesale that deal, right?
Yeah, either a wholesaler or I'd love to do a long rental, but most likely.
This is the problem with wholesalers. You guys complicate your life because you have no ability to want to hold properties, and you have no resources to hold properties either. So you complicate the deal. it would make the deal way easier if you went to the loan officer. Step one, go to loan officer and go, okay, change of mind. What we're doing is we're actually going to take over the payments on that lady's house, and I'm going to now make those payments as a renter. She's going to basically rent the property to me. So what do we need to show you that this would remove the DTI, or the debt to income ratio? Can I show you a lease? What do I need to show you? And they'll tell you what you need to show them. If they say, oh no, we need to settle. No, she's not selling the house. She's leasing it to me, and I'm going to make the payments. What do you need to see in order for her to still get qualified for that purchase? And then they'll answer you, and they'll tell you what they need. They'll tell you the list of paperwork. You then go create that paperwork with the seller, but you have to explain to the seller. Okay. Now, the benefit to the seller is she has a sub-2 loan, obviously, right?
Yeah.
And she's not understanding what you're wanting to do because you're explaining this incorrectly. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So she thinks you're doing what? What does she think you're doing?
So she thinks that I'm gonna go out and get a loan to pay off her loan.
Okay. And when you said, no, I'm not doing that, I'm just taking over your payments, what did she say?
Yes. She's like, okay, let me go talk to my my officer and to see how this works.
Okay, this is easy, Brian. You get the loan officer and her and you all on a 3-way call, and you go, this is how I propose to do this deal. How do we make it work?
Got you. Okay.
Ingrid, I love how Ingrid says, I've only been able to figure this out with a minimum of 12-month lease agreement, which is what I teach. I teach you guys to put a 12-month lease agreement together. Sometimes you'll have a loan officer that will want to see the first 2 months of payments made. This is where, Brian, you're going to have a problem as a wholesaler, because you knucklehead wholesalers, all you want to do is wholesale everything. And in this situation where you're trying to solve the seller's problem, somebody needs to make, even if it's temporary and it gets refunded back to you, you need to make 2 months of lease payments up front. And guess what? Wholesalers don't want to do? Wholesalers don't want to even put gas in their car, let alone put 2 months of lease payments in a deal to make it work. Everything with a wholesaler, is, how do I not pay for anything? How do I get free contracts? How do I not pay for earnest money? How do I avoid paying for a single thing ever, all the time? That is the mindset of a wholesaler. So if you have the mindset of a wholesaler walking in this deal of trying to wholesale a lady's deal, you're going to have a problem. You need to go squat up with somebody who has the capital to pay for a couple months of lease payments. Okay. So let's look at this. Okay. You've got a seller. Here's the visual for this. You've got a seller and she has a house and she goes, I don't like this house anymore. I want to move away from this house. I want to sell this house. Okay. I want to sell it, but I'm having a hard time selling it. So I've had to lower my price multiple times, 7,000, 10,000, whatever it is. Okay. This is the problem that she's running into. We already know this. That's her bunnies. Her bunnies are very obvious. She goes, I don't like this house anymore. I want to go build a new house and do new construction. So she walks over here. She walks over here and she says, hey, new construction company, I want to get approved to get a loan for this new home build. Boom. And then the people over here that are giving her approval go, yes, we can approve you for this loan as long as you sell this house. Okay, great. Yep. Well, I understand the problem. Thank you so much for the problem. We got it. We're on the same page. This is where Brian comes in play. And Brian goes to them and goes, hey, loan officer, hey, seller, I can see right here on this house, she can't sell it. So I will happily take over payments and I will show you guys a lease agreement for 12 months or longer. And in the lease, your lease will state, as my lease that I have given to you guys multiple times. Okay. The lease agreement states that I can cancel anytime in the lease. It's a 12-month lease agreement that states I can cancel anytime. And if I ever cancel, I get my money back. Okay.
Okay.
Ingrid, Ingrid, did we not already close on that Lake Worth deal? I thought we'd close on that Lake Worth deal. Anyway, so Ingrid and I are working on this deal, working on something like this, very similar right now. So I go and I write a lease agreement. Here's the problem sometimes. These people that you go to go, yeah, great. That lease agreement shows that this lady we're approving, is no longer in charge of the payments. Okay. I love that. However, we want to see that you've actually made a couple payments on the lease agreement that you created. And this is where being a wholesaler really screws up your life. Because as a wholesaler, the mindset you have as a wholesaler is you go, I want to pay for nothing, ever, all the time. And sometimes this person that's approving the loan is going to ask for a couple of months. They're going to ask for a security deposit and the first month's payment to show and reflect that it's hit her bank account and that you've made those payments. Okay?
Okay.
So you don't want to do that. So you're trying to avoid that. Usually. Not you necessarily, Brian, but just other wholesalers.
Yeah.
So you need to find somebody that's okay cutting the check for a couple of months on the lease payment. And once she closes on this other deal and she gets her green check mark, you need to get that. Either is she going to get any money out of the sub 2 deal?
She wants to, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
How much?
She has some equity. We haven't gone over the numbers because she's been so it hasn't been like I guess I didn't explain it well, so she hasn't given me the full numbers where I could break down the deal and to see what will be for rents or this and that.
So if your seller is going to get a little bit of money out of the sub 2 deal, Brian, then it's okay for you to give them, let's say that your seller is going to get $10,000, right, out of the sub 2 deal. Hypothetically, I don't know what the number is. I'm just making it up because you don't have the number. What you do is you apply 2 of the lease payments towards what they would normally receive in the sale. And let's say that your lease payments are $2,000 each. You would essentially write a check to this lady for $4,000 so that the lease agreement up here with this lender is satisfied and happy. And then you give her the other $6,000 when you guys close escrow.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So you got to find somebody. If the challenge is, I don't want to cut the check for the $2,000 or the $4,000, then either A, your buyer, you guys need to go find a buyer right now who has the capital to close on this deal, or B, you guys need to bring in a partner that is willing to pay for those payments, wait for her deal to close, and then you guys can go off and assign that deal. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Was there a missing link in there somewhere?
No, I need to find a partner. Someone who can help me with this.
What city is it in?
Texas, Amarillo.
What are you doing in Amarillo, Texas, bro?
It was a lead that was brought to us. That's why.
Okay, I got it. All right, so you've got a deal in Amarillo, Texas. The lady's not going to sell that house anytime soon. So what you've got to do is you got to call that lady. Part of I have this angst. I want to call sellers, but I really don't want to call sellers with non-sub 2 students on here. And I want to reserve that kind of stuff for sub 2 students. Part of me is like, I have non-sub 2 students on here and on YouTube, and I don't want to call sellers in like open public. And the reason being is because I've had the non-sub 2 students are the ones that get me in trouble. What happens is they call the sellers and they're like, you're live on YouTube right now. And you're blah, 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 blah. So I can't put myself in a situation where it's like all the non-sub 2 students are the people I can't trust. The sub 2 students, I do it in a Zoom all day long with you guys. I'm happy to call. Let's see. Did Travis not like this? Bro, people getting roasted for, I love Texas, but Lubbock sucks. And so does Amarillo. And so does El Paso. El Paso's not Texas, by the way. That's Mexico. That's like that border town. I've been to El Paso so many times. It's the same city. It's like it's just all there is a city with a fence in the middle of it. And you guys call it 2 different countries. It's not. Okay. Lubbock is not a great place for you to go and build a massive portfolio. All I'm saying is there are great places to live. Okay. But investing is a different story. You don't want to invest your money in those places. There's no growth. That's all I'm saying. Texas is amazing. I spent a lot of time in Texas and I own property in Texas. Corpus Christi, Houston, Austin, Dallas. I love Texas, but I don't love investing in Lubbock and Amarillo. But that doesn't mean, Brian, that you won't be able to find a buyer for that Amarillo deal.
Of course, yeah, I understand.
There's a deal there. Part of me wants to call this lady and actually figure out you have missing components in this deal to even have a conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. understand.
You got to, what I would do is, what's the next step with her? What do you think after hearing all this? What do you think the next step is?
I would definitely have a three-way with the loan originator and her, just to clarify things, and from there get the actual numbers so we can break it down to see what will be our exit strategy.
Okay, got it. Perfect. Cool. Thank you, Brian. Okay, Eric, back to your deal. I'm so sorry, man.
Don't worry about it.
I got to stop letting the side comments let me get derailed.
No problem. Not a problem.
I've been on here 6 hours, so I'm itching to make a phone call to a seller. And the problem is I stupidly made this a public thing instead of like reaching out to just doing it for sub 2 students only. Because if it was sub 2 students only, I would have just been calling sellers. Okay, so Eric, back to your deal. So you've got this deal. Let's see. Okay, so your assignment fee. We're breaking down the deal. So your entry fee on this deal is $170,000 on this deal.
Correct.
Okay. Why would a buyer buy this deal from you for $170,000 cash outlay?
Is that a rhetorical question, or are you asking my thoughts?
I'm asking you. Well, I mean, you might not have the answer, and if you say I don't have the answer, that's fine. I do know the answer, but I'm just trying to get you to think. My question is putting pressure on you to think about it.
My thoughts would be for the appraising value in the years to come. It's in a good spot. It's right next to Coachella and stuff like that. So
okay, that's a horrible reason to buy a property for future value. Just FYI.
Okay. Understood.
The only people are buying property like that are people that are worth $100 million. They're like, I got to place my money somewhere right now, and they'll buy that deal. You finding that buyer is like needle in a haystack type of stuff. Okay. So it's a good suggestion and a good guess, but the goal of business is to make money now and in the future, not just in the future. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So how are we going to make money now? Let's figure that out. This is what the reason why I was applying that pressure is because Eric, you are not thinking about your customer. What do you do? How do you make money right now, Eric?
My personal life?
Yeah.
I got a W-2 sales job and I coach football. And
okay, cool. But what do you sell?
Sales tax automation software.
Interesting. Okay, so you know what problem your software solves for your customer, right?
Correct.
Okay, to a point where you can sell it.
Correct.
However, you don't know what problem this deal solves for your buyer, which is your customer. Therefore, you're going to have a hard time selling it.
Correct.
What problem do you solve for me? Your software solves an amazing problem for your current customers, but this deal, if I'm the customer, why do I want to buy this deal? Because that's what your buyer is, right? Your buyer is your customer.
Mm-hmm.
So what does this solve for your buyer to plunk $170,000 into the deal? What is their cash on cash return? You don't know it, and that's okay. I'm going to show you it, but I'm trying to get you to think that I'm going to say something that sounds like I'm attacking you. I'm not. I'm just trying to get you to think. How dare you not know how this benefits your buyer?
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Would you go off and sell software? Sales tax automation software if you had no idea what it did and how it benefits your customer?
I wouldn't, or I'd get fired.
You'd get fired. So right now you've got a deal that you're like, can you underwrite this for me? Always think, Eric, the buyer needs to be the first person you think of is how is this going to solve my buyer's problem of what is your buyer trying to solve? Your buyer's trying to solve cash on cash return, right? I put money into a deal, I get a return.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Second thing they want to solve is they get tax benefits and appreciation. Like you mentioned, appreciation is only one of the benefits.
Mm-hmm.
But I imagine your software that you guys sell, there's probably some like really major key elements to that software that solve the main problem. But then there's probably some ancillary things that are like, oh yeah, and it does this too, and it does this too, right?
Mm-hmm.
No one would buy your software for and it does this too features.
Mm-hmm.
They're buying it for the sales tax automation as the bulk reason. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Correct.
So the bulk reason why somebody buys a deal is always cash on cash return. So the reason why I start you with spread, start with spread first, and then I move to entry fee. What's it going to cost me is because I'm going to go into the third thing that we do. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So number one, we've already figured out our spread. It's a $3,000 spread. Then I figured out what's it going to cost me in cash to get it up and operating as the buyer. Okay. So let's say that it brings in 5,000. Now here's the next step. The next step is, what is my cash on cash return? So let's figure this out. If I Airbnb this and it averages $5,000 a month, every single month, I'm going to have multiple things that come out of this. Number one, I've got my payment, right? $2,000. So that leaves me $3,000 spread. Well, because it's an Airbnb, don't you think I'm going to have some management, some utilities, some cleaning, some other things, et cetera?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's take 20% out of this. You take 20% out of the $5,000, by the way, which is another 1,000. So I'm going to take $1,000 out of this thing. Okay. So $1,000 is going to be management and whatever miscellaneous stuff. Okay, cool. Typically on an Airbnb, you always want to add another 10% just to be safe. Okay. So $500 a month. So this thing's still going to make $1,500 every single month. Okay. That's my net income if I don't have a cost of capital. Remember what we talked about earlier, Eric, is that if I am an investor and I've got $170,000, I could, who in the side chat could use $170,000? Okay. If I gave you $170,000, who in here would pay me 12% for that $170,000? Who in here? Okay. Okay. So, Eric, do you see how I have the opportunity as a real estate investor to deploy $170,000 in the side comments for people that are fixing and flipping or doing whatever they want, that I got to at least justify a 12% return on this deal minimum for my cash?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Michael says he pays 18%. Okay, crazy. But this is why you got to understand your customer and why they're going to buy stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's go back to this. So if I've got $1,500 a month, but I put $170,000 in cash into the deal, let's figure out what my cash on cash return is. Okay, so this is how we figure that out. You go 1,500 times 12. That's my yearly, right? What's my yearly income on this 1,500? I think it's probably 18,000, I'd say. 12 times 1,500. 18,000.
Yeah, 18,000. Yep.
Okay, so take that 18,000, Eric, and I want you to divide that by $170,000, and I want you to tell me what my cash on cash return is.
10.5%.
There you go, 10.5%. That's my cash on cash return. Did you just not learn something so powerful, Eric?
Definitely learned.
Okay, so this is how you know if this is a good deal or not. Would Pace Morby even look at this deal?
Not a chance.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't care what the purchase price is. I don't care what bed bath count is. I don't care what city it's in. All I know right now is that it's got a 10.5% cash on cash return. And for Pace to even consider looking at it, it would have to be 30%. And a typical investor is not going to look at it unless it's a 12%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, how do I adjust this, Eric? This is why it's important that we went through the cash on cash, or why we went through the entry fee. Okay. I'm going to tell you the glaring obvious ones are, this needs to be negotiated lower. That's so high. Your assignment could be massaged a little bit, but I think that's somewhat appropriate. Your renovation, you got to be really finite on that. And then if you can find an Airbnb person that doesn't need to spend $80,000 on renovation, that makes sense. So here's what I do. Okay, Eric, I tweak. I already know it's going to make $18,000 a year. So I've got to tweak the number until I find that it can hit a 12% cash on cash return minimum. Okay, so how do I do that? Pretty simple. I take $170,000 and I multiply that by 0.12. Sorry, wrong calculation. I'm sorry. I take the $18,000 and I divide that by, I'm going to shave 20 grand off. I'm going to divide that by $150,000. There you go. There's my number. So that my max entry fee with my assignment included that my buyer can stomach is $150,000.
Okay.
Does that make, did you just figure out how to underwrite a creative finance deal without a spreadsheet?
Yes, definitely.
Did everybody else just understand how to underwrite a creative finance deal? Okay. Eric, so that's only a deal. Okay. That's only a deal if you can get the entry fee down below $150,000.
And that's whatever it would take.
Say that again.
Is that whatever it'll take to get to that 12%? Because I'm like, it doesn't need a pool. I think it'll definitely help it. So that's kind of like
at the end of the day, guess who's going to determine that? Your buyer's going to determine that, right?
Definitely. Okay.
And so you can say whatever you want, but your buyer, and how do I find buyers? I go find, guys, I will go over that again. Okay. I'll go over that in just a second again, but I'm trying to answer his question. So give me just a second. Okay. So your buyer is going to make a determination of what his renovation is. And so what you've got to do, what I would be doing right now, Eric, before you go, have you locked this guy up in a contract?
Not yet. No.
Okay. What I would be doing is finding a buyer, because let's say I magically give you a contract right now and you got a contract. Guess what you have? You have a problem. Your problem is now I got to find a buyer. But for me, when I'm buying deals like this that are really big, humongous entry fees, what I do is I go find a buyer first. And I go, hey guys, I'll go out to like find other people that own Airbnbs in that area. And I go, hey, I have a deal with financing already in place is the way I market it. Financing is already in place. There's a cash on cash return of at least 12%, but I really need your eyeballs to tell me what would be adjusted. Okay. And they might come to you and they'll go, you don't tell them the entry fee. You don't tell them like the down payment or any of that stuff yet. You just say, I need you to look at this and see what the renovation would be and see if this would be something you're interested in. You take the photos, you send it over to them and they go, oh yeah, this renovation's like 20, 30,000. We got used furniture. We get wholesale furniture. This is super easy, blah, 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 whatever. Right. And you go back and you go, holy crap, this thing's like an $18,000. This is like an 18% cash on cash return. I can bump up my assignment fee. So when people say, how do I figure out my assignment fee? Do you now understand how you figure out your assignment fee? You adjust your assignment fee to make sure it matches with the cash on cash return.
So you're saying that if after that, the buyer says, hey, it's going to be we can do this in 20 grand, then I would just subtract that from 18% and keep it at 12%. And then the difference would be added on to the assignment fee.
You would try to. You would try to.
And then if I didn't like it, then you just bring it back down and be content with it. Okay.
Yep. This is why it's so important to find a buyer. It's so important to be working the middle, is because you're going to go and assume things and you're going to go and get a thing under contract. And then you find out your buyer wouldn't have bought it. And you should have been able to know that before you negotiated and a whole bunch of stuff. So for me, I would be talking to a buyer as quickly as I can.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. I've been working with this for like 2 weeks now, so I really appreciate it.
There you go. Okay. What happens, Ivan Morales? This is great. I love this question. I love this question, man. It's a great question. Ivan Morales, how you doing, man? Ivan Morales. You are unmuted. You can talk. Or maybe you can't because you guys can't figure out how to. Guys, by the way, the only way you're going to learn this is doing it. So all these questions you guys have, go back to the very beginning of this recording. These questions that you guys have, you're not running into any real scenarios at all. Okay. All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
There we are, Ivan. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How about you?
So what's your question?
Yeah, so I was wondering, what if the seller does not pay the bank after I send them the money?
You don't sell this. Well, if it's a seller finance deal, then what are we talking about?
Oh, I'm brand new to this, so honestly, I don't even know if it's
Okay,
up to her.
great question. Okay, great question. Let's answer this question real quick. And I'm slowing down because all I want to do is call sellers. And now I'm like, I should have just done this as a private Zoom with my students, because I would just call. I mean, I am not calling on an open Zoom. I've had issues with that. There's always like a competitor of mine or somebody that's sitting on YouTube that you guys all think they're chilling and cool, but they're jealous of my skills. So what they do is they see what I'm doing and they call the seller and they go, you're live streaming right now. Guys, the Zoom right here has non-students in it too.
It's ridiculous.
It's not just that. Okay. Can you do it for students and their personal invites? Yeah, Rizzo, I do it all the time. I call sellers for the students all the time. All the time. I think I have 1,000 phone calls in the vault. Of course I do it all the time. Okay. So, Ivan, do you know the difference between sub 2 and seller finance?
Yes, I think I'm getting the grasp.
Bro, it's either yes or no.
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay. So if I have a car and I'm going to sell my car to you on payments and I don't owe anything on the car, I own it free and clear. Is that sub 2 or is that seller finance?
Sub 2.
No. Sub 2 is when I owe money on the car to a bank and I'm letting you take over my payments.
Okay.
That's sub 2. Sub 2 means I'm taking over somebody's payments with a bank. Seller finance means that there is no bank and the seller owns it free and clear. There's no debt. And
gotcha.
They're letting me make payments to them.
I got you.
Okay. Do you truly understand that?
Yeah, I got you.
Are you 100%?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So now ask the question again.
Okay. So what happens if I purchase a house, I get it under contract, and I'm making the payments to the seller and he fails? I'm sorry, if it's a sub 2
what kind of contract?
Sub 2. If it's a sub 2 contract.
There we go. Now Ivan's got it.
Yeah.
So I buy a sub 2 deal.
Mm-hmm. I get this.
I'm making payments to the seller. First and foremost, you failed because I don't teach that. Any of my students would know you don't make payments to the seller.
Okay.
I've never once made a payment to a seller on a sub 2 transaction. Sub 2 students, where do I make payments? I hire a servicing company. Weststar is the company I use, and they charge me $17 a month, and they pull the money out of my account and they pay it directly to the bank.
Okay.
If I buy a sub 2 deal from a seller, I never talk to that seller ever again in my life.
Okay.
Okay. Has that answered the question?
It does. Yeah. And it looks like I need to be a student.
Honestly, I don't know that like your area, wherever you live, is open for students, but I don't know why anybody wouldn't be. Like anyway, whatever.
Yeah, I'm just brand new, so
I got it. No problem, man. Great question. And I'm glad that we cleared that up. Understanding sub 2 and seller finance is a very, very important thing. So I'm glad we got through that. Good job.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Of course. Okay, cool. Pace, can you talk about what daily actions a newbie should do so they are productive, busy versus productive? Yeah, I can talk about that, Rob Sema. 100% could talk about that. How you doing, Rob?
Fantastic.
Good. Hey, brother. So first and foremost, I'm going to tell this to everybody. You have to know your avatar before I answer this question. Right? So who's the girl I was answering that question for? Sarah, right? I wonder if Sarah got her thing figured out. Was it Sarah? Who was it that I was talking to about? She was out of the, is it Sarah Roberts? Which Sarah though?
Pace, I'm doing one of those asking a question through you, maybe to help other people out.
No, I know that. That's why I'm trying to get Sarah on here, because she kind of asked something similar.
Awesome.
I mean, I know you pretty well, so I know. It's West Star. So maybe Sarah's not in here anymore. Okay, cool. So first and foremost, everybody in here, you guys need to understand what your avatar is. If you don't know your avatar, you're screwed up. Okay, you're screwed up. You're having a hard time because you don't even know what you're doing, right? Sarah Roberts, like, it's not Sarah Roberts. Okay, so if you don't know your market, you don't have your avatar figured out, then any answer I give to you is wrong. So let's go through. Who wants to talk about? Let's see. How can I answer this the best for the whole group? Okay, so because I don't want to come across as chastising and critical of people, but I can tell you that people that struggle with time issues and what to focus on, it's actually not their schedule that is the issue. The biggest issue that you have is not your schedule. The biggest issue you have is not your time allotment and your organization. What would you guys say? Oh, Ashley, what a great question. I can tell Ashley's never heard me talk to a seller. Ashley, how you doing?
Hey, Pace, I'm good, but I have my kid in the background.
That's okay. I got kids too. So Ashley, you're new to my world.
Yes, I am. I'm new to your world, new to your YouTube, but I love everything that I've seen so far, so thank you.
Okay, yeah, no problem. So you're new to me because I've answered this question 100 times by calling sellers live on my YouTube channel. You can see a lot of my calls with sellers. But were you here when we were talking to Ricky about his deal in California?
No, I checked out in the middle of that.
Okay, so his seller, in order to sell their house, has to let go of the house and write a check for 30 grand to get rid of the house.
Okay.
Okay. Do you think I really have to build much trust in that situation with the seller in order to say, hey, don't write a check for 30 grand. Let me just take over your payments. You don't have to write a check for anybody.
No, because he doesn't want to do that anyway, probably.
Right. They don't want to do that. So the majority of sub-2 deals, Ashley, do not require you to build a lot of trust. The sellers a lot of times don't really have the opportunity to get out of the deal through an agent, right? The agent can't solve the problem for them. You're the only person that can solve the problem for them. So you don't really need to like overcome and convince a seller. You're usually looking for sellers that already it's a good fit for. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but I guess if I'm a seller and I'm in a pickle and I got to pay $30,000 to get rid of my house,
yeah.
I guess I could make a bad situation worse by doing a subject to with a guy who doesn't pay the loan that's in my name.
Yeah, I guess you could do that. Yeah, you could worry about that. So,
well, I'm not worried about that. I'm saying that a seller might be worried about that. If basically you're trusting somebody else to make loan payments for you, which I think is great. It's a great idea, but I'm just seeing how people trust other people to make payments in their name.
Okay, great. So that's a really interesting thing. When you drive down the road, Ashley, and you're going against oncoming traffic, right? You're driving down a one-way road or two-way, or not a one-way road, but a two-way road, and there's two lanes on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
What's keeping the people on the left side from driving right into you and killing you?
Well, I guess nothing. Just their experience with driving.
Okay, but aren't there 16-year-old drivers out on the road that just barely learned how to drive? Maybe people that don't even have insurance driving around.
Absolutely, especially here where I am.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Same thing here. I think in Arizona, we're the most uninsured state or something like that, uninsured drivers. So unfortunately, our regular daily lives require us to have pretty high levels of faith in other people, don't they?
That's right.
Okay. The only thing keeping somebody from killing me is a social expectation that you're going to honor a line of paint on asphalt. That's the only thing keeping people from killing me. And we're worried about somebody making a payment on a house that benefits the buyer. Why would a buyer, let's ask a better question. Why would a buyer fail to make a payment if they're a real estate investor and they're making cash flow on an Airbnb or whatever else? Why would they fail to make the payment?
Why would a buyer
like me, like a real estate investor, why would I fail to make a payment?
Maybe you have another deal where your money's tied up, or you're in some sort of financial
in this situation, the payment, the house that I have with you that I'm making the payment on, I'm Airbnb-ing it, and it's making money, but I decide not to make a payment because I have another deal.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood the scenario. Well, you probably wouldn't make the payment because you want to continue making money in your Airbnb. But let's say, for example, you've miscalculated something and your Airbnb is not as profitable, you know, and you think you're going to profit on this Airbnb, but actually you don't.
Right. Great question. So what do you do as the seller?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, guys.
Good.
Pace, if you could go to the next person. Sorry, I got to tend to my kid.
So she's got a really valid question. I love this question, which is why I called on her. But this is a question I've covered multiple times on the YouTube channel. Do you guys understand that thing about faith? It's interesting to me that you guys live your daily lives with ultimate faith in people you've never met before, driving 40, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour down the road. And the only thing keeping people from killing you is a piece of paint on asphalt. That's it. Okay. A real estate investor that has the credibility to buy the property. I'm not even going to get to the deed in lieu. Okay. I'm not even going to get to that, Kari. I'm just going to get to the fact that you have to have faith in people sometimes, first and foremost. Okay. So if you as the seller, if you're worried about if you as the seller are worried about people making payments, then you probably sold a house to somebody that's not even a good deal. So what are you doing as a seller selling somebody a bad deal? Right? If you're the seller that's trying to take advantage of your buyer, but then at the same time, you're trying to say, well, what happens if you don't make the payments? Well, you're the one that sold me a bad deal. So make sure, number one, if you're a seller, make sure that you're selling a buyer a good deal. There you go. If you're that worried about it, make sure you're selling them a good deal. Okay. Don't overinflate the price of the house and don't think that they're going to make a ton of money when they're not. Okay. Now here's the better answer. Here's the real answer. Okay. The real answer is the way we structure the paperwork is states that if I fail to make the payment, the house goes back to you without a foreclosure. It's called deed in lieu or performance deed, depending on the state you're in. Or I could even do it in, I could even acquire. If you have a seller that's that worried about the payments, we could do a lease option acquisition. So you remain the owner and I'm a lease optionee, and my option is the mortgage balance when I decide to execute the option, which everything I just said is really high level for a lot of people. I lost a lot of people on that, but there you go. You can avoid all that garbage and all that mumbo jumbo about I'm worried about you making the payments. Okay, well, if you're worried about me making the payments and you want to keep the ownership of the property as a security feature, then do it on an executory contract. A lot of people don't even know what an executory contract is, or do it on a lease option with the option price to be the mortgage balance when you decide to execute the option. Yeah, Claudio says sub 2 students know. Yeah, sub 2 students definitely know that. Okay. Yeah, so there's a solution to all of that. You overcome all this stuff. Okay. Alexis Morgan, she says, "What's an executory contract?" Alexis, you're a newer student. You should go into the vault and learn what an executory contract is. I've done a couple Zooms on that. Agreement for sale, contract for deed, bond for deed, all that stuff is an executory contract. Okay. Great question, Ashley. Appreciate it. All right. I've been on here 6 hours and 15 minutes. And now I'm bummed out that I have non-sub 2 students on here because now I want to call sellers. So I'm ending the Zoom. and I'm going to go work on my business because now all I want to do is call sellers. So, guys, if you say I got a seller, you don't understand. I don't want to call sellers in open Zooms with, I have people on YouTube and I have people on Zoom that are non-sub 2 students. Every time I call sellers in front of non-sub 2 students, the people that are watching me call the sellers, manipulate, do whatever. And I don't want to do it. Okay. Who's coming to Gator tomorrow, by the way? Okay, make sure you guys are coming to Gator. Share that with everybody, please. And everybody on YouTube, we are out of here. Guys, I'm going to do this again, but I'm probably not going to, what I'll do is I also don't like the way the Zoom has been set up that I can't see your guys' faces. So like we're testing things out ourselves, trying to get better at providing value to you guys. And I can tell you, I don't like this like setting where I can't see the camera. It's harder to call on people. I don't like the setting. It's messing up my flow. So what I'll probably do is in 2 weeks, I'm going to go through all the creative finance questions on that spreadsheet. And I'm not going to not even going to turn the side chat on until I go through every single question. So sub 2 students, I'm going to be calling sellers. I look forward to hanging out with you guys at the Nightmare on Dill Street event. I will see sub 2 students in Orlando next week. And then I will be in Northeast. I'll be going to the Northeast meetup in Boston, Massachusetts on November 30th, the day before Halloween in Salem, wherever that is. And I'll be hanging out with you guys. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys. Sub 2 students, I'll see you guys